Coming to you live from my apartment, it's Rob Has a Podcast. And now here's the guy who, over the course of this countdown, may have said, this countdown's getting the best of me. I am Rob Cesternino. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the number one best season of all time. It's Survivor Heroes versus Villains. We made it. We're here. 36 weeks ago, started this countdown. And tonight, we're bringing this baby home where we're talking about the number one best season of all time. And we have a panel of all heroes here with us to talk about it. First, let me welcome in a woman who is returning back to the panel, a three-timer here to talk about Survivor Heroes versus Villains, of course. She is covering 19 simultaneous seasons of Survivor, including this one. Here is the chief international Survivor correspondent for RHAP. It is the great Shannon Gus. Shannon, how are you?
Rob, I'm good. Thank you for having me. And I'm excited to talk about the three stupidest things ever done on this podcast. Obviously, Tyson voting himself out, JT giving up the idol, and you watching 39 seasons of Survivor in fewer weeks than that. So that's dumb. The top three.
So bad.
Yeah, that's it. We can put it in the pantheon.
Do I get money for that?
Yes, you should. Yeah, it's your job. So yes, that's how jobs work. Yeah. Yes. I should hope you're getting money for it.
Yes. Shannon, so nice that you made time. This is, I know, a super busy week for you.
Yes.
Thank you for making time to fit this in.
Yeah, and in the end, because things were moved around, it is in the 2 days before and after two different Survivor finales for me. So it came in finale week, and that's a fun surprise. But it's fun. It's fine. It's good. There were a lot of parallels through some of the finale that I just watched and this final Tribal Council, which was good to just have that information on hand. Plus, how fun is Heroes versus Villains? Like, this was not a chore at all to watch in any way, even with any time issue. So much fun, such a hilarious season. And I was just like binging every second of it and enjoying it. So I'm really excited and honored to be here for the first season on the countdown. Like, that is amazing. Thank you for having me.
Okay. Well, Shannon, great to have you here. And I'm also so thrilled to have this man back with us. We heard from him ultimately as many times as we saw Boston Rob here on the all-time top 40 countdown as well. He was here with me when we started this back in the first week of January, and it means so much to me that he is back here with me to bring it home. Here is the great Chappelle. Chappelle, how are you?
Rob, I'm so happy. First of all, I'm honored to be here with you and Shannon. Like, I feel like a Make-A-Wish kid a little bit. Like, oh my God, how did I end up in this spot? 114 days of this podcast, I have survived. I am the Parvati, I am the Boston Rob, and I am happy, so happy to talk about the best season of Survivor as voted by the listeners of the RHAP community. So I'm here. Thank you so much for having me.
Chappelle, this is time number 6 for you on the countdown.
Yeah, build a big ass paper mache head of me and just put it in the back of your podcast studio. I am officially an idol. I could never win. Oh no, but I will definitely be present if nothing else. That's my superpower.
Yeah. And I'm so happy to have you back with us. It was you and me and Chantel Francis when we started it all off talking about Island of the Idols. And so very excited to have you back here for this one last ride.
Rob, I have to say, this season might be too low. I know. I've been saying that a lot lately, but I just don't think people give this season what it deserves. I've seen so much commentary about this being overrated. Oh, it's boring in spots. That's just not true, you guys. I'm sorry. I disagree.
So
I don't perceive that. This is such a fun season. I have very little complaints. Like, the complaints I have is just me nitpicking because you got to, but this is great. I think that the listeners got it right overall. I think, everybody's entitled to their wrong opinions as well, but this one's correct.
Yeah.
That's what podcasting is. Nitpicking because you got to. That's a really good summation of podcasting as a medium. But I mean, I totally agree. I haven't rewatched Heroes versus Villains in probably maybe 5 years as a whole. And like I watched it live at the time when I was in year 12, in my senior year. I've obviously got the villains buff. This is the first buff I ever had. And it was a no-brainer. Like that tribe was iconic. I used to like look up to Parvati. Like she's the coolest person alive. I want to be her when I grow up. And now I'm older than she was. And I still want to be her when I grow up. Like there's so much iconicness in this season where I feel like every episode has some iconic thing, a line, a confessional, a move, a challenge moment. And we know those so well in the fan community because they are so renowned. And every single one of them, I feel, lived up to the hype. So yeah, I'm excited to talk about it. It is such a fun season.
Okay. We are just getting started here tonight. Of course, we will talk all things heroes versus villains in this podcast episode on Thursday. We'll be back with one more patron feedback show. It's a good one. Kelly White and Touchdown Tommy are going to join me on Thursday to talk all things heroes versus villains. Any questions that we don't get to tonight, we will do that in our patron podcast feed coming up on Thursday. Then later this week, David Bloomberg and Jessica Lewis will bring you why Sandra won, parentheses, again. And we'll find out exactly if Sandra followed all of David Bloomberg's rules. And then we will hear exactly how she pulled this off. And then we will have one last talking with T-Bird for the all-time top 40 countdown. And it will be the queen herself when Sandra joins T-Bird and me for one last talking with T-Bird of the all-time top 40 countdown. So we'll talk heroes versus villains and Pearl Islands and all of whatever else Sandra wants to talk about on a very special Talking with T-Bird here on the final week of the all-time top 40 rankings. All right.
Incredible.
So that all being said, we have to then talk about heroes versus villains. All right. So I don't even know where to start to talk about heroes versus villains.
There's so much, Rob. I mean,
there is so much.
You and I, we've been here for a while. Shannon has done a bunch of these as well. But, you know, normally you just set the tone with, you know, the build up to the season. But honestly, this is a season of returnees that can stand alone as its own season. They don't do a lot of flashing back like a lot of the seasons do to like establish where these other prior relationships come from. And it still manages to work. Like, I don't think you have to say like what came before this and what came after this for this to be still a great season in your mind. But knowing that there were 19 seasons before this and that there's 20 after it, still like that makes it even better. I was watching the season the whole time and I was thinking like, oh, well, you know, this probably is manifested from this relationship from back in the day. But then also there would be moments where I'd be like, well, can't wait for Candace to come back in a few seasons and see what that looks like. Or, you know, like, or JT even, or, you know, the other iterations of Boston Rob and Russell. So I think, Rob, you could just jump into the cast because you don't really have to like build up to this season. It's already at the top.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was really just a super exciting season to go back and watch. And I think it's just one where I think that like the first few episodes is like, I still can't believe this is happening, that we have all of these people here. You know, it was sort of like unimaginable to think that you would get all of these players in one cast and get them all out there. And I feel like that they really nailed the casting here on heroes versus villains. Shannon, is that fair to say?
Yeah, it is an amazing cast. I mean, obviously, podcasting is where you nitpick. Is that what you said, Jabal? Anyway, that's what we'll do. Obviously, there are little things. Richard Hatch was meant to come out. There's obviously stuff around that. He couldn't come out. I think not having any Borneo representation, it may be like looking at the time, like the history of the season is maybe what looks just like when you're thinking of the epicness of the season, to have maybe even like a Jenna Lewis there as like a villain woman instead of maybe Danielle, like could have been a cool thing. But again, nitpicking on what was such an iconic cast. Like they really got so much covered. They had like the 4 people from All Stars and Sandra who are like the old school era. They have a lot of the recency stuff, people who will go on to define the later seasons of the show. 3 people from Token Teens, Russell, who was like reviving the show at that time, Micronesia, which had just been such a landmark season of the show, kind of like defines the season in some ways. And I would say, yes, it stands on its own. But if anyone's going to watch just one season before Heroes versus Villains, I feel like Micronesia is the one that gives the most context. And they even call it like Micronesia 2.0 at points, but, you know, sometimes not for the best for some of those players. So I do think that they have it like all covered. They obviously have Rupert, Steph, these players who were so popular with the general fan base. They cover, I think, through the eras. And it is interesting to think half of this cast are going to play again. So when I came on and spoke about Winners at War, we're like end of an era. This season is, but it's transitions into the next 20 seasons of the show for players who are going to be massive. I mean, Tyson and Rob are going to win. Coach is going to run a season. Candace is going to come back in iconic ways. So Sandra, like Parvati ends up coming back in Winners at War. Like there's a very important point to the season for what came before and now what we know came afterwards. And that was really interesting to me.
Yeah, this is like a fulcrum season. You know, it's like the end of this big chapter in Survivor history, but also it's the beginning in so many ways. Like you said, this is Coach 2.0. We get another coach. We get another Candace. We get another Parvati, we get another Rob, we get another Sandra, you know, like
Russell goes on Australian Survivor.
Russell legit transcends like different international versions. You know, we get Sandra again, we get JT flaming out over and over and over again. You know, like
yes, JT, yes.
Start. And in some ways, this is the last of the first 20 season, but this is the beginning of the 20 seasons that are to follow. And I just don't see that there's a better season on the countdown.
To the point where they pitch a season that's going to come up at the reunion and it happens. They pitch Rob versus Russell and we get it. Like it is honestly like a transformative season, I feel, for the show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's so many great moments along the way in this season that do you have a favorite moment from the season, Chappelle?
There are so many. I didn't even think about it until Shannon just said it, but a lot of the quotes that people use from Survivor history just come from this season alone. Like there's the one moment where Coach says, "Pray for the merge." I say that in my head to people, and there are some times where something horrible will happen or something, and I'll be on Twitter like, "Pray for the merge," and I'm like, no one knows what the hell I'm talking about. But so I don't tweet it. But then to see that come up, it's like, oh my God, that was this season, you know? And then you know, like all the Sandra quotes, you know, "I'm against you, Russell," and all that stuff. Like there's so many good moments. I do have one standout, and I do have to go back to my guy Coach. I forget sometimes that I'm a Coach Wade stan until I watch this season in particular, because this is where you get the most ridiculous Coach content, and it's episode by episode, and like just bam, bam, bam. Coach is he's the star of this season for me in the pre-merge for sure. So there's a lot. I want to dive into a lot of that because I just love it so much. This season just gives you all the content that you need.
I feel like there's so much going on that I feel like that Coach is almost a forgotten player.
No, he's so funny. I forgot how funny he was. Like you think it's a Tocantins thing, and I think you forget how funny he is in the beginning of Heroes versus Villains.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like, oh yeah, the Tyson Coach moment on the beach is so good. I just can't wait to get there. But there are so many others too. You know, like I mean, we heard, "Are you with me or are you against me?" like 17 times throughout this season, of course. You get all the Russell-isms. You get, you know, Parvati kind of leaning into her villain edit at some point. You get Rupert, the big massive flop that he is. You get Colby, a similarly massive flop at the same time. You get to see like the evolution of Amanda Kimmel, who, you know, people kind of discounted for coming in second place a couple times, but seeing that, you know, on her tribe, she was pulling a lot of the weight herself. So I think this season just gives me everything I need in the version of character, and also like with story. I think that there are some areas where I would definitely like to see more of our winner, but in the realm of trying to tell this story with all these big characters and personalities, I think they do a really good job, and there are so many memorable moments to talk about.
Shannon, one of the things that stood out to me on this rewatch was that I feel like that Heroes versus Villains is really more of a story about the women players in this season, and is really about a lot of the male players playing poorly in this season.
Yeah, they have some fun editing stuff with that, where a couple of times the women will kind of be talking about the male egos, and it will cut between the tribes. And there's like, for example, the women saying like, "Oh, who's going to really rival Boston Rob for like head of the tribe?" And then it will go to like the villain, to the heroes, where like Rupert is posturing, like, and even when they're deciding who's going to play in that challenge, the one where they all have to be in pairs, and they're saying like, "Oh, well, we have to be strategic about this as villains because those strong men are going to want to be at the top for their egos." Cut to the heroes and they're doing exactly that, and Rupert's like offended that he would be like down in the rankings. And like I think there was a lot of women reading men in that way. I mean, that's what the Sandra Russell relationship is. It's him being like, I would beat you because I'm better, and her being like, I beat you because I'm aware. And I do think that dichotomy does play out with the fake women's alliance and the way that this goes. I mean, Russell has some intimidation tactics that are a lot with some of the women. I mean, I find Russell like endlessly entertaining on the season. I will say, like, he's completely toxic, but I don't know. Maybe it's the fact that like the strong women can front up to him with their own strength. Maybe it's the fact that he does get beaten in the end. Like they hold their own so well that for me it's like only entertaining. If he was just like breaking them down, and he probably gets closer to that with Danielle, I think it would be harder to watch. But like the fact that Sandra like will burn his hat, and then like Parvati and Sandra will just laugh at him, and then Sandra will win and Parvati will get more votes than him. Like it stands on its own, and it just kind of becomes like a self-policing thing where Russell's going to lose for the way that he played the game. So I thought Russell was amazing in this season. So entertaining.
Yeah, Russell is, if nothing else, is very entertaining. But I don't think he's even the most interesting part of this season. I think it's so subtle, a lot of the ways that they play into some of the other like dynamics between these people, right? Like they always mention like, oh, this person has friends on the other side. This person has friends on the other side. And a lot of times because the tribes were divided, heroes versus villains, and they never really have a chance to intermingle, that doesn't really come up. But if you're familiar with the source material, right, you already know that these like pre-existing relationships exist, and then you get to track to see, okay, well, how did that actually, work out? Were they ever going to work together? A big part of this story is, Parvati has friends on the other side. She has Cerise, she has Amanda, she has James,
but they never mentioned Candace.
Yeah, they never mention Candace, which I do have a thought about.
That. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
they played on a season together.
I think it's probably very common knowledge that Candace doesn't want to play with Parvati again. Maybe has something to do with the Adam guy. We saw Rob. You didn't do the Cook Islands rewatch, but there was a time in that. Yeah, there was a time in that season where Candace was mutinying behind Adam, and then there was also a time where Candace was gone and Adam was mutinying with Parvati. So I can imagine that might have played into it some. Also, when we see Parvati and Amanda at the merge, they almost have no relationship. So it's fun.
I think they had a falling out or something.
Yeah.
Exactly. But it's fun to kind of track that, right? Where so there's this big like, oh my gosh, this the women's alliance is going to take Parvati's leading them all. And it's like some of them don't want anything to do with her at all. And it's fun to kind of look at what the story is trying to tell you, but also read between the lines. And I enjoyed that a lot too. The women just run circles around the men in this game, honestly.
Yeah. Shannon, to compare this to Winners at War, I feel like that there's a lot of talk here about the pre-existing relationships, but I don't feel like that the pre-existing relationships really pay too many dividends in this season. I feel like that people were more concerned about them here than they ultimately ended up mattering in this season.
Yeah, having covered 3 full returning seasons now for the countdown, exclusively full returning seasons, which I guess just kind of panned out that way. But to compare it to Winners at War,
love Boston Rob. You wanted to be here for all of his
3 of his seasons. That's like half of his seasons, right? But I think that comparing it to the other returning seasons and why it ranks higher for something like Winners at War, like something I enjoyed about it, but what is a negative against it for many of the rankers was like it gets bogged down in the details. It's too complicated. Like the details are too small. And that might be true for some, even in the little references, which I loved. As I said, I loved how self-referential it was, that all these small little references. Heroes versus Villains at large is just a much broader, bigger kind of narrative. So the moves are bigger. It's not these like little whispering at tribals or like little moves. It is big. And it's memorable for that reason. You remember JT gave an idol, Tyson voted himself out, even like Rupert with the rock in his pocket. These are like big, memorable, like plant a flag moves. And I think for the relationships, like they take the same tact. It's like, you remember Parvati and Amanda, like one of the most iconic final twos ever. You can kind of get that. And I think there is some lost opportunities with stuff like Jerry and Colby, for example, but they're not going to go into like, they're not even going to mention that Parvati played with Candace, even from the show's perspective, because that's not as memorable. That Parvati also had a first season. She wasn't like a fan on Micronesia, but that's like, they're not going to pay as much reference to that, but it'll be the big moments. It'll be the big relationships. It'll be like these broad sweeps. And I do think from a narrative perspective, for most people, that probably does work better because you don't get caught up in like what happened and what was the thing and the detail. No, it's like bam, 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 these like big Jules, Rob versus Russell, Tom versus Sari, and then the villains come in with this huge move. Everything is big. So I think that that's how they approach relationships, and that's the whole narrative of the season.
Yeah. I'd agree though. Honestly, I do think it's interesting with some of the pre-existing alliances or, relationships for that matter. Because even though like in the grand scheme of the game and the end game, a lot of that really didn't matter. You did see people in the very beginning, the pre-merge boots, they do suffer at the hands of not having a lot of these relationships. We see Tom Westman only able to play with Stephanie, and that's it. Like no one will even open the door to Tom Westman. I mean, largely because Sari does not want to. But if he had that relationship, or if he had played on Fans versus Favorites, maybe that would have been a spot where he could have, excelled. Same thing with Sugar and Randy. Sugar goes out first, probably for a number of reasons, but from what we understand, she doesn't have a pre-existing relationship from another game. Same thing with Randy. He's an older gentleman on the tribe, so he's already got like, hey, let's get rid of the old guy type thing that happens in pretty much all the seasons. But in this season in particular, who has a relationship with Randy that's going to save him? And on the flip side, you have Amanda and James, who Amanda is willing to take James as far as he can to the point where he can't even walk. And she's like,
carry him on her back. I'd love to see it.
Right. And it's like, okay, do y'all want to vote out James? She's like, well, I don't know. It's like, he can't run. He can barely walk. He almost falls down the steps when he gets voted out. And Amanda's like, yeah, but I mean, it's James though. It's my guy. So I think in a way, some of these relationships do pan out. It's just not as heavy-handed as it is in Winners at War.
But it also has like the most unique trajectory, no swap, such a late merge where it makes these two pre-merges feel like two merges between the two tribes. And I think that becomes a big thing. Like when you get to the merge, they are so disparate. I mean, whatever's going on with Parvati and Amanda, or even like Colby and Jerry, as we're talking about, like other things have happened. And I do think another big part of that is the theme. The theme works so well. And when I talk about broad strokes in narrative, this key theme, good versus evil, heroes versus villains, it works so well for so many reasons. From a narrative perspective, it was always interesting, whether you're leaning into it like I'm not a good villain, or whether Candace isn't doing the hero thing, or whether Sandra is a heroic villain. It's always interesting the way that people go about it. And as well, like I think the cast really lent into it. Like we've talked before on podcasts about like the psychological aspect of themes and tribes and how I'm a healer or a hustler, whatever. But this was legit. People came back like, this is how I define myself as a Survivor player. And now a heroic Survivor player. I thought there was great entertainment in how important that was to someone like Rupert, and all the stuff about the villainy, and like someone like Parvati leaning into it. I thought that all of that works so well psychologically from an entertainment perspective. And I do think they get to this merge as like two battering rams who've been together for days and days and expecting this merge as good and evil. And that presents such an interesting dichotomy, the likes of which we rarely see on Survivor, because it's so, again, as I'll say through most of this podcast, it's so big. And I don't know how they can get much bigger than that, good versus evil.
And you know what? Honestly, not to harp on this too much, but we started off this countdown with Island of the Idols for a number of reasons, but a large part of that season is so convoluted. There's so many advantages, disadvantages, all this other stuff. You have to go over here, you have to learn a fire maker challenge, you have to infiltrate another tribe in the middle of the night. It's a mess. The tribes are swapping left and right. This is Survivor for dummies. Like this is like we have two tribes, one good tribe, one evil tribe. We're going to go down as far as we can, and then we're going to merge them. There's no swaps. There's no vote steals, and there's no bing. There's none of that going on. It's good, it's evil, and then it's merged, and then it's a fight to the finish. And I think that is how you get all the character development. Yeah, keep it simple, stupid. Kiss it.
They trusted the cast, which is so rare for Survivor. And this is the cast to trust. And I really feel like they were like, we can just leave them in these tribe iterations the entire time and give them a theme and just have at it. And they were right. Like that was the right thing to do from a production standpoint.
Shannon, that back last year, I think even before we started this countdown, you and Mike and I talked about when the seasons dropped on Netflix. Of course, so much great stuff on Netflix, Chappelle. But they put this season Kagian. It ended up being 1 and 2 on the countdown. And we talked about would this be a good season to start a new Survivor fan on? And I have to say, after rewatching it, I actually think it might be. And yes, it's going to spoil the other seasons, but I do think it's such a great jumping off point that I think if you show a new Survivor season, and maybe there might be other better seasons to start with, but this season just hits and hits and hits. And I do think that then there's a curiosity of, oh, well, I do want to go see this person play in their first season because, okay. Now I want to go back and see this person in their season.
Yeah, and I guess rewatching it, like, because those things are given to us in a more simplistic way, like, there's not that much to really understand. Okay, Parvati and Amanda played before. Again, like, they're not giving you, like, the extreme intricacies of that. Like, it's definitely something you can understand. Of course, it is a phenomenal season. It's so funny. It's so, so great. Anyone watching it for the first time would love it, would become a Survivor fan. That much is true. I still feel, maybe I trust people, like, just watch a bit more before, because I do think you get way more out of it, obviously, if you've seen some of the other stuff, even some of the humor, like understanding the evolution of Colby, understanding the trajectory of someone like Jerry, just really getting this thing. And as fans, obviously, we pick up on more of it. Like, there was a highlights reel where, like, Coach is telling his stories at the same time as Russell is hiding the machete. You're like, oh, those are the greatest hits. And just as a fan, you pick up on that, you get more of it. But yes, anyone watching the season, whereas I think something like Winners at War, you really need to be a fan. Like, you'll get more out of it as a fan, but it will kind of fall a little bit if you aren't. Whereas something like this really does stand on its own, but even more so if you've watched the other seasons. It is just insanely epic. And it's so funny. Like, I can't believe, like, we're not talking about that as much. Like, this is a hilarious season. I feel I've got a lot of notes, and most of them are just quotes that are so funny. Yeah. Like, we talk about, like, the Tyson and Coach scene. My brother and I, in pretty much every birthday card for years, would be like, some advice for the year ahead. You know, like, don't tell your stories. No one believes your stories. You know, don't wear feathers in your hair at Tribal.
Yeah.
Do your Tai Chi in private.
XOXO, your BFF. Yeah.
That was literally what it was. Like, this season was so iconic, and it really did for me. I don't know. I loved Micronesia, and as people would know from possibly former podcasts, like, Australia changed the time, and I thought it was cancelled. A lot of Australia thought it was cancelled, but then it came back with the Russell stuff, and then I was all in. I was all in mostly from this, and all in through the dark ages as well. Like, it got dark after this. Like, these are, like, some of the worst seasons coming up, and it was, like, sustained through how much I just loved heroes versus villains and some of the characters that appear again through those next seasons. Like, it was just a formational, you know, aspect and time for the show. Yeah.
Okay. Should we talk about Sandra briefly before we go back to the start? Chappelle, on this rewatch, how did Sandra fare in your rewatch?
I love Sandra. So for people who've been tracking my tweets and complaining about the seasons being too low, let's be very clear. Pearl Islands is my favorite season. I just love Sandra. I love the whole pirate theme, all that good stuff. But this is not better than Pearl Islands.
What did you rank it?
I rank Pearl Islands 1 all the time.
What did you rank this?
Oh, this 2. This is 2.
I ranked this 2. Yeah, after Winners.
Yeah. This is after Pearl Islands. But I think a large, like, criticism people have is that you don't get enough Sandra, right? And I do think that's a problem with this season. I think that, like, because she's our winner and our first 2-time winner, we really should be paying homage to the fact that this has never been done before, and that it comes from somebody who is probably one of the least expected people to come out of this season as the winner. She's already won before, which would put a target on her back, but she also didn't have a large profile coming into the season. It had been a long layoff. I think she'd had the longest layoff between 2 seasons than anybody else on the cast. There were so many big names. People were even questioning, like, is Sandra even a villain? And so, like, for Sandra to come out and be the winner, I think this is a perfect opportunity to tell her story. I think the problem lies where you have these other huge, like, camera time hogs in Coach. You have Boston Rob. You have Russell Hantz. Like, you even have, like, Parvati on the other side. And these people the camera loves them. And so by the nature of the game they were playing, Parvati was a threat from episode 1. Like, she was the person who everybody wanted out episode 1. So you have to give her that. Russell was the new hotness, so they're going to give him that, especially because he goes so far into the game back to back. So Sandra's story does get lost there. But I love Sandra so much in this season. I love that she wins. I am not one of those people who says that she wins because of a bitter jury. I just don't perceive that. I see that there were other things and other ways that Parvati could have won this game if she did some things differently. And I think that Sandra won because of her relationships with the people who were on the jury. And I think that that's an underrated part of Survivor. People get into the strategy so much. They get into like the idol finding, and they get into the competitions, but ultimately people have to want to give you money. And a lot of way you do that is just saying, hey, you like me better than the people I'm sitting next to. And I think Sandra does that really well here. Parvati and Russell don't do great to make cases for themselves, but Sandra does. And when she comes out victorious, for me, this is a good season. If Parvati had won, it'd be a good season too. If Russell had won, probably not. But
that was never going to happen.
Just from a storytelling perspective, I think these two people, Parvati and Sandra, more importantly, could have gotten more, to tell her story, because it does make it a satisfying win for me. Like, sometimes I question, like, what would have happened had Jerry made it to the end? Could Jerry have won? Blah, blah, blah. But I still think it's more satisfying to see Sandra be the one to come out for this, just because she wanted Russell out so bad that she finally got the revenge that she was begging for weeks. Like, it's just perfect. You give her what she deserves. Give her the crown. She's the queen at this point in Survivor history.
Yeah, and as far as Sandra not getting her due, Shannon, I do feel like that the show really follows Parvati's chase for her second title a lot more than they follow Sandra, where it's to the point where I do think that we lose Sandra for a couple of votes in towards like the back half of the merge, specifically in the double episode. I feel like that we really don't get too much Sandra in terms of like voting out Candace, and especially on the Danielle vote, which was like a really pivotal vote. We really don't know where Sandra stands and all of that. Ultimately, she's going to be voting with Danielle and Parvati there, but we don't really hear from her.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the confessional chart last night, and I was shocked that it was as uneven as it is. Sandra doesn't get a confessional for 6 episodes in the pre-merge or something in a row, which is wild for a winner, and in general don't do that. Courtney gets 4 confessionals, which is pretty well known. Even like Danielle gets 8 for the whole time that she's there. But I do think for everyone, like, I do think their presence was felt beyond the confessional chart, maybe coming from Australian Survivor, which is more confessional based, but there was a lot of camp life. Maybe it is in the fact that it is these broad strokes. You kind of understand where everyone fits through it because it's in these like big groups and big dynamics. And also maybe just because they have so much presence, like, okay, we missed Sandra for a while and you do feel it, but when she's there, like, you really feel that presence as well, because everything she says is so entertaining. Same with Courtney, like, it's 4 confessionals, but like, she has iconic moments on the season, like you feel her. So I do think it's a myth in terms of the editing of Sandra. I don't know if they knew how to tell the story of that game as well, even though when she makes the iconic moves, things like the coach vote, like they give her a lot of credit as she deserves in the edits of that. But it is a difficult one. I mean, Parvati plays an amazing game. She probably would be the Chizzy winner, thinking and looking back. Like when I was 17 and I watched the season, I think I've said this on a podcast before, like I did message Jeff on MySpace and I was like, if you could just help the jurors pick Parvati as a winner instead, I'd really appreciate it. If you could just remind the jurors like that, it's a game, and which is funny because I have now spent like a whole career just like criticizing Jeff for changing the game to get the winners he wants. And I was like, could you change the game, please, to get the winner I want? Could you just remind the jury as like more of a mediator that they should vote for Parvati? And then I asked them to check out my music on MySpace. I don't even know why it was MySpace. It was 2010. Like, that's not a MySpace time. That's something that I did.
Why did you want Jeff Probst to check out your music?
But he might like my music.
Yeah. And we don't even have a machete, so.
Well, like once we were like talking on MySpace, I thought like if he's going to read the message, I might as well, like once I have his ear, I was like, also this.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Like you better be ready. Like you wanted him to use it on the show. Or you just thought he would like.
I just thought like if Jeff Probst could hear my music, that would be a big thing for me. But I remember the letter still. I was like incensed. Like as a casual teenager moron woman, I was incensed that Parvati had not won. I was a casual. I was stupid. And I still think she would be a phenomenal winner. Like I do think she's the best player of the season. That merge vote is unlike anything else. But obviously, in time, as I grew up and became a smarter person, I obviously see the extreme credit in Sandra's game as well. And obviously, I wouldn't message Jeff on MySpace again. I just tweeted him now, which is much better. So we will talk through the games because these finalists all have extreme pros and cons. So it's an interesting.
And so it's been very fun for me because in these last couple of weeks, I've watched Sandra win in the Pearl Islands. I've watched Parvati win in Micronesia. So I've gotten to see both of their winning games pretty up close and personal. And I have to say that Parvati in this game is better than Parvati in Micronesia. Parvati in a losing effort is a more capable player than she is in her winning game in Micronesia.
This is probably the best losing game of all time. Sorry, Rob. I know that you're in the top 5, but like Parvati in this season.
Taken. Like
because you are the competition. I understand that, but Parvati in this season is just a force of nature. There is no more important move in Survivor history than that merge move, and it's so individual as well. Like some things that Russell says, I'm like, do you think you did this? Like your read was so wrong on the merge. It's one of his biggest probably blind spots through the entire game is that merge vote. Only she knows what's going on. I'm sure we'll talk through the intricacies of that. But again, it's memorable because you know it's not based on the little details, but like every single little thing that she is putting in place is unbelievable. That conversation that she's having with Amanda, that iconic read, that's all her. Like that's all her pure strategy. She is just, she's incredible in this season. Like it holds up. It really does.
Okay.
Well, and I don't want to take anything from Parvati at all because, I mean, the things that she does in this season are phenomenal, and she doesn't even know it in the moment. Like, it's like 8-9 episodes in before she goes, am I the biggest threat here? You know,
I thought she was kidding.
Yeah, well, no, I think she finally realizes, like, wait, I'm the one who knocks, you know? And because for the first few episodes, you're like, why does everybody want me out? I haven't even done anything yet. Like, nobody wants to play with me. She gets to the merge and she's about to cry because no one will talk to her. So it's not like Parvati's coming in, smelling her stuff, knowing, like, I am the big bad wolf here. But I think when she gets to the merge, she takes her foot off the gas when it comes to relationship building. I think a large part of her merge, the merge game is, hey, we use these idols to get through the next round. We have the upper hand on the heroes. And now I'm not really going to talk to them that much. We see that she doesn't really get any of the heroes votes at all. Yeah. And I don't know if that's because, the heroes were in lockstep with Sandra trying to get rid of Russell and she just didn't manage to get Russell out, or if it's just because Parvati sometimes can kind of be a little biting. We see a lot of her commentary toward other people, and we even hear their commentary toward her. And it's not like Parvati won them over. Parvati very clearly won over Coach and Jerry throughout the season. And I'm not sure if she wins over anybody else. I think everybody else still would be willing to vote for someone else instead of Parvati, just based off of the social game. So even though she's charming, you can tell when somebody is just using you or playing you or talking to you just because they have to. And I think that might be where she actually loses the game, despite her phenomenal ability in all the other aspects of the game.
I think that Parvati as a player, that she has like the ability to charm anyone, but she doesn't always want to. Like when she wants to, when she decides, okay, I'm going to put this person under my spell, like she can turn it on and build like an incredible army. And we see her do it in Micronesia, and we see her do it here with the people that she wants to bring in. But she doesn't always feel like doing it, and can get a little bit with the people that she doesn't care about. It's just sort of like forgetting about them and not being interested in trying to win them over.
Yeah, I mean, there's always been rumors that she and Russell would like openly read the letter at camp, at the merge, and mock it. I don't know like how true those things are, but I think possibly it comes in with the mentality that she comes in with the merge, which is, again, heroes versus villains. It's like big war. It's adversarial. It's not as social. For Sandra, it's fine because she's the non-villain villain. She's a hero. She can make those relationships. Whereas for Parvati, like, she comes in and she makes the attack. Like, she wins that battle at the merge. It probably feels a little bit too disparate for her to then, like, be socializing as much. Like, the interesting relationships I felt that evolved almost in the background was, like, her and Jerry, where like the last thing we explicitly hear is that like they don't like each other in the pre-merge, and then they're aligned, mostly through Russell, and then they're really close. And then her and Sandra as well, like where they have that relationship. Is it just that she played the idols on them? Was that like a really big thing? We never get a confessional being like, I'm really all in on Parvati now from like either of those two women or vice versa. So I feel like that was kind of happening in the background, but I feel like she kind of saw a gap with the heroes, especially coming in and being like the big bad wolf and no one was talking to her. And she's like, I feel so on the outs. She seems like upset by it. So I just think it was like too far away. But for me, watching it now is interesting because it's the first time I've watched it being older than Parvati. And it is a strange one for me because she's like this young woman. She's younger than me. Like, you know, and like I feel like I'm like, wow, you came in there and like you were, as Chappelle says, the one who knocks. And against Boston Rob, with Russell, with these veterans of the game. I know she's a winner, but to come in there as what was like, I think like a 26-year-old woman and be pulling this, I don't know, it's just unbelievable to me. But I'm sure we'll talk about it all in detail. Yeah. There's a lot to talk about.
Okay. The table is set here at the Outback restaurant for us to feast on heroes versus villains. And no Outback, Chappelle?
I mean, Sandra, I love you.
Yeah, I guess,
but there are better steakhouses.
Sure, we covered this in Heroes versus Healers versus Hustlers. I'm sure.
I'm sure it's come up a few times. I think was it Island of the Idols where they started crying about Applebee's? Yeah. Oh my gosh, Rob, we've come so far.
All right, so we'll talk about it all. We're gonna take a quick break here on the podcast. When we come back, we will talk through the legendary premiere of Survivor: Heroes versus Villains. But in the video, we're not going anywhere. We're going to go right into it. All right. The premiere of Survivor: Heroes versus Villains, a 2-hour premiere. Shannon, I do believe that this is Survivor history, and perhaps maybe that in about 8 days, we'll see that it's not the only time that they do this, but a 2-hour premiere for one vote.
Yeah, you feel like you have a lot of time with the players especially at the beginning for I think a few reasons. Like again, especially coming right off the back of Winners at War, and I will say, like as I say, I ranked this second, but Winners at War, as I said on that podcast, means a lot to me. It was my subjective personal favorite. I do probably back this as the like objective best number one. But I do think for like Winners at War, it feels, one of the criticisms was like it feels very rushed, and obviously they have to bring 2 people back from the edge and then vote 2 more people out because they came back from the edge. This was like, we have time, we have a 2-hour premiere. Those first couple of votes, like there's a revote from there, it's on. But before that, they're kind of slower votes. We kind of get the dynamics, and we can really spend time with the characters without it being like so complicated from the get-go. Again, we just get the epic moments, and like those opening confessionals, I feel like I could probably quote every single one to you off the back. Like they are iconic confessionals. I'll lie, I don't care, but I'll make up a good lie. Like I don't know how you can go past that.
On the helicopter flying in,
yeah, and like Coach in that, Russell, Google it. These iconic. And you know what I love as well, when they close in on the items of clothing. You get the hat, you get the tie dye, and then you get, I think probably Colby's like cowboy hat, whatever it is. It's like, oh, these players, and we don't have to show you their face. Like it's literally from items of clothing, and that's how you know it's going to be like so iconic from the get go.
Yeah. Chappelle, we're gonna get. Well, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying some of the opening confessionals are so good. I mean, even with the Sari, like people think they know me, but they don't know me. I'm a gangster in an Oprah suit. I'm not like a mean gangster. I'm a nice gangster with a smile, and that resonates with me. I love Sari.
We're gonna have a great Matt chat with the Survivor players. I was really surprised how long this went on and on, Chappelle, and we get some we get similarly in Winners at War, we get a long time on the mat with the players, but I mean everybody's up for like chirping.
Yeah, it's kind of like, okay, well, Parvati, look at you. You're here. You're a villain. You ran the Villains Alliance, the Women's Alliance. And she's like, what? Me?
And then they cut to Amanda and Sari. And it's like, of course you're a villain. You ran the most notorious group of women, which is like, did she? I mean, I think Sari was like, and then it's like, of course you're a villain because of the Women's Alliance. It's like, but the 2 other people in that alliance are heroes. So there's those like little details off the bat that I'm like, yeah, this is fun.
Yeah.
And I think they have another, like, they're talking about like perspective, right? Like, Rob and Russell are automatically called out like as villains, but Rob is like, hey, it just depends on where you're standing, because for him in his season, where his wife and their child that we find out about at the finale is like, yeah, he's the hero of that story. Maybe to Jerry, we'll find out later that he's definitely a villain there.
Yeah,
But
that
in
was
Mark cases, I wouldn't say that he was a villain. And then for
Well, it
Russell
was the
Hantz,
hero.
he was just there. But for Russell Hantz, I mean, you correct me on the timeline here, but he does not know that he lost Samoa at this point, unless the producers just leaned over and told him.
No.
Yeah. So for him, why? I mean, yeah, I'm a villain, but at least I was effective and I won. Question mark. So, it really just depends on where you're standing. A lot of these players will go through that transformation and have those questions asked. Like, we'll hear Danielle, like, I'm just not a good villain. And Jerry saying the same thing. Coach saying the same thing. So, yeah, a villain is in the eye of the beholder. We find out on the Matt chat.
Okay. We have an epic first challenge here. Now, we'll do this again in Winners at War, Shannon. But here, I mean, this is a really brutal opening challenge here. I mean, we're going to see Stephanie's shoulder popped out of the socket, and Rupert is going to break his toe. Also wild, we have like men versus women wrestling also.
It's the theming. It's the villains theming where they're like, break his leg, and they like literally like the whole time, and then the heroes have to like come up against it to try and beat evil. So it's like for both of them, like this challenge, obviously you could ask most Survivor fans, like again, even fans like us who don't really care as much about challenges, like by and large, Steph's shoulder, Rupert's toe, Sandra undoing Sugar's top. These are like some of the most well-known challenge moments in Survivor history. Like Jeff is loving how brutal it is, even though it's like taking people out of the game possibly, and then they just pop it right back in. And yeah, I mean, again, as a non-challenge person, it was like an epic thing. I think it's just because they drive up the whole villains idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And this is another reason why you don't need a lot of confessionals from someone like Courtney, because yelling break her shoulder is so iconic.
Yeah, she literally break her shoulder.
Because then they break her shoulder. Like,
Yeah.
break her shoulder. Oops, I'm sorry. They was Steph, what's wrong with your shoulder? I was like, oh God. So that's fun. I mean, obviously not getting your shoulder popped out of its socket or whatever is not fun. But just those little moments. Courtney and Sandra do a really good job of making themselves their presence felt throughout the season in just really funny ways. And we experienced that here in this challenge as well. But what Shannon said earlier, like you get the greatest hits from a lot of these players. Stephanie to this point is like the toughest woman who ever plays about blah, 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 blah. Like people forget all about Guatemala. It doesn't exist in their heads. But we look back at Palau and just think about how romantic, just how she made it to the last two people. She's the last one standing. Hell, how romantic. She's cursed, but she was the strongest woman that ever existed in life, from Survivor's standpoint. And so when you have a Stephanie, she doesn't go out of the game because her shoulder was popped out. You pop it back in and you send Stephanie to go do Stephanie things, and she does exactly what we expect from her. So that's just why this season works.
Yeah. The heroes are going to win the reward here. I guess the one highlight for the villains is when Coach Frog marches Colby back. And Shannon, this would be a harbinger of what's to come for Colby all season long.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys did a lot of amazing work on the Colby stuff in the evolution of strategy, but the Colby storyline is like truly one of the funniest threads, I feel, probably in Survivor history. I mean, we'll talk about it at the time, but some of these moments, I put one on Twitter about him sitting out of a challenge to come. And like the fact that he is like so aware of it and they keep talking about it, and he'll like have conversations with other people about how much he sucks at these challenges. Like he gets his moments, but it is just such a beautiful narrative for Colby that starts right off the bat, like to lose to Coach. And it does become interesting because then like Coach ends up having like a kind of romance with Jerry. It's like the Dragon Slayer and the Black Widow. And it used to be like Colby and Jerry, not a romance, but a flirtmance, and like obviously all the dynamics in that. And now it's like Coach is frog marching you, like Coach. And then he's going to be with Jerry, and like, I think that maybe says a lot about where everyone is at from where they used to be. And that's maybe what I'll say about that.
Chappelle, you and I covered Survivor the Australian Outback. What a difference, right? Between the Colby of season 2 and the Colby of season 20.
Honestly, I don't think it was that much of a difference. I think that, in the Australian Outback, we talked about Kobe's competition, being Tina, who is really good in challenges, but she's not probably as strong as Kobe or as fast as Kobe. Also, you had like Jerry, he was competing up against. Yeah, Keith. And I think Keith was probably like his biggest competition throughout the season, after the merge, at least. And so I think that these challenges were suitable to Kobe probably back when he played the first time. And as you get older, there are certain things that younger and more spry individuals will be good at. But also, this is the beginning of the game. And this is not like, an archery challenge, right? Like, this is like, go out there and wrestle this person who might be 5 years younger than you or 20 pounds heavier than you. James is there, as well. Like, for anybody who wants to play Survivor, you could go up against James at one point. Like, just think about that. And so, like, for Kobe, he just ran into a couple roadblocks. I do like the Tyson quote that comes from this. Wasn't it just like Kobe might as well just go be a woman now because, and I was like, Tyson, you can't say that, but also it's Tyson, so he can. But he just basically says like, you lost the coach, so hang it up. What, have you considered changing your pronouns? And it's such a silly quote, but it does show that even in the beginning of the game, people are looking at Kobe like, I don't know. You don't seem to be the Kobe of yesteryear. And so it's fun to watch. I will say that if you really, really look at it, maybe with a kinder eye, Kobe doesn't do that poorly in a lot of the challenges. It's just some of the spots where he chooses to kind of speak up or speak or sit out in the challenges that really make me raise my eyebrow and be like, Kobe, what are you doing here? I'm excited to get to those moments.
Just generally, he appears to have like no fight whatsoever, and the things that he is sort of like chippy about are like really stupid things, like he getting like nasty with Candace or not wanting to eat the chocolate.
It's the best moment. That chocolate moment. I know we're jumping ahead, but it is honestly one of the better
moments. This is what you get worked up about?
I just want to get to the challenge and then he sits out. I'm sure we'll get to it. That episode is hilarious. But like, it's the whole package of Colby. Like, it's not just a challenge thing. Yes, he does lay down his torch 2 times. When he actually goes home, he's like, going home. And then the James boot, he's like, going home. It's like, but you aren't and you won't. So just like, there has to be fight against a man who has a broken leg. And it's like, even in this premiere, again, a lot of great work on this in the evolution of strategy, but like how hilariously unprepared he is for this game. Like, just a quick wiki search, Colby, would have helped you out. There are some people that you probably could have assumed would be on the season. Just watch Micronesia. Like the fans, just watch Micronesia. And that conversation with Candace where he's like, do you know these people? And she's like, I've watched, like, I don't know them, but I know them. He's like, I don't know anyone. It's like, you didn't even watch in Sequester. Like, just watch Micronesia. Colby, like, he doesn't know anything.
It's 2009. I'm not sure like what the DVD situation is.
You could get a DVD if you wanted a DVD. Totally. There were DVDs in 2009.
They had it, but did they have all the seasons on DVD at that point? Like, I'm not sure.
He could get Micronesia. Yeah. He could find a torrent of Micronesia. He could. That's 4 players. That's going to be important. So, like, I guess if you're saying, is this a season that can stand on its own for new fans? Like, Colby played it and he hadn't seen anything. So if he can do it, I guess new fans really could enjoy it and get something out of it. Like, he makes it to the final 5. He never saw another season other than the ones he played.
Yeah, and it's not like Kobe was some dominating force in the team challenges in Australia where they just ran the table and like had this huge pagong. Yeah, they had issues in the team challenges in general as well. And so this was no different. When he got to the individual immunity challenges, I just don't think they were, suitable to his strengths. Like, stand up on this little tiny thing. Well, I have big feet and I'm a huge guy. Yeah, I'm probably going to lose this. Yul said something about elephants climbing trees. And look at Kobe and all these little stand up on things challenges. Climb this pole and stand there. I'm not great at that. Balance these dishes. Kobe's like, give me a foot race, please. Yeah. Let me jump over something.
He actually was out early in the challenge in Australia of just like standing on the logs at the merge. He's like,
exactly.
Yeah,
that's like, it's probably underreported that Kobe wasn't as bad as he felt about his
or
performances
as
in this
good
first.
as he is remembered.
But
Yeah.
definitely not as good.
Poor
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what, Rob? This season does a lot of that too. This season definitely will make you look at the past players' games with a closer eye. Because I don't think before Heroes versus Villains, or maybe Samoa, was there really these deep cut conversations about who should have actually won, right? Because like in this season, you have like, oh, what should have been Parvati? Maybe it should have been Russell. Before
Probably
this, it was
Boston Rob. That was like the
yeah,
one. Yeah.
and that's what that was season 8. And so like there's a big jump between the last time you have to actually debate like, oh, this person won for these reasons. So you start to look at these people's games a lot closer. You say, well, was Kobe actually that good in challenges, or was he robbed, or should Tina have actually won? And Rob, when we talked about Australia, I told you I think Tina. It was obvious Tina was going to win, and Kobe kept saying it episode after episode. If I go to the end with Tina, I'm going to lose, and he did lose. And so for seasons like this, you go and look back at somebody like JT's game and say, why did he win Token Cheats? Like, what happened here?
Is JT up against somebody who really stunk?
I mean, no, I'm kidding. But, seriously, like you have to look back and say like, okay, maybe Survivor isn't just this results oriented game where this person wins. And so they're the best player all the time. Maybe certain circumstances make the game more suitable to certain people at different times. And so I really enjoyed that. And I'm sorry that it had to come at the expense of Kobe in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm. Well, this season also, just to speak to what you're talking about, like I was very fortunate to be in the right place at the right time. This is also the first season that we had done RHAP as a podcast, so that I feel like that this was the right place to at least begin having that sort of a discourse about like who should win and the moves that were made. So that was like one of the very fortunate things for me in particular. But let's talk through these two tribes. Why don't we just talk about the Heroes tribe and talk about Sugar going home, and then we could bring in the villains and talk about a little bit more about what's going on with them. But the Heroes tribe, they are going to be very heroic in terms of what's presented in the edit. With they're going to build up their shelter. We don't really get too much like alliance talk early on from the Heroes, right?
Yeah, I feel like the biggest strategic component that we get is like the Tom and Suri are mirror images. They like respect each other, but neither of them really wants to go with like an easy vote like Sugar, which is definitely like an easy, again, like simple vote, but we can focus more on the characters because it's not like complicated strategy happening, and they don't see the point in that, and they're proving each other right by having the same idea that like they are each other's biggest strategic threat. So for me, that's definitely the most interesting thing about the Heroes' early strategy. And then also just like Suri and Amanda's like an interesting one where like the whole time they're trying to kind of pull them apart. And I'm like, she even says like Amanda's the reason I don't have $1 million, but it's like they were so close through the whole game. So like that connection to me was always like, I was a little not confused about, but just like where does it sit? How close would they have been if Suri wasn't taken out early? And we never really even see when Sugar goes, like why Tom and Suri back down from targeting each other early, but there is like a big physical emphasis at the tribal council. So it just becomes like a pretty easy vote for such an iconic season.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I'd say that JT and probably Rupert step into the leadership roles on this tribe. And we know their whole thing is we got to keep the tribe strong. We don't like to lose challenges. So if you say that JT and Rupert don't have any pre-existing relationship on their tribe, so they're going to be aligned. They'll probably grab the other big guy and Kobe. So those three people are aligned. You got Amanda, James, and Suri, who've all played together before. So that'll be an alliance. You got Tom and Stephanie that are automatically alliance. And then you got Sugar on the outside. So you don't really have to get into the weeds of how Sugar ends up going home because, I mean, who was she going to play with? But I do agree that for a second, they do make it look like Suri and Tom are like, let's just go ahead and nip this in the bud. But I think you don't get a lot of traction on that because ultimately you still want to win challenges. And if Suri gets her way and they lose Tom Westman in the first challenge, I just don't see them winning a lot of other challenges. So yeah, I think this is one of those moments where, Sugar goes home first, but they didn't have a lot of other options for a first boot.
Mm-hmm. They also have that whole like Sugar Colby nighttime flirting where he's like incensed, which again is like, it used to be Jerry and Colby, like the like iconic early pair, and now Colby and Sugar and like Jerry and Coach. How did we get here? How are these the the flirt masters that are happening. It's just Survivor's gone in a strange place. That's the thing. But he's really mad about that. So it's like another hilarious Colby moment. Colby's like indignant this entire season. He's just like, even Jeff says at the reunion, he's like, just didn't seem like you were having fun. And
frankly,
I
Jeff,
love it.
I had more fun watching the season. Like, okay,
it's a
It's
fun
fun to
season.
watch.
huge if
Yeah.
true. Yeah.
I
Colby said
enjoy
it first.
watching Colby not have fun for some
Mhm.
reason. It's just like he's just like in a bad mood. It's just like it's just so lovable. You're like, it's okay, Colby, it's fine. But he's just like, no, I have a good time with it. So yeah, that's another little part to it, is that Sugar's trying to flirt with Colby and he's not into it, and then she goes home.
Okay.
And Colby is not anybody's Hershey bar. We heard this in Australia. Like, it's like
He doesn't even want to eat Hershey bars.
Maybe a lot of things.
He's like this attractive guy who is a physical specimen, and the people love him, and people are naming their kids after him. But one thing that never changes is Colby's like, stop, objectifying me. I don't want to be cuddled with. I want to be left alone. Be a showmance. Yeah, he doesn't want to do that. And it's like, Sugar missed the memo. Did she not watch Australia? You know, Australian Outback. She missed.
Colby barely watched the Australian Outback. Come on.
That's true. That is true.
Is there anything else that we want to highlight here from the first 3 days of the Heroes? That we have so many iconic moments to get to, but I don't know if the Heroes have too many on the way their first vote.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Sugar yelling punch him when JT is wrestling with Randy is very funny to me, because of the relationship that they had prior, obviously. You know, Cerise talking about Sandra ripping off Sugar's top is pretty entertaining, because, you know, like, where people are like, is Sandra a villain? Like, oh yeah, definitely a villain. But no, the Heroes, basically, they lose this challenge, and then it's just like, okay, they're gonna do a lot of commentary about the villains moving forward. Yeah, I mean, I think there was a cool parts with Tom Westman trying to catch the chicken. This is the guy who, you know, fought the shark, you know, so, you know, there's a lot of cool little callbacks, but not a lot of like groundbreaking strategy or anything of that nature coming from the Heroes.
Okay, well, let's bring the villains into this, because I think that is where a lot of the fun in this pre-merge is going to come from. And we're going to see Russell hit the beach running, and he is going to right out the gate be ready to go and bring in Danielle and Parvati. And Shannon, really a carbon copy of how Russell gets started in Survivor Samoa.
Sorry, I also just thought of something. One thing from the Heroes is that, like, JT becoming more of the villainous hero early is like the thread happening for what's going to be his pre-merge game. That's one thing from the Heroes, but yes, more the villains. Yeah, it is like Russell doing the Russell thing, the Dumbass Girls Alliance. Like, there are no dumbass girls in this. It is literally an all-star season. Like, you're getting winners in as like your stupid girls. And that's not what that is. But I do think like there's so much fun stuff already on this villains tribe. That's like iconic villains tribe. That whole thing of them like climbing the tree is hilarious. Like, Sandra's yelling like, get your ass up that tree, when they're saying no one should do it. That's like the Survivor equivalent of do a flip, when like instead of telling someone not to jump. And then, you know, with the bet, obviously, like, I wish we'd gotten more of this in the edit, because a lot of what we miss from Sandra when she's not getting confessionals is her relationship with Boston Rob and her kind of being part of Rob's people, which is so much of her early game. We see it here. We see that dynamic here, and then it goes missing for a bit. So I was just like lapping up all of the content we were getting about that.
Yeah, and people pick on Russell for his, like, you know, typical let me go find my dumbass girls. You know, we give him a hard time for that. But let's be very clear. Russell was the runner-up in his first season. He went and found a winner of a previous season of Survivor and a runner-up to be his like tight 3 alliance, and that's kind of what Boston Rob did too. He was the runner-up of his season. He went and grabbed his runner-up in Courtney, and he went and found his winner in Sandra. So look, Boston Rob gets a lot of hero worship in the Survivor community, and I think a lot of it is warranted. But let's be very clear. He's not doing a lot that Russell also is not doing here. It just looks a lot shinier coming from Boston Rob.
No, well, he's not calling them dumbasses. I don't know that Russell does on the season 2, but it's the way that he's approaching it. Like, you know, like the way that he talks to Parvati, like, grab onto my coattails, and she's like, I don't ride coattails, baby. Like, who do you think these people are? Like, I know Boston Rob is leading something, definitely like in a tribe mentality, but he's not looking down on Sandra. You can even see the relationship that they have with that dynamic and making the bet, like that friendly relationship with Courtney. Like, it's a different way to lead your people. He's bringing them in. It's part of a family. It's part of a group. It's not just like you are lesser than me and I carry you. Like, no.
Yeah. So that he does seem to be respectful of some of his compatriots here, but he also certainly has his fair share of smack talk for other competitors across his season.
But but these allies, I think he feels that there's respect. He has respect for Sandra. Like I believe that.
No, I do think this is probably two different sides of the same coin, right? Like Boston Rob, there's a few moments in this season where Boston Rob literally looks at Russell and like, do you think this is how you play Survivor? Because he's so confused by the way Russell is talking to people, the way he's handling people, the way he's being disrespectful.
Amazed at how this approach works sometimes.
And Rob's like, no, I tried that approach and I lost. Like, I'm shocked that you won, and then come to find out he did not.
That's like the best running thread. Bro, yeah, Russell like losing these back to back it's perfect. It's such a fun part of the season.
Yeah,
for sure.
But he's definitely more respectful to his alliance. I just thought it was so funny to see that like they basically had the same strategy, and then just Rob had Tyson, and I think Russell's ideal situation would be somehow to scoop up Coach in that moment. But I mean, for the most part, they were doing the same thing. He just missed the cut just a little bit.
Boston Rob does get a lot of airtime, and it really does get like the golden edit here in this season of the show. Even in the previously ons, maybe like most notably, it's like Boston Rob was working hard and doing everything right for his tribe, but not.
Yeah, it's great.
It's so over the top, Shannon.
And then even when he goes home, like when we'll get there, there's like the previously on, Jeff's like, those silly people voted out Boston Rob. And then even at the tribal council, he's like, what did you do? Like Jeff is very much on the train. And he's like, it's just such an interesting thing from Boston Rob coming and being the like younger villain when he met Amber, like now in like a different life phase over 10 seasons later. Was it like 6 years later? Anyway, he comes back. And it's not really that villainy. Like, it is just a big group. Like, he's quite heroic. It's kind of the opposite of the JT thing. Like, even when Jerry is flipping, he's like, you do, like, what you want to do. Like, I know he's trying to guilt her, but it's so different to the way that Russell would be like, you do that, you're next. Russell's pure intimidation. Like, I think Rob makes, like, a nice, social, tribal first, working hard group. Like, I think he's doing productive and constructive things in these seasons. I don't think he was a villain in the season.
To be fair, like I do think that is like sort of like the core of his game. And I think it's even there from All Stars where, when like present company excluded, like I do think he wants to build like a big core in his tribe and like have unity and have like a strong core group, where I do think that Russell is a little bit more about like a tighter like 3 or 4 being like, I think that Russell is not really about having like a harmonious like big group heading into the merge.
No, Russell loves like getting a tiny group and just like eviscerating the majority. That's his thing, right? That's how he does it every single time. But I think like Boston Rob in this season, again, it's that weird structure of the edit where like he doesn't even make the jury, but he's such a huge part of the season because the pre-merge just takes up so much of the season, and so much of the early game is Rob versus Russell, and it's such a fascinating, one of probably the most fascinating pre-merge dynamics that we've ever had on the show. So I mean, I love Boston Rob as well from an entertainment perspective in the season. I feel he really brings it. He's about to pass out and stuff. There's a lot of good stuff there.
He's going to overdo it. The weather is going to turn. And Chappelle, Boston Rob, but he's working too hard and ends up just passing out.
Oh, that poor child. He's just doing it all, putting the tribe literally on his back. The edit is kind to Boston Rob, but I'll also say that the players he's playing with have a lot of respect for him and when the way they talk about him, which is why the edit works. Like Rob is like, hey, these are lazy bums, and this is like, I'm on the Bozo tribe, blah, 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 blah. And the Bozos are like, yep, this is the Bozo tribe. Good thing we have Boston Rob here. I don't know what we do without him. So it would be very different if everybody else was looking at Boston Rob and being like, he thinks he's in charge, but he's not. They're very much like, oh, thank God he's here. Like we wouldn't have the shelter we have. We wouldn't have these things. We wouldn't have won this challenge. This puzzle wouldn't have gotten done. We wouldn't have, they're giving Boston Rob his flowers. And so the edit just piles on top of all of that. as well, in a way that you'll just never get that kind of participation from Russell's allies. He just alienates people way too easily.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talk from the women of like where you don't have the strong guys, and it's interesting the way it's set up because we talk about like how this is a season of strong women, but based on their awareness, it's a lot of the time the women just hanging back and being like, okay, men, you know, and they're happy to let the men lead it early, but the villain men is, you know, 4 people who played in the 3 most recent seasons. Randy, who's also the older guy, Coach, who is a bit of a joke, Tyson, who was, you know, he's the younger guy basically, and Russell, who no one even knows, and Rob.
Mm-hmm.
So who else is everyone looking to? Everyone's just kind of going to that, and the women, as I said, are happy to sit back. When you go to something like the Heroes, I mean, we have 5 of the most iconic, I truly feel with the hero men, that was like peak casting. Like you couldn't do better than, who could you not include of Colby, James, Rupert, Tom, and who's the last one?
JT.
And JT, yes. Like, yeah. So that's like, yeah, like as in like, what could you do? Like the most recent Golden Boy male winner, like he won. Rupert, who is Rupert, like he won $1 million for being the most popular person.
Mm-hmm.
Colby, who is the original hero. James, who is like one of the most popular players of all time. Like there's nowhere else to go. So that and Tom, who also was like one of the most dominant winners of all time. So like there's a lot of bravado there. They can kind of all, doesn't really work out. They end up fighting, but like there's strength there that's leading it. But for Boston Rob, there's like a bit of a vacuum of leadership. Like he has to step into that role. Like who else is going to do that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for forgetting JT. He's very important. I haven't slept a lot. I've been
he's so much of a hero. I get
different
it.
Survivor seasons. Yeah.
No, listen, he's basically a villain in his tribe, so I don't blame you.
He's also like the most important person on the tribe. But yeah, no, I just think it's a really interesting dynamic with the way those villain men are, and when the women are like, "Well, who's gonna come save us?" It's like really only Boston Rob, really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, so that's what's going on over at the Villains Tribe. We're going to have our big second immunity challenge where we have to move around the giant crates and then ultimately make the word for the tribe. And while the Heroes Tribe is going to be strong, they stink at putting the puzzles together. They are not talking with one voice, and they are not listening to JT, who's done this challenge before. They're listening to Stephanie, and they are falling apart.
Yeah, because you know Stephanie is Jinx. She did come back for a season in the middle, and she won some challenges there. But it's not. I actually fact checked that James is like, I've never lost as much in my life, and I'm like, it's been 2 episodes. Surely that's not true. So I like went back to his other seasons. I'm like, yeah, he won a lot of challenges. It's actually pretty fair enough on his Survivor records. And there's some interesting stuff here around. Like, even though it does just go to Stephanie, maybe from like a challenge conflict perspective, like, and now we at least get alliances and dynamics to the point where JT even says, like, hey, Sugar was an easy unanimous vote, but this will mean I'm actually choosing sides between what has become James, Rupert, and Amanda, Tom, Stephanie, and Colby, and then like Sari and Candace and JT somewhere in the middle of that. So at least we're getting some like clear dynamics coming out that will eventually start playing out in more of like a voting block style.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. And one of the overlooked people in these votes is probably the most hero of them all, Rupert.
Yeah.
Rupert's broken toe happens in the very first challenge. We will hear about it. We will hear about it throughout the entire season. Rupert says, "I will not be voted out for a damn toe." And episode after episode, I ask why. Why have they not just turned and said, "You know what, Rupert? What are you actually doing here?" Because he's not. You don't want Rupert on your puzzle, but also, what is Rupert doing that is so groundbreaking, not toe breaking, but groundbreaking to where you have to keep him around? It's very fun to watch this idea that JT has established this bromance, right? Like, I got James, I got Rupert, I got Colby, and we'll keep Amanda because of James. And, you know, we just need one more person now. We got the majority. That's it. Like, we're not even going to entertain Tom or, you know, in these moments because we have Sari. Like, we're not going to entertain, you know, even Sugar in these moments because, like, we have the majority just based off me having the 4 big guys. And so, yeah, I just don't know at what point did they just completely say we're riding to the end with this with Rupert? But I would have to say that if they could redo it, they probably should consider it, because he's useless a lot of times, and he knows it, and he says it, and he's still incredulous that people even think about voting him out. It's wild.
I mean, I love Rupert in this season. I will say, like, Rupert is the person who brought me into being a Survivor fan.
Yes.
I've now spoken about him through 2 seasons of the Rankings podcast, and Rupert is great in this season. I feel from an entertainment perspective, strategically through the post-merge, like, he's good. I was impressed with stuff that he was doing, you know, in the context of the Heroes tribe, which maybe is damning with faint praise, but I do feel like he was doing a lot of really good stuff from an entertainment perspective. I mean, I think he's making relationships that are important. He seems to be more with like Amanda and James, who's got his own thing with, it seems like he's quite close to Sari. He's got his own thing with possibly JT, who's kind of aligned with everyone. Like, I think he has the relationships, but just, I'm so glad they didn't get rid of him, because he's got some stuff, I guess he as like the ultimate good guy versus like Russell, the ultimate bad guy in the merge, that like it would have been a sin for us to miss out on some of those conversations and confessionals. So I was like all in on Rupert in the season.
And while he
And I'd
doesn't
agree.
bring much to the table physically, I do think that there are a lot of people that look at him as like, okay, well, I could just tell him what to do, and Rupert is not going to ever go rogue. And I don't think that that really happens with him through any of his, 3 seasons and, a fraction.
Yeah. At no point, though, did Rupert stop playing this game. Like, Rupert has a broken toe, and there are moments where it's like, okay, we keep losing challenges. What should we do? And Rupert's name is never on the, like, Rupert's
It's
never
a credit
on
to
the block.
him.
Yeah, he does not stop playing, even in the after the merge. Like, Rupert, yeah, he's not the biggest threat, so he's gonna make it a couple more rounds. But there are times where, okay, Rupert, it's your turn, and he's still trying. So I'll give him that. But
Especially compared to Colby.
Yeah, especially compared to Colby. But yeah, but aside, like Shannon was saying, the Hero Tribe is they're not doing a lot strategically anyway. As far as like skill level, there's a lot to be desired there. I just am happy that when Rupert showed up this time, he legit showed up to try. It wasn't successful, but he gave it a shot.
Well, this is the question I'd ask: is what hero plays better than Rupert in this season? Unless you're gonna say like, I wouldn't. I actually wouldn't. I personally, like, I mean, yeah, she'd be up there. I mean, I think you'd put Tom up there. Like, he does a lot for the short time that he's there. Like, Rupert, for me, like, again, I have to think, like, who would get Shizzy points through these episodes? I think he would have one of the heroes. Like, especially the stuff he's doing post-merge. I think he has those relationships pre-merge. Like, he came to play. As like, and a lot of my notes are like, Rupert, like, what are you doing pretty well, buddy? Like, keep going.
Yeah, I give him that. But no, I do think Amanda probably proves herself as the best player on that tribe eventually.
How about Candace?
Candace
is like so unliked. Like, from a social perspective, I feel she like pretty much is like next to go at times and like saves herself with that like pre-merge immunity. And then yeah, I mean, she like flips and like she's doing some individual stuff which is interesting. But I feel just like sight unseen, just like in terms of mistakes versus what they actually achieved, like I probably would end up giving it to Rupert.
Yeah, Rupert should have went home a long time ago, and the fact that he lasted so long should be a credit to him for sure. Especially because he didn't have a built-in alliance like someone like James or or an Amanda who came in as basically a pair. So yeah, I'll give him a lot of credit for that. People complain that this second half of the season is a pagonging, and I just don't see that because there's so many people trying to make moves. A lot of it is very like so much of the villains kind of taking over the game, but there is people actively trying. Whether it's like from my perspective, a pagonging is where you got like you're telling like Rancher Rick, like, you're next. And he's like, I don't perceive that. It's like, you're next. And then when he's next, he's like, oh, what do I do? Like, we told you 2 weeks ago you should have flipped, So this, for me, there's a lot of people playing actively. There's not a lot of passive gameplay, at least, toward the later half of the season.
And every episode is interesting as well, I would say, for sure.
Yeah.
Right. So this is a vote that I wouldn't say is like super interesting, but it does get pretty intense here as we're starting to see that it's Tom, Colby, and Stephanie, and is Candace with them on this one?
Candace is with Sari in more of that middle position. That she says she's a swing at the bottom of both groups, which is a good read. I think we are seeing some of those individual skills from Candace, but it's an interesting thing with the fact that Steph tries to pull Sari in by suggesting well, just that Amanda, but also because Amanda is the weakest. And it's like, again, Cirie tells Candace, like, Amanda cost me the win. So I'm not 100% sure on like the true friction there. But like it is a connection for Cirie. And also saying it's going to be Amanda because she's the weakest to Cirie. Have you met Cirie? Like, she doesn't want to vote on strength because she knows that eventually leads to her. So it was an interesting choice. And I just want to say it now. Like, the small amount that I got with Cirie, like, obviously warms my heart. And I know that, like, compared to the other seasons I've covered in this countdown, the boot order for this would be much more highly regarded, which is one of the reasons it would be ranked better. And I do agree that, like, across the board, I mean, we get, again, it's like, again, that structure means even if you go early, we get a lot of you. It still feels like we get a lot of Cirie, Tom, Boston Rob, even though they aren't even on the jury. So there's that structure to it. But it's still a great, for the most part, boot order. We get a great final three. But, like, Cirie's, that's the one that hurts. So, like, every moment that we get with her, like, really being the best strategically on this track. Maybe she was the best hero. She probably was, just in 4 votes. But I love Cirie. I'm so sad that it went that way. I can't believe this is the first ranked season, which it deserves to be, and Cirie is a early boot. Like, that's a crazy thing.
Jen, do you think that she pushes too hard here in the early going? I feel like that in Panama, she really doesn't push at all in the pre-merge. She ends up being in that really interesting swing position in Micronesia, but it feels to me as though if she didn't try to, put her foot down as much here early, that she doesn't end up alienating JT in a couple of votes.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because she comes in knowing now that she's great. Like, she comes in knowing, I think, that what she should be, how she should be perceived, which she is, and something she can't control, which is that perception and that reputation where Tom is against her. To his credit, he should be, and she's against him. They see each other for the 2 best strategists that they are on that tribe, probably with JT for the, just their body of work before the season. It's a hard one because she has the majority. She has the numbers, she has connections, she has the skills. She should be confident. It takes JT flipping on the split and an idol to send her home. Like, that's an unfortunate place to be for that to go home. Like, yes, in that way, are people being alienated? Are people being even more threatened by her? Yes. And even within that, she has the majority. Like, I think she's doing a lot right. She's putting her foot on the scale probably a little bit more, but it still takes like a minority to send her home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I think that she doesn't have a choice but to push here, because if she just passively lets Tom gets his way, then her number's coming up very soon. Like, if people start saying, we don't want to lose anymore, then people might look at Cirie and say, well, I mean, if it's between you and Tom, might want to keep Tom. So she's like, no, we got to get Tom out of here. Stephanie has to go first. James is fed up with Stephanie. We know Rupert hates Stephanie for some unforeseen reason, but he just does.
Well, yeah, my theory on that has always been that Rupert was the biggest survivor ever when he comes onto the scene in season 7, season 8, and Rupert is like the unquestioned like face of Survivor for like the following year after that. And then Stephanie comes along and she really blows up in season 10 and they bring her back for season 11. And I feel like that Rupert had some resentment towards Stephanie for sort of like usurping him as the face of Survivor.
Yeah, and I can see that being a possibility. And it shows here that Rupert wants Stephanie out. Cirie definitely is like, okay, fine, it's not me. Steph, Tom, they're at the bottom of this alliance because we already outlined that Cirie is with James and Amanda, who have JT, who have Rupert. So if they want Stephanie out, here's the chance to get her out. And then once she goes, Tom, you have to follow very quickly, because Tom's going to say we need to vote out the weakest person. That is going to be, from Tom's perspective, either Amanda or either Cirie. And so, she has the push here. Stephanie is the one who I'm more concerned with, has nowhere to go. Who should Stephanie be pitching the vote to? Stephanie should be going to Cirie right now and being like, look, can we really beat Tom? What should Stephanie be doing in this situation? Because she says Amanda's the weakest. And from Stephanie's point of view, Amanda probably is. You're like, I'm Stephanie. Amanda ain't got nothing on me. And
what about Candace?
Yeah, or Candace, that's probably another.
Candace is a swing vote. Like, Candace is with Cirie, so she's not like the other side is James, Amanda, and Rupert. It seems so. Like, I mean, they probably could have been Rupert. Like, how is Rupert not the weakest? Just saying he has a broken toe, but it becomes Amanda because she's the woman. Like, Amanda is really strong as well. I mean, it's an interesting one. I mean, in terms of what you're saying about favorites, like who are the transcendent casual favorites? Like I definitely agree. Like if you were to tell people, like if I were to go to a casual and be like, you used to watch, okay, tell me what character you remember, and I'll try and understand where you kind of jumped off. You do Rupert, the Rupert era, the Steph era, and then I think the James era. Truly, I think like so. It's interesting that those become the characters. But I do think like for Sari, it's a hard one, and I do feel I agree that she has to push. Like even later on, with like some of the cats that she's trying to herd, you know, a tribe that is going to give the idol to Russell eventually. Some of these strategic forces that she's trying to work with, I think it's a bit hard. You know, Amanda's coming to her later and being like, we're going to vote out Candace, who Sari is aligned with, so that he gives us his idol. She's like really excited about this plan. And that's the plan that Sari pushes the hardest on, which it seems maybe gets her voted out or gets JT to turn against her. And she's like, no, that's a terrible plan. Yeah, but maybe JT the heroes...
to you? He's not giving it to you. And I feel like she's like, remember Eric?
Yeah. Well, no, but I think that like, you know, it's pushing hard. It puts JT offside. Maybe JT and the heroes needed someone to be like, let's think about this. Like maybe they're a little bit, like maybe they should rely on that a little bit more and be thankful for the advice rather than voting out all the smart people. And then not having anyone to be like, that's a bad idea, JT. That's a bad idea, Amanda. Let's just sit with that for a second. Like they needed that voice on the tribe.
Yeah, one voice.
I think the mistake here, you get rid of Stephanie, right? Tom has nowhere to go, maybe to Colby. But like at that point, once you get rid of like Stephanie and then Sari goes because JT decides to go rogue, I think at that point you have to keep Tom. Like there's no
Why? Because he's smart.
Yeah, because
but
he's
JT
smart.
played like the most dominant winning game. Like JT was smart. But something happened.
I think Steven was smart.
I think so. Oh. No, I honestly do think in Tocantins, and I've watched most of Tocantins recently. Like, I think he's a really good winner. He's obviously super social, but I think he is smart. You know, he is playing with house money on this season. He should have been the smart one, but he was doing the worst things, and no one was there to stop him. And honestly, it's his own fault. Yeah,
it was so bad. And I think once they get rid of Sari, they go rogue. JT needs to be saying, Tom, it's me and you to the end, you know, and then like letting Tom, you know, bounce some ideas off of him, you know.
JT is relying on himself. He feels like if he won the game, he should be able to do that. He shouldn't need a Steven.
He has no right to think that. And we will see that in future seasons as well. He needs a Steven. He doesn't need to vote out his Steven like he does here with Tom and that he does with Malcolm. He needs a Steven. He doesn't get a Steven, and he does the things that he shouldn't do. And we see it over and over again in this season. And I think it starts after the Stephanie vote when the Candace and Tom starts to really, you know, butt heads.
Okay. Stephanie is going to go out here that she and James and Tom are going to exchange some harsh words here at this second tribal council. That Stephanie is gonna then I'm trying to see what they that basically she says to them next time you lose a challenge, a little less cursing off your tribe might help. She gets the last word on the way out.
No, she doesn't. James says, "Shut your mouth.
Shut your mouth.
You shut your ass up."
Yeah.
James is so mean this season. He has a chip on his shoulder. It's very much because he's playing with people who he doesn't want to play with. You know, Tom is there, and Tom doesn't love James. James does not love Tom, and James knows that he needs to get rid of Stephanie because she's gunning for Amanda. So it's very easy to be like, well, I'm not with them. And so when that moment arises, he talks a little noise. You know, it happens in the challenge where he's cursing everybody out and saying like, y'all need to listen. And it happens at the tribal council where he's talking about how y'all, Tom and Stephanie, are, you know, problematic in the tribe. It just is a very bad look for our former fan favorite, James. And I don't know if he remains a fan favorite if he goes out in any other way than the way he does here in this season.
I still love him. Like, I know there was conflict, but he was always one of my absolute favorite. Again, as I'm saying, through high school, I'm watching these seasons, China, Micronesia, and eventually Heroes versus Villains. Like, he was a huge fan favorite for a reason. I know that it maybe doesn't come off as shiny in this season, but I still I was like rewatching it. I'm like, I just really love James and like the character. Like, I don't feel like we see that character a ton. Like, that's a once in a lifetime character that is James, I think.
And I'll give him credit too. Yeah, he's got his teeth showing here, but I mean, he's trying to protect Amanda. That's his number two. You know, him and Amanda are a duo. So if you say Amanda's name, yeah, James gonna tell you to shut up. and that's just the end of it. And you'll have to deal with that in your own way. But he's not going to let you throw Amanda's name out to be the weakest she's played and never been voted out. You will not disrespect Amanda, Stephanie, because you didn't do so great. So
you played one time and you only lost. And I mean, James is a fan. Like, that was always the thing. He was a big fan of the show, right? He has seen Guatemala, but he probably just doesn't remember it. It's like the lost season.
Yeah.
Which is actually pretty good for Stephanie. She's like, oh, good. It's good that they just think that I lost and not that I was so mean. Like, that's a better reputation.
Yeah, James has like the one rough episode here, but I think that the rest of the way, unless you want to get worked up about his banana etiquette, I think, or pushing Randy into the mud, I think that the rest of the resume here for James, I don't think that there's anything else that's too especially cranky. It's a lot of complaining about Colby.
Well, the banana etiquette stuff is like why I love James. Like the fact that he just didn't know there was a banana etiquette. And then like after the running race, he's like, hey, JT, would you like a banana? I love that line. Like, just like he really does want to be there, which is cool compared to maybe someone like Colby. And yeah, it's just very interesting to see him on the show. Because again, I don't know that we necessarily get a character like that interacting in these ways where it's like, oh, I didn't know that we were all kind of doing the banana thing. And also, isn't it weird that bananas are such like a big part of the season? Like it's the number one season, and like bananas are like the 21st player.
Yeah, look no further than Colby and Rupert for that. I'm sure they're the ones like really complaining about the amount of fruit being eaten on the tribe. But I like at the end of this particular vote when you have James telling Tom, shut your ass up. As Stephanie's leaving, the next episode starts with him going like, I just wanted to win, y'all. Did I say it wrong? Like, y'all didn't. Was that too much? Y'all didn't like that? Shut up.
And Tom comes back as well, like, and he's good at coming back because he's like playing nice with JT and James and like swallowing his pride, which a good player like Tom can do. For sure.
We see a lot of the good players playing good. I like that. I like in a different season, this would have been Tom coming back and sulking and yelling at everybody, or like I don't want to play with y'all anymore. But he comes back, and he's like, you know what, James, I get it, I understand, and I'm like, this is why Tom Westman wins. Like it's moments like this that show why Tom Westman wins. Still looking for the moments that show why JT wins, but okay, we'll get there.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Tom thing is interesting because there's a parallel in Australian Survivor that is pretty much the same. Anyone who's watched it would know what I mean, which is like someone who controlled their whole season for Tom to a win, who was dominant, and he even talks about this when he goes out, who gets the complete opposite experience where they are completely on the bottom, but they're a good player. So it's like how they try and kind of burst through that, and they make cool stuff happen, possibly cooler stuff happen on the bottom because there's more room to play than when you're on the top just like running the game, which is very much true for the Australian Survivor player as well. So for Tom, like the move obviously against Saria, like one of the more epic moves of the season, which is the high bar, and it's just such a different thing watching him struggle against the numbers. Like that is not the Tom Westman way.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's talk about the third episode of Survivor Heroes versus Villains. And we're going to see some nighttime activity. Parvati hanging out with Russell, and Boston Rob gives us the famous confessional of, you know how you can tell when people are in an alliance on Survivor?
How can you tell?
The clearest sign is who's sleeping next to who. You don't want to sleep next to the person you're going to vote out.
They might get married.
Yeah. I'm guilty of it. I mean, and honestly, moments like this probably lead to the BR rules, right? Like where Rob says his thing and then everybody goes, oh snap, he's not wrong. Why would I sleep next to somebody I want to vote out? Oh my God. And then you're like, yeah, that's Boston Rob, bro. His mind's so powerful.
Yeah. But then in hindsight, like nobody ever is like, oh, I want to vote this person out. Let me sleep next to them.
Yeah.
Like it still never happened.
It's truism. Yeah. I mean, like you want to be comfortable at night. Like you don't want to sleep next to that person. It's just like, just let your relationships be known, I guess.
Okay. All right.
But also, is that the only way that you can tell those alliances? It seems like the dynamics are pretty set. Like probably also all the other things that make this like incredibly obvious. But yeah, I mean, it's a good little tidbit that's going to lead to a book deal. You're right, Chabelle.
True, like in the daytime also, like I feel like that there's not a lot of people who spend all their time next to the person they want to vote out also.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't sell as well, Rob. And this is why you don't have a book. Because in the daytime, people don't want to hang out with, no, that sounds bad. The sleeping thing, that sounds epic. So it's branding, it's marketing.
Come on, Rob, do better.
Should we talk about the coach and Jerry of it all?
Yeah. So I think this kind of happens in episode 1, part 2, where they start to do like the oohs and ahs. They're like, ooh, Jerry and
Tell me
Coach, what is
more, tell me
that?
more. That's very much the vibe,
Right.
right?
Pop, 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 pop,
Yeah.
pop, pop. And they're
He
like
did
egging it on.
touchy. I actually feel like someone should do a parody of, maybe people have in the past, but like,
Not the
yeah,
Wandolph return.
yeah.
Oh
She's the
man.
Black Widow. Like, you could really do some stuff there.
Yeah.
Slay some dragons, messing
Yeah,
around.
week
Yeah.
2, week 3 of Heroes vs. Villains, we definitely would have got that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Okay,
Yeah,
fine,
who's the
I'll do it
Rizzo of
after
this
now.
tribe? Yeah,
Yeah,
Danielle De
definitely.
Rizzo. Yeah, she's the
Mhm.
Rizzo. Yeah. So did we come far from episodes of them saying like, hey, what if something like this kind of pans out? And these are some of the other like unintentionally funny moments. Like even when Courtney is like, yeah, I think there's something happening with with Jerry and Coach. I don't know what it's about, but go for it. So there's a lot of that. And Rob points that out too. He says like there's people are sleeping next to each other. Parvati's obviously sleeping next to Russell, but Jerry is sleeping next to Coach. And I know how powerful an alliance like that can be. So it comes up a few times, but
Oh
I
my
think I
god.
kinda wanted
Is
it
there
to
a
pan out to be
parallel
something.
universe where Coach and Jerry have 4 daughters? That's what I'm
Ugh.
thinking. He's like, I know how powerful. Is that where he thinks this is going?
Yeah,
Like,
well,
Yeah.
make
I
Rob and
believe
Amber.
that, Rob's going to have his first baby by the finale of this season.
Yeah.
So the trajectory would be timeline is the same.
I
He's
wonder what
saying, I know how powerful this can be. He's talking about Coach and
Mhm.
Jerry.
The power of love.
Coach and Jerry, like, I think it just is like, she's the original Black Widow, so it makes sense that it's like a romantic storyline.
But I think he's talking about Russell and Parvati when he's talking about who's sleeping next to each other.
Okay, yeah, that's
He
true.
mentioned some
It's
But
a
even then,
darker
does he think that
timeline. Yeah.
Russell and Parvati are gonna have 4 daughters? Like, what are these timelines?
while he's
Yeah.
married.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
He's
she's
definitely
so
married.
young. Like, and I think that I don't know. It just hits me because she's younger than me now, and I'm like,
Mhm.
it's not the same as Rob and Amber. It's
Mhm.
different
Not. It's
in
just
so many
different.
ways. It's just like it's very different.
It hit
I
different.
hope.
For sure.
Yeah.
Nobody would argue that it's not.
I wonder
then
what
we go-
happened. Like, what do y'all think the breakup was? Do you think it was the Rob vote? Or do you think like Coach and Jerry, like literally at the end of the season, were like, so we're gonna give this a run? And
No, I don't think it was a flirt, man. Surely.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
They could have gone to Applebee's or something.
Mhm.
I'd like to see it.
All right. This is when we're gonna bring in some of the Randy storyline. Randy hasn't gotten too much screen time. We see at nighttime, Russell is gonna start to create some chaos. He's gonna walk off with the machete. We get the famous confessional here as well of then Russell saying that after that he's going to hide Rob's hat because he doesn't even like the Boston Red Sox. The Houston Astros, baby. Chappelle.
Hey, I concur. I think that, these are some of the moments, right? Like, this is when Russell is like, Rob don't even know who I am. I'm Russell Hantz. Like, yes, Russell. Like, if you're going to get the screen time, take it, So I love that. I love seeing these moments where Russell is just instantly running back to Parvati. He's so loyal to it, like to this whole alliance that he has with her. Like, this hold she has on him is just fascinating because I think he just likes the idea of somebody who has nowhere else to go, right? Parvati is a pariah. They want her out. And so he's like, come with me because what else can you have? I am all you have. And he does that time and time again throughout the season. He constantly is trying to make sure that Parvati has nowhere to go but into the arms of Russell Hantz.
Which is a scary thing for reasons that that's like a toxic relationship thing, right? Like cutting off all of her other relationships.
From Russell Hantz, a toxic relationship?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, it's a really interesting dynamic between Parvati and Russell. Like, we'll see it throughout the whole thing. Like, they both make bad moves to slight each other, their number one ally. Even like when Russell comes back from the merge and he's mad that Parvati didn't share her idol with him, like, as an ally, he's right. Like, she said, I want Russell to be scared. Like, you shouldn't want your allies to be scared, but it's just like such an acrimonious but close and defining relationship through the season, which is, well, obviously it's such an interesting dynamic and like psychologists should study it. But I think we're definitely seeing it come to fruition here. And it's easy to just be like cool with each other and all good now early when you're like the underdogs who are hated by everyone else. Like it really, I think, like forges them together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but she says, I'm just a sweet, innocent little girl. What are you talking about, Shannon?
He
So,
is young.
you know,
So
yeah,
young.
Parvati's like, I've done nothing here, like I can only trust Russell because he's the only one who wants to play with me. And she reminds him, like, if you go, like, if I go, you're next, Russell. So I might not have anywhere else to turn to, but if they start to pick us off, like they pick me, you're next, then they'll come after Randy. So you got to make sure that we survive this vote together.
Yeah, but the threat level on Sandra does track because I feel like that, that there's going to be the 4 people from Micronesia. Parvati's the only person that's not with James and Amanda and Suri. And even in Game Changers, when there's like the co-wrong 4, like Aubrey like tells a story about how Sandra was getting everybody against her because of the co-wrong 4. Those are all the people. So Sandra, I think, is really good, and I think Rob also was seeing this too. I mean, I'm sure they all were of like, hey, huge target on Parvati because it's an easy vote because of all the people, and Randy even especially is saying that it has to be Parvati here at this vote.
Yeah, I mean, there's some strange stuff. Like in terms of the threat level, there's some fun stuff earlier in the season where Sandra's like, talking about I think like Amanda and Suri, like they'll be really tight. And Parvati's like, I don't think so. I don't think that you're like, why would this pertain to me? So she's kind of trying to undercut it. But there's some weird stuff through like this whole episode about like Pav's charm and the men. Because the men are like Coach and Randy. I don't know. It's just like Coach is like, I'm impervious to Pav's charm. It's like, good. And you know what I'm saying? Like there's like a weirdness to it where it's just like, we're not going to fall for her. And the way that they talk about her, like she coasts in the charm and she gets everyone into her web, like it's just like this weird intimidation about like female power and the fact that she's like this flirty person. And I just find it really strange just coming from a couple of these men. But she doesn't even go home, so it's good. But I just felt like that dynamic was a little weird.
I'd agree. There's a lot of like misogyny in all of this because it's like because Parvati exists on this tribe, they are assigning to her this one-dimensional person who is like she's going to flirt her way into an all-girls alliance, and that is how she's going to win.
She's going to flirt her way into an all-girls alliance. Like what? Which one?
Right.
Which threatening thing is it? Yeah.
Exactly. And Parvati says that about her first game in Cook Island. She said, "I felt like I was one-dimensional. I was the flirt." So if you're telling me they all watched Cook Islands and they all came around from that same like, okay, Parvati is the flirt because we saw Cook Islands. Fine. She said it, so maybe they can say it too.
She went in a hot tub, Chappelle, with Ozzy and Yul.
They saw that one scene, is what it is. Not Colby.
It was in all the highlights.
Yeah.
That was impressive. However, but if you watch Micronesia, you'll see that
was very uncomfortable.
Yeah, he seemed uncomfortable. But what I'd say is that if you see Micronesia, maybe you would add more nuance to her game. And they were very much trying to make her a one-dimensional player who is dangerous to all the men, and that's why we have to get them out of here. Yeah, like, but also she's going to lead the women. They're all going to just let her win the game because they didn't actually watch Micronesia. They just saw the clips. But yeah, I think coming from all of these guys, sans Russell, maybe it's super misogynist. It's super
it's not great from Russell either, though.
Well, the only reason I say without Russell is because she's actually flirting with Russell. So if Russell says Parvati is a flirt toward me, I think it's okay. But everybody else, she thinks because she's got she's gonna hike up her skimpy swimsuit and she's gonna have a nice wiggle, and we're just gonna do what she tells. Based off of what, Randy?
She's not even trying to flirt with you, Coach. Right,
you're just
a what charm? Yeah,
right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. For Russell, yeah, fine. She was flirting with Russell. She probably admitted it. He'll admit it. Everybody saw it. Fine. But for Coach to be like, how dare her? Just she in the water trying to work her charm on me, trying to get the Dragon Slayer, baby. I'm the Dragon Slayer. You can't ever. Coach, sit down. She was not attempting those things with you. Stop it.
Exactly. Yeah, it's she's so flirty, and it just cuts her. She's probably just standing there. It's power, female flirting power, and she's just doing nothing. That's how I imagine it.
Yeah. All right, well, let's get to our immunity challenge here, where we're gonna have basically sumo at sea, but in the mud. And this one's actually gonna be a blowout for the heroes as they actually get on the board, culminating in Randy just getting thrown into next week off the platform by James.
Yeah, if the heroes can't do nothing else, they can beat ass. Because when these challenges get physical, that's when the heroes are like, "Oh, thank God! Like, please let us just wrestle, let us fight these people." Because I mean, we can't out puzzle them to save
We
our
just want
lives.
to wrestle.
We just
Mhm.
want to tackle people. We have James. Like, why do you think
Mhm.
we keep Rupert around? Like, not for his
Mhm.
puzzle ability, you know.
Yeah.
So like, they can't wait to get their hands on these like little bags that they're using to sumo wrestle. I like a lot. There's a few highlights that I like to point out from this little like battle that they're having. One of my favorite moments is, of course, Coach winning the challenge in his mind because he took his
Yes.
hands off the bag. Um,
He
and
does like
he's
a
like, yeah,
karate chop at the end.
he's
Yeah.
like, yeah, doing Coach T. Y'all see me. And Jeff's like, no, you gotta
No.
go do it again. And so he lines up. Like, we get the edit where it's like it slows down. Like, they zoom in on Coach. They zoom in like on, what is he, going against Rupert or something? And then instantly Rupert just like flips him. And it takes no time at all. It's such a good moment. But yeah, the heroes just demolish everybody up until James throws this big bag at Randy. It's not that he threw Randy, it's that he then threw the bag down into the mud and like hits Randy with it.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
Is
don't
it
love
Courtney
that.
that says, "I told you you're on the wrong tribe, James"?
I mean, it's about perspective.
All right. So all right, villains have to figure out who to vote out tonight. And there's a push for it to be Parvati. Parvati doesn't love Jerry also for some reason, but eventually they decide on Randy. And Shannon, a little curious that they end up deciding on Randy here when everybody seems so worried about Parvati.
Yeah, it's interesting that like for these veterans that they both have like the first really easy vote, especially when there are other dynamics at play, especially when you do have Tom and Sari, sussing each other out, especially when you do have such an obvious dynamic here where there are three people in the minority and people are so worried about poverty. But there is like maybe it's a product of the time more where they care that much more about challenges. Like they seem to really care about challenges. With like, and again, like maybe looking at some of the men on their tribe and like Rob really leading it. Like, I guess they feel like they need to make that challenge decision, which is strange, you would think, from like highly strategic all-stars, but that's a decision that they make. Yeah, the Pav and Jerry rivalry kind of comes out there, which is an interesting one because, as I'm saying, I don't feel like that was ever resolved, but it clearly does resolve. Like Jerry ends up voting for Pav at the end. They clearly have a relationship, but they have like an awkward interaction around this as well, which I find interesting as like the original and like the new Black Widow, the new hotness. Yeah, and then Randy goes and Coach is quoting Martin Luther King for some reason.
Yeah, quoted him for Randy, which is a choice. Sandra is one of the people. Sandra's one of the people pushing to keep the tribe strong. And I think if you look at Sandra's game, yeah, avoiding tribal council is very beneficial to her. Like, if I could just make it to the merge, no one will care about Sandra. So she's like, look, can we get rid of Randy here? Because we might need Parvati, and I don't want to go back to tribal council too many times.
I also think that Randy ends up getting the blame for the machete that Russell ends up hiding. So I could be misremembering that, but I do think that there was like a secret scene where they're like confronting Randy on the machete, and maybe that also contributed to his downfall.
They're like, who else could have done this? They haven't seen Samoa, so they don't know that that's like Russell 101.
Yeah. Honestly, to this point, if they're just looking at the people on the board, isn't Randy the quote unquote meanest of them all on the villains, right? Like, he's probably got the most villainous edit of all the people, the men on the villain's tribe. Like, Coach was who is this jackass type of villain? But like, he wasn't like Randy. So maybe they think this is up Randy's alley.
I think Sandra actually in Pearl Islands, this is also like something that she would do, where she throws out the fish. I think she does hide the machete at one point in Pearl Islands. She's gonna sabotage Russell's hat. So I think that if you had all the information, I think you might just want to speak to her as a person of interest as well.
Well, luckily you and T-Bird get to talk to her very soon. So maybe
Yes.
mention like, hey, I know you probably didn't know that Randy didn't steal the machete, but did you hint at it to get people to vote Randy out here? Because Sandra definitely pushes for him to go. I do think the more interesting thing though is the Jerry and Parvati moment, because Jerry calls Parvati a virus. And
yeah, don't say that in 2021.
Yes.
Right, exactly. And
much prefer Parvati to viruses.
And they edited to make it look like Jerry's jealous of Parvati's relationship with Coach. Like that Parvati is talking to Coach, doing all the flirting that Coach is accusing her of doing. And Jerry's like looking on and like, oh, this new Parvati. And this is not even as nasty as it gets. Like the two of them get so like combative with the things that they're saying about each other that some of the stuff is very funny, but it is definitely very cutting.
Mm-hmm.
I see it as a product of the Stephanie, Rupert, James, that person who's possibly where you fit in the fan space or your archetype. Like Jerry was the Black Widow, and then Parvati literally created the Black Widow Brigade and is now the Black Widow. Like I see it as like maybe my former or future self. Like you see yourself in that person, so you're competitive with that person. Like I think that's why they clash.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Clash. Oh my gosh, this moment is such a good moment. I think it's underrated. It's like when Danielle goes and she's like, I'm thinking we should vote out Randy, and Jerry's like, I don't think we should vote out Randy because the charge at large, the tribe at large really wants to get rid of Parvati. So Jerry's like, yeah, I don't know if Randy's the choice here, and Parvati goes, well, who is it? Yeah, who are we targeting? And Jerry's like, somebody else. And Parvati's just staring at her like, yeah, okay, yeah. So we're just gonna target Randy here. I'm glad we all agree. Very funny. Jerry is pissed about this. She does not like this, and she says she wants to punch Parvati in the face. Like these people are at it. They just are like saying his stuff in the confessional, but it's leaking into the tribe. Like people know that they hate each other.
All right, so we go to tribal council that Sandra is going to have some choice words for Coach that are going to hurt his feelings. More on that in a moment. Randy is going to get voted out. He throws his buff in the fire. Unanimous vote for Randy.
So
two very similar votes. The Gabon person voted out first in a unanimous easy vote when maybe other fractures could have happened, but they just kind of went for that thing. So it is interesting that we get both of those votes.
Yeah, and Randy's one of the first people who basically say, did you guys watch Micronesia? Y'all letting Parvati do Micronesia things again? And they're like, Randy, please. There's like 19 of us left in the game. Stop it. Like 18 of us. Like, stop it. No one's worried about Micronesia. Spoiler alert, they will very much be worried about Micronesia moving forward. But this is another one of my moments where I have to give the shine to Coach here. He goes to Randy and like, the honorable thing is to keep Randy. He quotes Martin Luther King, the greatest measure of a man, blah, 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 blah. And there's still hope. I love when he says, while I still have breath in this game, there is still hope for Randy. I spit out
Randy's torch, just like being
right. I spit out my drink. I was like, Coach, why are you lying to us? Like, lie to Randy, but we're going to see you do the exact opposite of what you're saying every single round. And this is just one of the first of many.
Running theme. Yeah.
Coach is one of the few players that will lie to the audience just with no hesitation.
Yeah, it's a tough one because I always say like, okay, I never believe the agenda when they're talking to each other, but like, I believe you in confessional. But the Coach really breaks that rule, doesn't he? Because he cares so much what we think about him. So he can't be fully transparent. That must be an exhausting way to be. Like at least everyone else can like let it all out in the confessional. Like Coach has to be on all the time. That must be so tiring. As we're about to see it causes some emotional complications because just the way that he's trying to be. And he says as well in the reunion, I think that he's like trying to get redemption for the way he was perceived in the last season. So he's like very focused on like the way that he is thought about. Yeah.
Okay. And the thing that triggers him is that Sandra says, like, hey, Coach is good for just delegating tasks and then going off into the distance and doing Coach Chi while the rest of us do tasks. And he is offended, okay? And he kind of lines Sandra up like, hey, hold on. Don't do me like that. And don't try and embarrass me in front of Jeff. And that's when she goes into her. We don't even have a machete, like he kind of has her on the ropes.
Legs and walked off. Yeah.
It grew legs and walked off. I say that too much to no one. I just say it. In my house with no machete because it grew legs and walked off, obviously. We all had one. Exactly. Rob had one. But Randy gets voted out. Coach didn't even give Randy a sympathy vote, y'all. He quoted Martin Luther King to not even give him a fake vote, like a vote that doesn't matter. He was just like, yep, unanimously, bye. Like, Coach, what are you doing?
Yeah, at least make it a more interesting vote when you are going to quote Martin Luther King in this context. Like for the unanimous vote, really for that? Like, I don't know. It did not deserve it.
As long as he has breath in his body, Shannon.
Coach will come back from tribal council, and he will be a little shook,
a little whiny, yeah.
What Sandra said, and luckily, great friend Tyson Apostle is there to talk him up. Chappelle, you said that this is one of your favorite moments.
This is the best. Like, this is a top 5 moment of the season.
It's laugh out loud funny.
Yeah, it is so good because Coach is so emotional and he's very transparent. Like, yes, I'm a sensitive person. I have feelings. I didn't like what Sandra did. She called me out. She made it seem like I don't work hard. And then he just burst into tears. He's like, I'm the only one out here who will not compromise. Like, why doesn't anyone have anything nice to say about me? And Tyson's like, look, I got you, baby. It's cool. Just hug it out. Let's hug it out. Okay. I might be able to help you. I'll tell you a few things, a couple of growth areas that you have. Don't worry. You might not love them, but I guarantee that they can help you in these areas. And Coach is like, through his tears, like, well, like what? What could you have to say about me? And Tyson's like, well, now that we're talking about it, first of all, don't wear feathers in your hair at tribal council. Don't tell your stories. They don't believe you. People mock you. You have no reason to tell them. Do your Tai Chi in private where no one can see you. And Coach is like, wait a minute. I thought you had a few small.
He like takes out the list and it just starts like rolling of like how much paper, which is funny because when Coach is saying like, why is this happening? Or like, what's wrong with me? Like, I think he meant it rhetorically. And Tyson is like, so glad you asked. Like, step into my office. The stories, man. Like, I've been here for a season and a half. Like, you know, like I've dealt with it. So like, me more than anyone. And the reason I love this moment, it is hilarious, but it's like it's peak Coach and peak Tyson in what is like a nice friendship moment. But it's like Tyson can be so cutting and so dry versus Coach, who is, I mean, what can you say about Coach? Like a character like this, and also that it becomes the advice for a human that is, don't wear feathers in your hair at tribal, you know, like don't tell your stories. No one believes your stories. They mock you. Like, it's brilliant. Like the way that it's delivered I'm going back for my brother's birthday card next year. He's getting that as the life advice because it's good. It's universal. Don't tell your stories. Don't tell these grandiose stories. No one believes your stories. They mock you. Good life advice. Don't wear feathers in your hair at tribal. Maybe a little bit more specific, but probably good. Probably a good idea. And the Tai Chi thing, you know, don't make it such a big public production. It's all very good advice from Tyson, delivered hilariously.
The problem is that Tyson is telling Coach to not be Coach. He's like, you will do well in this game if you could turn the coach down. And Coach is like, no, baby, that's not me. I'm Coach. And
I'd rather leave than have to do my Tai Chi in private.
And honestly, there's something of merit to that, right? Like, don't let people stifle you and like you know, say like, oh, like you shine, damn it. If you want to shine and be the best version of you,
Coach. Protect your peace. Don't read
the comments. Protect your peace. Now, Tyson is definitely giving you some advice that will probably help you in a future season if you ever come back. But you know, here, Coach is not willing to bend, and I'm okay with that. But I'm not okay with him, you know, thinking that he's going to quit. And that's where you get, you know, Boston Rob coming in and giving his version of the Tyson, you know, pep talk. And it's a little bit different. It's more like, be a man.
That's not much of a coach, if you ask me.
And Coach tells Rob, like, why don't you hang out with me and stuff? Like, you never take me anywhere. We never go out in public. You only take me out to the movies at night where no one can see me. Like, what? I want to sharpen each other, baby. Like, why we can't sharpen? You only want to talk to me before challenges. I thought we was cool. We don't do. Rob's like, calm down. First of all, you're a grown man. I need you to act like it. I'm like, whoa, Rob, please. This man is clearly like in distress right now. Coach needs better friends. I don't know what to tell you.
Coach is like. Yeah, but Tyson as a friend is still like, let me tell you everything that's wrong with you, which like, again, like probably in the social game he probably does need, but I do think the thing that's really interesting about it is like Boston Rob having to manage Coach is like such a sign of things to come, of what will be like such a pivotal aspect of his winning game. And I do think like we really see it here, like he's really getting like a crash course in dealing with, because when I put that quote on Twitter and people were like, Coach or Philip, I'm like, Coach. But I understand how you could be confused about that. And I do think that this was like a very good little practice session for Rob for what he's going to end up having. And I think it's like, he's having to deal. He probably didn't expect to come on the beach and have like a little bit of like a clingy friend being like, hey, why aren't we hanging out all the time, and why are we doing this, and why need we and Rob is like, god damn, like I'm just like trying to like live my life, trying to like lead this whole tribe, and I passed out before, did you like that was a lot, so I'm like on my own stuff going on, and I like left my wife and child, the pregnant wife, whatever he's at with his family, and Coach is a grown man who's like, why aren't we hanging out more, and Rob has to be like, yes. Point taken. Let's work through it. But without it, anyway, I think it's a good job by Rob.
Yeah,
Okay.
and this is a crash course because he's going to see that like when you take your finger off the pulse of things and let the Coach or Philip type character kind of go wild, you see it doesn't really work out for you. So he has to make sure that he can, keep Coach under wraps. But then, like I said, later on he goes and does the Philip thing pretty well.
It's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's we have a Sears catalog challenge.
Sears.
Yeah. Remember Sears, Chappelle?
No. Is that like Mervin's? You remember Mervin's?
What is Sears?
Yeah. Do you remember Mervin's, California?
It's like
do you remember Montgomery Ward? Do you remember Montgomery Ward? Just random department stores that are extinct now.
Oh, a department store.
Yeah, I saw a sign the other day. I was driving and I saw like somebody had a just like you always wanted to have like the sign flipping guy, Chappelle, that you wanted to be that guy, that somebody had like a Sears like going out of business, everything. I'm like, there was a Sears that was still open.
Yeah. I mean, the last Sears reference I've seen probably is that in Mean Girls, where she's like, these things don't come in my size. She's like, well, you could try Sears, and just walks off. I'm like, is there still Sears? That's a thing?
Mean Girls was made in 2006.
I guess that's,
or maybe no, 2004. Yeah.
Maybe that was the joke. Like, you should try Sears, and there are no Sears.
I'm pretty sure in the evolution of strategy, we're incredulous that like, is Sears still there? Sears is still have Sears? But anyway,
the question is catalogs. Rob, when's the last time you seen a catalog? Print media. Remember when that was a thing?
I am a print media journalist. Anyway, it's not important. It's just an editor. And it's tough. No, it's a good point. Catalogs are not a thing.
Is this the getting greased up challenge here?
Yeah, this is the challenge they created so they could see James and later on Jeremy greased up. And that's it. I mean, you run, you slide, slip and slide challenge. It's pretty straightforward, in my opinion. I mean, run, slide, throw the ball, and whoever wins wins. Yeah.
It's going to be a win for the villains, and they win a bunch of stuff. They get a, I believe, like a hardware set, and Russell is going to find an idol clue in the hardware. He sort of like finds it in front of everybody, and then ultimately everybody is aware of there being a clue to the hidden immunity idol. But this is going to come up a lot here in this season. And Shannon, I do believe that this is the first season that we get the idol clues hidden in this specific way. And I think it's going to be a very big transformative thing for the run of the show to have the idol clues hidden this way.
Yeah, I mean, it becomes such the obvious mechanism to the point where then when people start winning rewards, that now they've cottoned on to the fact that like they should do this thing and be looking for it, to the point where like later Amanda is going to be way too dismissive of that museum tour.
Yes.
Just looking for the idol.
But correct me if I'm wrong, like that I can't think of another time that we get that here before this. The closest I can remember is that in Samoa that they get a clue to the idol like on the Sprint phone on the loved one's visit.
Yeah, I mean, nothing comes to mind. We were very much for so much of the idols in the external island era of Survivor. So a lot of the time it was like it was on exile, not necessarily at camp. Because I was not thinking as much about the era, because I was like, wow, this feels a little newbie for these veterans to like not be thinking of the reward. But I think they were just like caught unaware that this was going to be like the mechanism. And then both of them, because then the heroes find it in the coffee. So both of these tribes have these public idols, and they like, it's interesting because they react to it differently, but they react to it like opposite than you think. Like the heroes all go searching, which is, you'd think what the villains would do, like, ooh, idol. Whereas like the villains, other than Russell, are like, we'll just throw it in the ocean. We'll all find it together. It's like, you guys are villains.
We'll mark whoever is going to go look for it.
Yeah. Which is crazy.
It was the most villainous way to like deal with an idol find is just be like, yeah, it's over there. Go get it, and we'll vote you out. You know, like the heroes are the type to like, oh, we'll go find it together. We'll use it. And, villains are like, yeah, walk over there if you want to.
It's smart from Rob, I guess, because he hasn't played in the idol era. A lot of people have. Coach, Tyson, obviously, like, you know, Parvati, Russell, like all the modern players that we're saying, he's more old school. So for him, who's like running the tribe, it makes a lot of sense to be like, I'd rather just like nullify this thing, play forward with my strategy and my extreme like strategic dominance, and like just mark anyone who's trying to come in with this like extra little thing that maybe I'm not as, you know, I don't have as much experience in because I only played in All Stars.
Yeah. And I guess a lot of them really didn't have, honestly, that much experience with the idols. Because if you think about it, Danielle was in a season where there was one idol and Terry had it the entire time. James had both of the idols in his season in China. So Courtney, it's not like she's ever went idol hunting. You know, so this is a new mechanism
but
for a lot of them.
But it's like Parv and Russell. Like Russell's just played. I don't know if they know that he's like the idol king, but he was.
They don't. Yeah, they don't know that.
Found the idol that didn't make the edit, but was part of alliance with Amanda that found the idol. It ended up being relevant. So
there's a few people who do, but like Jerry's never seen an idol before, you know. So there's a
but Rob's not worried about Jerry. Like that's
and he should be. But yeah, I think in these moments it's kind of just like it's almost like an unknown that only. I won't say only Russell knows the magnitude of it, but only Russell has used one to propel his game in the way that he's known to do, right? Like where he does not make it to the end without idols. And like Parvati, like legit left an idol just sitting there, you know? So, you know, for some people, it's like, oh, an idol. But for Russell, it's like, oh, thank God. Like, fine. Whoo, I don't know what I was going to do, you know? It's like my precious. Exactly.
Yes. And Boston Rob is going to call him like the Hobbit on crack here. Also. But it's interesting because then they say anybody who looks for it is marked, and then Russell goes off, and Rob says,
and Russell is like, "Okay, great. My new alliance is a guy named Mark because I will take that idol every day of the week for sure."
Mark the chicken.
Yeah,
I'm not Mark. I'm Russell.
So we do get to see Sandra spying again. Shannon, underrated part of Sandra's game is that she invents the spy shack.
Yeah, spy more if you want to be a 2-time Survivor winner is definitely the running theme. But like this is the fun Sandra stuff that I wish we get like even more of. But like she's sneaky. That's the game. Like she's so sneaky. It's these individual little moves. It is working now in this big group, but like in her own way, like who can sneak better than Sandra? So like, yeah, I mean, even though she is just kind of falling in the big Boston Rob alliance here, and that's why she might go a little missing, it's moments like this where you're like, this is how she won. It was like the sneaky individual stuff.
And we get the juxtaposition here in this episode of the heroes are going to find their own idol clue. Chappelle, they find theirs in the coffee.
It's where I would have found. This was the idol. I've always said I'd be bad at this game. This is the idol I would have found. This would have been my crowning achievement. I probably would have played it incorrectly, but I would have found this idol because you look for some coffee, you're going to find me not too far from it. They find the note. It's hidden at camp. They're like, oh, okay, now we need to find the idol. Colby and Tom know they need to find the idol. JT is looking, James looking, Amanda's following it. They're all looking. It's like a grand search now for the idol. So it's a very different approach than what you see from the villains for sure.
Yeah. Ultimately, this idol hunt is going to culminate in Tom finding this idol, Shannon.
That damn idol took out Suri. I'll never forgive that idol. But yeah, Amanda sees, and then Tom knows that Amanda sees. So as we're saying, two of these people who are like more elevated on the heroes tribe, reading each other well in that moment. So that is, an interesting part of what the heroes are doing.
Okay.
Yeah. Look at Amanda. Like Amanda does not miss things. Like she is perceptive in a lot of ways throughout this season.
Not better than Rupert.
No, we're gonna have to go down to a fan vote at the end of this.
No, I'm happy to like fight it out when we get down to like the crunch of like the early merge and stuff. Rupert was doing good things. It was shocking, but it's true.
Yeah, I'm sure he did something in this episode. We just didn't see it. But Amanda definitely told Tom and saw that Tom had it, you know, and so they were able to kind of plan for this. Unfortunately, it's gonna lead to Suri going poorly. Out. So I just really hate this idol like so much because Suri deserved better.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's get to our immunity challenge. It's the Russell Swan challenge from Samoa. We finally get to complete it. It ends up with a table maze blindfolded. The villains win, and Jeff has to say to Boston Rob after the tribe wins, like, Rob, you stepped up in a very gutsy position as the caller. Really going way overboard.
It is
With
ridiculous
Rob
in the season. Like, it is next
every
level.
point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell me more. Tell me more. Like, it's the same.
Okay.
It is. That's the true romance. You hear all of this Coach Jerry. No, it's Jeff and Boston Rob for sure.
All right. Let's get back to this fateful idol. There are 8 people left in the Heroes tribe, and the talk is about a 6-2 idol split where they can put 3 votes on Tom and 3 votes on Colby. But we end up with Amanda coming in and talking with Tom a little bit, right? And then Tom proposes a deal that Amanda seems like she wants to go for.
She's so excited about it.
Yeah, Chappelle, this doesn't sound like that great of a deal for Amanda.
Which part?
Going,
The part
going with Tom and Colby.
Yeah, so I think here this is still like, Amanda, what are you doing here? But I think Amanda does she want Candace out right now?
Yeah, so Tom, like Candace is the other name, because there was this weird thing where like JT told Sari that Candace, who had been aligned with Sari, was gunning for her, but then Sari confronted Candace, and then Candace kind of went around being like, who said this? And it made her look a little unhinged, even though she was like the one who was like getting targeted in this way. And like she's always been on the outs, but she is connected to Sari. But then she keeps being like the de facto name. Like Sari doesn't want that, especially over Tom. But maybe other people would be cool to lose Candace and maybe get an idol out of it. But then that's not good for Sari in any way. So yeah,
exactly. I think Amanda's right in targeting Candace here. You know, Candace has been someone who's not been willing to work with that alliance that she's with. You know, she very much was the swing vote, which it means she's not locked in. So yeah, maybe she's like, look, we can get Candace now. We know Tom has the idol, so let's go ahead and just knock this out. We might win some more challenges, would be nice, because they think Tom is so much better of a competitor than Candace. So I don't think this is horrible. I just think that like this is not an option that's on the table for Sari. Sari's like, no. Since we're talking about Candace, let's just go ahead. Like, why are we doing the half measure? Let's just get Tom and the idol. If Tom plays it, okay, fine. Candace will go, and then we won't have to deal with the idol. So, yeah, I agree with Shannon here. Sari and Amanda just happen to be in 2 different points strategically, and they both are putting their foot down in the most respectful way because they're allies.
Well, Amanda's not like putting her foot down. Like when Sari's like, this is dumb for all of us, and Amanda's like, oh, okay. Where, yeah, it might have had some merit for Amanda, but yeah, for Sari, she's the person who's most at odds with Tom. He's been like actively gunning for her at a point where she'll get voted out by him today. And she's closer to Candace, it seems. So that would be like a terrible move. She wouldn't even be getting the idol. She's like not part of this plan in any way. That would be terrible for her. So she puts her foot down. It's like JT is now like spying in the bushes. He's like watching from afar as well. Like he's not part of it. And I guess they just feel like she's got like too much power, as they've always thought. And then like this plan, it's interesting that the splits go so wrong. And a couple of times very, very close together here. Like it's like crazy thing that like JT does is like he flips on everyone. He says it's like a gut and heart this decision, and he later comes back. It's like, I made up my mind at tribal council. That's why I didn't tell you. Like, shouldn't all of his allies be, you can decide to flip on us at tribal and have a plan in motion where that would be like numerically possible for you in this like slim, like split vote where an idol needs to be played. Like there's a lot of mechanics to this vote. So you like put it in place and then got to decide at tribal council, didn't tell any of us. It's kind of a marvel, and maybe speaks to the opposite sides of the aisle that everyone's on. Why is not everyone just like JT next, right? Like he's not working with anyone. It is so individual.
Yeah.
I don't know how like that is. It's probably a strength thing, maybe just like a ballsy leadership thing, possibly a social thing. I mean, it's ridiculous that he gets away with this to the point where he's going to lead the heroes. Like he's been screwing over all of them.
To flip to make this move and then flip back and then to be able to target
to flip to the minority
and potentially Colby.
Yeah.
What was the issue? That he just felt like that, Suri isn't going to work with me?
Yeah, wait, hold on. JT is not wrong though. Like, let's be very clear. If JT and Suri make it to the merge, and they're not a tight two, JT is a casualty to that
That's
fight.
so far away from now.
Is it though? Because if you look at them and they continue to lose challenges, then Sari's name is going to come up sooner than later. Like, look at the other options: Candace, Tom. So it's kind of like, yeah, it's either going to be Candace this week and maybe Sari next week, or it's Sari right now. And then, I have a little wiggle room. I don't blame him for targeting. Well, hold on. I blame him, and I will always hold it against him for targeting Sari here. Mm-hmm. But I don't think it's a bad move for him. I think it's very sloppy to think that you can betray your allies and go back to them. But it also works. And it also works. They welcome him back because they need him so much. Like, he can go back and betray Tom and Colby now because he doesn't have to worry about the idol at that point. And Amanda and them need him. Like, they do need him. They need him for challenges. They also hate Tom. Tom and James have been fighting for weeks at this point. So it's not like, JT would be the next option in a way that Candace ends up doing later on in the game. But in this moment, he has a little wiggle room. It's just very sloppy and kind of slimy the way he pulls it off. And so, yeah, if it was me, I would be pushing for JT. The moment we get back to Tribal Council, I'm like, why haven't we voted out JT? But I think there's just no... Well, there's no room. Even like Amanda and Candace, they never trust him again. You can tell they never trust him again. But at that point, they're like, what can we really do?
But that is a credit to him. Like, it's a physical credit to him. It's a social credit to him. And they're like, JT has relationships with everyone. Like, he comes in playing so big from the jump, like making deals with everyone that he's going to go back on, wanting to play villainous. I guess kind of wanting to change it up from the way he played. And he does have the $1 million in the bank. And that's going to lead to some bigger moves down the road. But he basically is just like taking the shots and knowing that he does have enormous space to do that because of the dynamics, because of the way he's relied upon, and because of his relationship. So when I'm saying, like, how are they not all going back and being like, why aren't we voting out JT? That is a huge credit to him, that he can still get out a huge threat, still work with people, still make relationships that might pan out down the road with a Colby and Tom if it doesn't go the way that it does and they lose the next challenge. Still kind of keep relationships across the aisle and take out his target and make a huge move in doing that. And they still come back. Like, it shouldn't work, but it does. And that's not by accident.
Mm-hmm. Boy, they really did Sari dirty in Game Changers too, putting her on a starting tribe with JT and also with Ozzy.
Yeah, it's like this show just continuously likes to just screw over Sari in so many ways. Like, it's a wonder I'm still here, honestly.
Also, there's like a really funny exchange at Tribal Council where Jeff is talking to Rupert about like sticking with his group instead of doing just like the physical thing. It's like, does Jeff not understand alliances? This is season 20. He's like, so you just go with your group over like the physical thing? I was just, Jeff, what game do you think this is? Which is funny. And like James and Colby talking about how they don't like the social stuff was funny to me as well.
Yeah.
But what a depressing episode, all in all.
Yeah. Look, if you're going to get Suri out of the game, something spectacular needs to happen.
Do it on a failed split with an idol, with someone switching to a minority and surviving it. Yeah.
Right. In the pre-merge. Yeah.
Well, that's like the whole thing with Suri, right? Like in her entire career, she's had something like, I think it's 9 votes all over, because she goes in Game Changers with 0 votes. She goes here with just the 3 votes.
Yeah.
In Micronesia, she obviously goes just with Amanda's 1 vote. In Panama, she goes to Fire. So like every single time, you can't get her, like this is the most, and it's 3 votes, and it's a minority. It's crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Do you want to move on to something less depressing?
Yes.
Yeah. Sari was robbed, but we can
the best moment in the entire season.
Okay.
This whole episode is so funny. Episode 5 is hilarious.
All right. Well, let's you want to talk about some Coach Chi, Dragon Slayer Chi?
Yeah. So
the idol.
I thought he was meant to be doing that in private.
Yeah, Coach is like, no.
It's like a pride thing. Yeah.
It didn't last very long. Coach is like, look, what if I bring y'all into what I'm good at? And it's like, look, happy medium there. But yeah, they talk about, what I guess the backlash of JT's move, Rupert's mad, Candace and Amanda, like whatever, we hate them. But like Shannon was saying, like they can't ever get them back. So it's very quick touch on with the heroes. But like it's one of those things where the villains got more interesting stuff going on. This is why this episode is so good, because while they're doing Coach Chi, Russell is doing the Russell thing. He's going to find the idol again. And so and now he finds it. He says he's been looking for 2 days straight. So here's the thing. You say, okay, if you go over there, you're a marked individual, we're voting you out. For a normal person, maybe going over there, seeing, okay, they didn't love that. Maybe I don't need to go back. No. Russell goes back every day for 2 days straight. They're like, okay, like, do you want, like, you just come write your name down for me, because you obviously don't care. You don't respect us enough to not go over there every 5 minutes. But he finds the idol, and this is a very happy moment for him.
Okay. Russell has the idol. Let's go to the challenge. And for reward, we're gonna play some Schmergen Brawl, but first, how about a little taste of what you're gonna be playing for? Because the reward is gonna be some delicious chocolate.
Don't want it. Nope.
Shannon,
Don't want
it. Right here. It's right here.
Shannon,
nope.
Just try it.
Just want to get to the challenge.
Shannon, we'll get there in a second.
Yeah,
but
we'll talk about it. Yeah.
You try the chocolate. No. You sure? Are you going to sit out of the challenge too? Because
yeah, we'll get there when I'm ready, brother. Yeah. Okay.
It's so good. It is such it's like hilarious anyway, because it's again like Colby just in a bad mood. It's so nonsensical that they're so offended by the chocolate. Then Jeff is like, it's just this is the best part. It's just a chocolate, like the way that he says it like that. And then we'll get to it when I'm ready. And then it cuts to and the hero's sitting out a man, and then Colby, I'll sit out. Like he was so set on playing the challenge that he wouldn't even eat the chocolate, and then he didn't even play the challenge. And then James gets injured, and they have to play a man down. They don't even bring Colby in, which feels unfair. Like every part of it.
That was very funny.
Sitting out. That's it.
Well, I think if Colby wasn't being a jerk, then maybe like Jeff, if this was the Colby that Jeff was in love with, seasons ago, he's like, Colby, get on, Donaldson, get on in here, save the day. And Colby like puts his head like, okay, Jeff, I'm on the way. Like, it's Colby Donaldson, and he's like, like coming into the theme music. But now it's like, no, you sit your ass over there. No chocolate for you, no game for you. Just sit over there. And Colby's just sitting there.
Some chocolate.
Yeah. This is going to end the 2-season arc of Schmergen Brawl, Shannon, that it took out. Look, it was one thing when it took out Mike Barassi.
We passed that.
He's going to take everybody downtown to Chinatown. He's a mean scooter. But now, took out James.
It's too far.
Yeah.
Too far. Not a great track record for Schmergen Brawl.
Yes.
No.
The James thing, that I don't know if this was just too much roughhousing. It seems like that James just like took a bad spill, like on like a piece of bamboo on the course.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm confused, but he keeps saying it's like it doesn't hurt. It's just like something's wrong with it. I'm not a doctor. Candace will be able to actually lend her medical expertise to this.
You get a good look at what happened here. They didn't give us like the instant replay like we get in like an NFL game when there's an injury.
No, it happens very fast, and it's because this challenge is absurd. There's no reason why grown individuals should just be like, all right, I know you haven't eaten in a long time, but let's go tackle each other. It's like, what? I don't got a puzzle or a balancing thing we can do. Like, there's no swimming obstacle course.
Basketball, but with wrestling.
Yeah, basketball, rugby, and so it's very violent. They're not wearing any type of padding. So people are going to get hurt. I mean, James does like really hurt his knee here and he has to sit down. But I mean, there are other people who get injured. I think like Courtney gets a little injured here. Yeah. Rupert crushes Jerry completely. I mean, just like smacks her
and
head.
Like so apologetic, and then she's so like off it. She's not. Like, it was just funny because like knowing the Rupert Jerry connection that is not mentioned.
Of Rupert and Jerry.
Yeah.
You want to talk about you
want to talk about a backstory? Yeah, go back and watch All Stars, and now watch this, and watch Rupert just crack Jerry over the head. Jerry's like, Rupert, what the hell? And he's like, I didn't mean to do that. Like,
I meant to do it. He becomes like he's like sorry, and then he's like very defensive when she's like really mad about it.
Like, grow up, Jerry. It's just. And it was like
the play was over, and he's just. I mean, I think it was instinctive, but like, bam, right into the boundary. No. Yeah.
He just crushes her, and then he's like, get over it. Like what? She can be a little upset here. Love this from Rupert.
Okay. the villains are going to go to the chocolate feast, and then they're also going to get to hang out in the cave. But while the main alliance hangs out in the cave, Russell, I guess Russell's afraid of the water, and he didn't seem to want to go swimming. He tells Parvati that he has the idol, so that's a
He
big
needs to get in
moment.
the ocean and
How
wash
are
his
you
ass
skipping over
out.
the best part of this reward?
What I skip over?
Parvati has like a weird British accent.
Well, she does that in Micronesia also. That's like a voice that she does.
It's weird, but yes, no, the idol thing's probably more important. Like he's telling Parvati about the idol. Like I think the way Russell uses idols as threats is probably some of the most impactful parts of his game. Like not even as threats, like to bring people in. We'll talk about his move at the Tyson vote, but I think the most impressive part of that is like posturing for Coach, bringing in Coach, making Jerry that impressed that he wants to work with him. And he even now, he's like, he tells Coach that he would use it for him. Coach loves this, like this show of loyalty. Obviously, like he's very tight with Rob, but that's like exactly how you appeal to Coach. So like in terms of like Russell's social game, like most of it has to rely around these mechanisms. It seems like that's the best way for him to play it.
Yeah, there's like that story about the penguins have to go find the pebble or whatever, and they mate, so they give them a pebble or something like that. That's Russell with these idols. He's like, "Look, I got this thing for you," and Parvati's like, "Oh, thanks." Like, okay, this is cool. Yeah, but I think here's another example too of Parvati. Like, she's being her own player. Like, she's very much Parvati, but she's not the Parvati that the lore is around, right? Because in her head, she's like, "Why does everybody think I'm an evil mastermind who's gonna vote them out?" Like, because you are that person.
No,
like,
you
really?
are.
Yeah. Like I don't think that's me, but I can use Russell moving forward, and that's when you get the lines. That's when you get the like, yeah, just grab onto my coattail. Like I don't ride coattails, baby. Like, and Russell's like, yes, you will. She's like, no, I won't. Like, I love every second of it. He said, you'll ride these. I'm like, Russell. Like,
their relationship is so effed up. I can't with it. Like, you ride these coattails. You ride them as much as I tell you to ride them. So scary.
Like, I don't ride coattails. She's like, yes, you do. No, I don't. I love every second of it. So iconic.
Yeah.
Russell shows the idol to Coach. Then Coach wants Russell to knight him. Chappelle, have you ever been knighted or knighted anybody?
No, but I would like to. Start calling me Sir Chappelle. I'd take it, But Russell getting knighted by, Russell knighting Coach is so silly to me. Because he goes to Coach and he's like, we have the idol now. Like, I could use this for you. We're a team. We got this. And Coach is just like, oh my God, I wanted to play with Boston Rob, but look at Russell. He's put all this trust into me. Like, and once you trust me, I can't betray you ever. Like, just look at Randy. With my dying breath, I tried to save him. So, yeah, Russell, knight me one of the Knights of the Round Table. And, I will be a loyal servant to you as long as it's not at the expense of Boston Rob, maybe. Like, he really puts himself into this spot.
Shannon, I don't really understand knighting too much, but isn't that like a great honor when somebody does something? Like, but Russell found the idol. Why is he knighting Coach?
Why does Coach do anything? Like, this is why this is a good season, because all of these people are really strange. But
you did something cool. Can you knight me?
Yeah, can you knight me? Like, who goes around asking to be knighted? If you have to ask for it, maybe it shouldn't be done. People will decide when they want to knight you. But there's this culture of idol sharing in the season, and particularly with the villains tribe, that I find really, really interesting. Like, something shifted when Russell plays it for Parvati. I know I'm skipping ahead a little bit, but even now, like, he's trying to say he could use it for Coach, and it does create so much loyalty that people are like, he could use an idol for me. Like, think about how powerful that is. And then it becomes like a scary thing later. Like, when they think Danielle has the idol in the merge, they're like, but she could play it for Russell. Like, I think before there might have been a more individual sense of like, I have an idol, I'm going to play for myself. But creating this culture of like, I'm almost definitely going to play it for someone else, it creates this like loyal understanding. And it also creates something really scary. Like, we don't know where the idol is going. Yeah. And I think that Russell really putting himself on the line eventually to play it for Parvati. Like, he puts his money where his mouth is, and people buy it. They're intimidated by it, and they're brought in by it through the season.
Yeah, and we've not seen a lot of that in previous seasons. I think it really starts to take hold here.
Yeah,
I mean, when has it been done before this?
I'm trying to think. Now. Did Sugar play an idol for Maddie?
Yeah, no, she said, Maddie, take this wretched thing. You know,
Yeah.
like that's not the same. But yeah,
It's
I
the
think this
impact of like winning a vote of like saving someone's life in the game that they were like, oh, like you'll see how much that gets Jerry in. That's the
Mhm.
whole shift. This idea of
yeah.
playing it and saving someone else.
Idols were
Yeah.
new and shiny, and like a lot of them hadn't been like used one up close, you know. And so for Russell to be like, no, 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 not only do I got these idols, but I could play it for you too. And you're like, wait,
Mhm.
me? Like, we ain't got to blindside you with two like we had to do James, you know, like this is like, wow, this is some new professional stuff. This stuff is in different areas. Y'all are crazy out here now. And so
Hmm.
I think that's what it is. And I think for someone like Jerry who's not familiar with idols, it's like, well, look, if he got an idol, he said he's willing to play it for me. I need to be close to him because I've played with Boston Rob before, and Boston Rob ain't playing no idol for me no time soon.
Mhm.
So
Well,
let me
yeah.
align with somebody who might do this amazing thing that Russell ends up doing for Parvati.
Especially because like he was in actual such danger of going home. It makes him like an unpredictable madman that you're scared to play against because who knows what he's going to do next. But it also makes him like this loyal person that you want to play with because that's like the biggest show of loyalty you're going to see for someone like Coach, you know, or definitely for Jerry. Like it ends up being just like the most incredible thing to show of an ally. So if you're with him or you're against him, as he would say, as Boston Rob would say, it's really powerful both ways. And we'll talk about the way Russell plays Idol throughout the season, even when he like plays them wrong, I feel like just the sense of intimidation that he can create with that, just in the sheer unpredictability of like now idols are flying everywhere and who knows who I'm going to play it on next. It just makes him that much more scary to play against.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'd say Russell is probably a lot more diplomatic in the early game on both his seasons. I
Yes.
don't count
Oh my
Rubin
god.
Finale, but
Yeah. It's like down a hill where he like through the
yeah,
merge. Like it was not like this early on. Like it was quite social. He's like
ex-
bringing people in through the merge. It's only like you'll be next. I have
yeah.
this idol. Play it against you.
Mhm.
Like it's much
Yeah.
more
He,
adversarial. I would feel going
he
through it.
spends the pre-merge trying to build an army, and then he spends like the merge just trying to
Stabbing
decimate
them,
them one
just
by
like
one.
yes.
But he's like stabbing them in the front and talking
Yeah.
trash about him while he's doing it. So it's like he loses the thing that made people flock to him in the first place. Like it's not like this idol. It's like he shows it to coach who hates him, and then coach is like, "Well, not me." This is coach who he actually has a decent working relationship with, and now he has something shiny to win him over. Same thing with Jerry. That will go out
It's
of the
very
window very
positive.
quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will go out the window quickly. But in the beginning, that's the game he's playing. He's like, I'm just happy to be surrounded by all you amazing villains. Like y'all, the people I played with before don't hold a candle to y'all. Y'all are so amazing. And they're like, oh, this Russell doesn't know what he's getting himself into. In confessional, he's like, I'm Russell Hance, So
But
it's very fun to see him kind of juggle those two personalities here.
well, my theory on like why it gets so much dark and negative rather than just like trying to play quite socially is that at the merge vote he loses control. He doesn't know
Yes.
how it's going to go. Parvati outplays him. His read is wrong, and then it becomes like so individual. It becomes all about control, and he throws like
And
any
she lied
social
to him.
capital out the window. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And she outplays
Lied
him, which
to
I
me.
think is worse. She like
Yeah.
gets one over on him. She does that by herself
Mhm.
without him. And I think that the way he goes through a very short merge after that, voting out Danielle using these intimidation tactics is very much like something happened without me looking. It's kind of like a teacher being kind of nice and then a student like, maybe like does something while the back is turned. It's like, okay, no more Mr. Nice Guy, you're all in
Mhm.
detention. Like I think that he's like putting them in lockdown. Sorry, I'm on my 250th
I'm
or
the
so day of lockdown.
principal.
So
You're
now I'm just
all
like,
going to
yeah.
detention. I'll
Yeah,
see you
he's like,
after
I'm
school,
done.
Parvati.
Yeah. He's like completely done with any sense of like playing nice after he kind of misses that vote. But anyway, we'll talk about
Y'all just bought yourself another week of detention.
it. Yeah, that's what it's
Yeah.
like.
Best
goes
with the
off the
bull, you
handle.
get the horns. Okay.
He goes
Yeah,
off the
riding you off
handle
the
when he's not
board.
getting his way. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. Like
Okay.
a child. Yeah.
All right. So James, we mentioned he got hurt. He has to get like taped up from medical. There's some concern, but Chappelle, this was like such a romantic moment when Amanda runs to James.
Yeah, like if you hadn't seen the previous seasons with those two, you probably think like, are they a couple?
Mhm.
Why are they so
No.
connected? They couldn't have just met, or like because they're obviously very much a tandem in this season. But I think Amanda is very, very correct in being like, okay, I need James in this game because James is what's keeping her aligned with the guys. It seems like she doesn't love JT at this point. Rupert is Rupert. Colby and Tom are out to get her. And so it's like, I need James. I can't afford to lose him to this. But also, James has gotten injured before, and I've played with him 3 times. I've spent at least 100 days, with the man. I don't want him to go out like this. And so she's very happy to see him. She runs down the beach. She just like hugs him and crying. He's like, it's okay, baby. Like, oh, okay, this is cool. But he says he wants to turn his lemon knee into lemonade. And for some reason, that's so funny to me.
Yeah, I could not work out what he was saying. And then I went to the Wikipedia page because they have all the confessionals written down. And it is written down wrong on Survivor Wiki because then I realized what he was saying. And that's not what Survivor Wiki could not work out, the whole lemonade thing. But also the funniest moment of this, again, hilarious episode in this scene is Amanda's in confessional, like crying that she hopes James comes back. And it just cuts to JT being like, I don't think James is coming back. I think it was JT.
As well. Yeah.
His knee's not going to hold him back too much in this challenge because it's a blindfold challenge. You don't need to run when you're blindfolded, and it's the old get the giant Tetris pieces and bring them back.
You love that one, Rob.
Puzzle. One of my faves. Boston Rob, no trouble putting the puzzle together today.
Wow, Schmergen, Brawl, and then this. They had a rough couple of days.
Yeah, they were trying to injure somebody.
Yeah, they were trying to get just like legends of the game, just like unceremoniously medevac from the season.
I'm pretty sure that Jerry was the caller in All Stars on this, right? Do you recall, Shannon? I think
you tell me.
It sounds familiar.
Wouldn't you know better than me?
It's almost like we need to find someone who actually played in All Stars. Maybe call T-Bird and see if she can round someone up.
She was the caller in Australia in the Blindfold Challenge. So I feel like that this is that in 3 different seasons we see Jerry as the caller in the challenge, the Blindfold Challenge.
Yeah.
I mean,
she eventually gets it right. It gets better at it.
So James does well here, though.
Yeah.
Even if he doesn't necessarily want to be in that spot, I think that he does pretty well with it.
He knows how to get it again. He's like losing his voice. He gets very hoarse.
Robert, damn it, Robert, turn around, Robert, shit, Robert. I love it. But I don't love this from James. So after the challenge, they lose the challenge, and he's like, I'm better than Tom. Injured me is better than Tom Westman. James, stop it. Stop, James. I hear you strategically. Yes, you should be saying that, but stop it. Stop it. You cannot walk. You're doing a poor job at walking.
Yeah.
Tom Westman can physically run. We've seen the thing happen. And I'm not saying there are some challenges that won't be, that you won't be good at despite not being able to walk. But if a Schmergen Brawl comes up, a sumo wrestling challenge comes up, the things that the villains have been losing at, like, James, you're not gonna be much help there. You're not with this bad knee. So I get what he's doing, but come on, James, stop lying.
To the point where like James and Jeff are like arguing at Tribal Council. Jeff's like, my niece could beat you in a race right now, and James is like, no, she couldn't. Like the fact that he would have to like defend, I could beat your niece. I can promise you that. Like,
he says, Jeff, I could beat you. Make no mistake. And I'm like, actually, I would like to see
let's see it right now. Let's see it. Yeah. But like the fact that he feels like he has to defend against the niece comment is hilarious to me. But yeah, this is like some interesting dynamics because it's like, again, this is why JT can't be voted out because he's a swing vote again. He and Candace, who has been on the block, are the swing votes between this like Rupert, Amanda, James contingent, and then Colby and Tom. So much power. Like JT just like sliced up the Heroes pre-merge. Like he has all the power.
Yeah. Another person who's doing this in a strategic way is Rupert, of course, because Candace is like, hey, James can't even run. Why are we even discussing this? Let's just vote him out. And Rupert's like, if that's your criteria, baby, you should have voted me out. And I'm like, duh, vote out Rupert. He cannot run. Like, you need this. You need to get him out of here. But like, Rupert's saying the right thing. He's like, oh, baby, let's get rid of Candace. Like, he very quickly was like, this Candace, she has some wild ideas. She sounds like a smart one. Maybe she's in med school or something. Let's get rid of her.
Okay. I think we need to make up some time here. So anything else on Tom's vote?
I just feel like the way we come out of this is really interesting because I feel like we have the tight 3 of Amanda, Rupert, and James, who are kind of like part of that like old Surrey alliance, more in like that camp, even though James is about to go. And then we have like 3 individuals, like Colby, who's been with no one but Tom. Now Tom is gone. JT, who works with anyone and no one. and Candace, who's been on the bottom. It's interesting that after James goes, this 5 is going to be such a like connected 5 and really like have success, because it really is like 5 very separate people. So I think it's an interesting dynamic, and they're not going to lose another immunity challenge. They're going to go to tribal in the double next episode, and then it's going to be straight on to the merge. And as we all know, that goes really well. And JT is actually the winner of the game, so it goes all well.
Sure. Yeah. All right. Let's go to the next episode. And so we have got a really interesting scene that is going to be pretty amazing between Russell and Rob. And they talk, and it seems like that this is like a little bit of like trying to bury the hatchet from Russell's perspective. And Rob's not into it, Chappelle.
Well, Russell does seem like he's being diplomatic in this moment, but he tells us, like, I just need Rob to feel secure because I'm about to come for him. I like this moment because you have 2 players who are very much so villains, but also villains who need to be in control in order to feel comfortable in the game. And they are doing the things that you would think they would do in this moment, right? They should be burying the hatchet and saying, okay, let's just fight through, win some more challenges, get to the merge and see what happens. But instead, they're like, so, what if I made you feel a little uncomfortable? And Russell's like, oh, no, I'm going to make you feel uncomfortable. So it's a lot of like, hey, I don't want us to be, battling against each other. I think we don't have to do that. And Rob's like, no. You don't have to worry about that because you're going home. And Russell's like, whoa. What do you mean? He's like, well, you should find the idol because if not, you're going home. And Russell's like, I mean, if I find another clue, I'll find the idol and then I'm not going home. But make no mistake, I don't have it yet. And I was like, well, you got to watch your back, man. And Russell's like, yeah, you watch your back. It's a lot of that going on. It's a lot of just kind of like a standoff. And you just have to wonder, like, come on, man, can y'all put this off for a couple more votes? Not really, because I think they're going to start picking off each other's armies at this point, right? Like all the fodder is gone. So this next person who leaves.
The fodder being Randy.
Yeah,
that one person.
Randy. Yeah. The one person. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, I mean, all the people that are in all the swings are like up for grabs now. And so it's like, hey, we got to make this move because I need to start picking off some of your numbers, and you have to pick off some of mine. So it's not really a lot to that they can do here except kind of stare each other down and wait for it all to happen. But this moment is just it's electric. It's so good.
Yeah, we're gonna base the season off of it.
Blah!
Yeah. I mean, this whole episode. Can I say that my favorite part of the rewatch was learning the Mandela effect, that you're with me, like then against me. That whole like saying that's a Rob thing. That's I didn't remember that. I feel like history remembers that as Russell's, but like it's Rob, and then Russell takes it. Like I've got it like in like how it's tracked through Russell just like stealing it from him.
Yeah, well, I think it's part of it's like, okay, Boston Rob. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he even says, like, as Rob said, like he is crediting him, but definitely like history remembers. I did not remember that this was Rob. Yeah, I didn't remember that. That's a Mandela effect for sure. And that's Rob, and then it becomes like such an iconic Russell thing. And there's like something poetic about the fact that they're like more alike than different, maybe in the fact that they like end up both using this statement that was Rob's.
Yeah, and it's not even if you're not either you're with me or you're against me. That's Russell's phrase. Rob is more like it's better to play with me than against me.
So it ends up evolving. Yeah,
it evolves until like Russell Head's like yelling at the top of his lungs, like I'm Russell Heads. Either you with me or you against me. Like
there's a broken telephone on this phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way that it like ends up changing throughout the season, like where it like started and ended up are different.
Okay. Sure. We are going to get a double elimination. It's double eviction, baby, because we are going to get both tribes going to tribal council here in this episode. We're both going to play for individual immunity, and then the winner is going to get some hot dogs for a reward after it's over. James actually does very well in the challenge, which is wild.
Yeah, Courtney says, "What a trooper!" Like, because Jeff is in the background, like James still in this challenge. And Courtney's like, "Amazing!" Like, yeah, Jeff, we're all still in this challenge. I'm glad you're so happy for James, but like the rest of us are here too.
Okay, Candace is going to win individual immunity, and then
that's safer apparently.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. that saves her. That
yeah.
They say that's the only thing stopping Colby from going home next, except that he doesn't. So
then Tyson, who won this challenge in Tokachins, that ends up losing out to Boston Rob here. There had been would anything change if Tyson won immunity here?
Would have been quite key. Boston Rob would have gone home.
Yeah, but do you think Tyson still makes the same moves that he made there?
Even more so. Like the fact that he did this while vulnerable is kind of shocking. Like he would be even more emboldened. I think definitely. Yeah.
Boston Rob wins it, and then against Candace, Boston Rob wins. So the villains will be getting some hot dogs.
Yeah,
right.
You know, these people, they starve these people, and then you're just hungry enough to eat whatever. Like I thought the chocolate feast was stupid. Like if I'm out here starving for nourishment, like a lot of chocolate out here in the hot sun probably isn't what you need to be eating. Hot dogs cannot be high up on the list either.
Hey, are you saying no to chocolate? It's just chocolate.
No. I mean, Colby said no to chocolate. It's just chocolate, right? So, I mean, I probably would say no to a chocolate feast, maybe like a piece or two, but hot dogs, I don't know.
Although hot dogs,
I mean, I like hot dogs. Not as much as Tyson apparently, because he's just trying to get
exactly. Like underrated part of the move is that like Tyson just wants to eat quicker, and that's why he doesn't want it to go to a revote, and that's like part of this. And like they mention it in the next episode, and Rob's like, so stupid, but like it's true. Like we hear about it. So like the hot dogs, like really like helped out, and like this ridiculous move coming to life.
Yeah. Okay. So. Where do you want to go, Shannon? You talk about the Heroes Beach, or
the super boring Heroes Beach, or one of the most interesting votes of all time? Let's keep it fresh. Let's go to the hero. Let's go to the villain. I want to
Superman with in a fat suit talk. We're gonna see a race between James and backwards JT.
Yeah, there's a race. They talk about how much Colby sucks, just like with him, which is fun. But like this is
but why is James racing JT? JT probably could beat all of these people in a foot race. So what is James racing JT really going to do?
He should race Jeff's niece.
Yeah.
He could start with Jeff's niece, and then if he wins that, he can race Rupert with the broke toe.
Yeah. I do.
Rupert's not on trial here.
Obviously.
Only for you.
We have this whole backstory about how that James grew up rooting for Colby. He was there was like some hero worship there. And then he's so disappointed to find out about Superman in a fat suit.
It's like my Superman sucks. And it's disappointing to see a grown man go out like this. You know, it's a lot of toxic masculinity in this.
Well, season. He lays down his torch again. Like this is the first time he's gonna do it again, but like he's not gonna go home. Like there was stuff to be done. You are here with someone with a broken leg. Like why are you giving up in this way? Yeah. So, I mean, he was last in the challenge. I think that was the thing that like James had like beaten him in the challenge despite the leg stuff. So I think like that really weighed on him.
I'm ready to get voted out now.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I mean, Tyson basically told him he needed gender reassignment. And so now, I mean, like Kobe's not at like the peak of his like self-esteem, I guess, at this point, right? So I'm thinking that he doesn't love the way he's performing either, and so it's just very sad to see him feel like this. Also, very very funny because this is the same.
When you said it, I was like, oh, I'm such a horrible person. I just found it really funny. Thank you for also saying it was really funny. Yeah.
No, this is hilarious because later on in the season, Kobe will say, "I never quit. I'll never give up." So, Coach, calm down. You said this one thing. We all saw you. You don't have to lie to us.
Jerry has a type. Yeah.
Very much so.
Colby and Coach, maybe there's not much difference, but look, James eats more. There's like that, whole weighing up.
Yeah, Amanda will teach him the finer points of banana etiquette.
Yes, important stuff. But
I think this is definitely a Colby and Rupert thing, right? Like, look, we can deal with him having a bad leg and holding us back in challenges, but you cannot be eating all the fruit. Like Amanda goes and tells him these things in the same sentence. She says,
"There's a banana
you need to raise JT, and you need to be more aware of the bananas." And Jay's like, "What are you talking about?" She's like, "Listen, I'm just the messenger. Raise JT. Stop eating as many bananas." It's so silly.
Or ask other people if they want one when you get one.
Yeah,
that's the banana etiquette. Okay, let's talk about
the most interesting vote happening on the other side of the island.
Tyson and the villains, and Boston Rob sort of comes back in and is like, "Oh Oh my God, I just realized something. And Boston Rob tells them that, hey, I just started this right now. There's 6 of us, there's 3 of them. We should split the votes.
Yes. And like it probably was more innovative at the time. Obviously now you're like, I don't know, I just came off a couple of seasons with some weird ideas about vote splits, but in 2021 you're hoping like everyone thinks that, even though it just went really poorly for Sari and it's about to go really poorly for Tyson, maybe this season is not a good indication of votes being split. But I mean, it makes sense because I guess the other thing that you could do if you're scared of splitting the vote or if you don't trust someone in your alliance, because it's like a 3-3-3, is you could just pile on Danielle. You know, that's what Stacey comes up with in Fiji. But they trust their alliance, and I think they should. Like, that 6 feels really tight at the time. And it isn't even that someone turns on the alliance. Like, it's literally a mistake. And it wasn't someone being disloyal. So I get that they trust that, and it should work. It should work. Famous last words. And it did. And actually Tyson won the season. So that's why it all went super well.
But a season.
Yeah, Rob as well. Yeah. He will win a season. So it all worked out.
Yeah.
Not this Rob, but a Rob. So one of my favorite parts of this episode, because there's so much going on in this vote, like Shannon says, this is the most interesting thing, you know, on television at that time for sure. Is like, okay, you got Rob who's trying to get Russell to play the idol, right? He's saying, if you don't have the idol, you better go get it, you know, and Russell's like, I ain't stupid. I want to vote for Tyson. And so like that's happening at the exact same time. Then you later on, you see Tyson like in the camp of just like, okay, I have a plan. And Rob walks in like, nope, that's stupid. Don't do that. Whatever that is you're about to say, do not do that. Do this vote split. It's so good. You can't write it better. Tyson was legit about to say the thing that ends up getting him voted out. He's like, okay, what if I put an extra vote on Poverty? Rob goes, no. Don't have to get in the weeds on that. Let's just do the vote split. It's foolproof. Your way is fancy. It's nice or whatever. It's too cute. We need to just do the vote split and everything will be fine. Tyson's like, yeah, you're right, Rob. What was I thinking? Fast forward to Tyson and Russell talking. And Russell's like, yeah, Tyson, I just don't know if I'm going to be able to save Poverty. I just don't know what I'm going to do. I mean, I love her, but I just don't think we could be together in this game. So I'm going to vote for her.
Tell me more. It's bad now.
Yeah. And Tyson's
I can't save her at all. Yeah.
Right. And so he's like, yeah, I think I'm just going to vote for her. And Tyson's like, really? Well, now that you bring that up, what if I vote with you? And then we can, maybe I can be an ally to you later on in the game. Tyson doesn't say that, but this is his plan. He wants to vote with Russell and then potentially bring Russell into like, okay, now that Poverty's gone, maybe I can work with you. And it's just such a bad play right there, because I think if it works, then yeah, fine. But it gets him voted out. Like, so it's the worst case scenario. Like, a better case scenario is Boston Rob going out right here. If Tyson had immunity and Rob does go out here by accident, I don't think that's a horrible spot for Tyson. But because it's Tyson who gets himself voted out, this is really, really bad.
Yeah, like had he been immune, I would actually understand it more, because it's a ballsy play. I mean, it's risky. So it seems pretty minimal gain of like maybe working with Russell down the line more than he thinks he can work with Poverty, just making sure the Poverty's gone when she's like been the one where like they don't want it to be Russell instead of Poverty. But the fact that he does it while vulnerable, like that's the thing. Like, how do you have like that much confidence in it? Like, so from Tyson's perspective, like, again, he wanted to eat. I think like he and Russell want to pile on the 3, become a 5. I guess they're thinking if Pav and Danielle pile on the 3 that it should be, Russell goes home. That's what he's trying to protect against, that he can keep Russell for the future. But it's like, it's such a small gain for like such a huge risk, and you don't have immunity. That's a crazy thing to me.
But imagine if Tyson ends up staying with the 6 here, and then Russell goes home on just playing his idol on Poverty. Imagine like that timeline. I feel like that Russell is in the discussion of like dumbest player of all time. Like, so, wait, why did you do that?
Yes, that's what's intriguing to me. Is like, so this
like
is what
Reichenbach all over again.
Yeah, he would have self-sacrificed, right? And I think like, so this has been my question about this episode, is like, how much agency did Russell have in it? because it is somewhere between like a mindless self-sacrifice that would have seen him vote himself out. Someone was voting themselves out tonight. That I know for sure. Or it was one of like the best intentional moves of all time. What does Russell know? Like he's saying they'd be smart to split the vote, but he doesn't know if they will. He's like weighing up giving the idol to Parvati. Like I put him somewhere between these two huge pillars of mindless self-sacrifice and one of the best intentional moves of all time. I think he has at least a modicum of agency in that he talks to Tyson. He's like feeling it out. He's reading it. He has a read on the split. And I think the possibilities that could happen, I think he is reading it. I think he takes a risk, a huge risk, and he knows he could go home. He has played now like a lot of days in a short amount of time. I think he maybe sees some potential and possibly is wrongly thinking that potential is that they just won't split. They'll just pile on Parvati and he'll save her that way, which is the wrong thing to read. But I think he's seeing risky potential, but is just thinking it's worth it. Because the biggest part, as I've said for me, is that he then talks to coach about it. This is how I treat my allies, really like makes a scene of it. And I think if he just plays the idol on himself and does the safe thing, doesn't bring anyone over, he probably is next out. But it's that big play of like, I might go home. And I'm actually aware of that risk, but I see the possibilities here. I see some dynamics in the way that this can go. And I'm going to use it to bring people in. If it works, it's a long-term gain, like the longest term gain. It does work out that way. If it doesn't, he will go home. I think he's aware of that risk, so I give him agency in that because I think he knows what's at stake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd agree. And especially because he has the conversation with Tyson. He identifies that Tyson is the mark anyway. He says, I want Tyson out. And I'm going to go and give Tyson's information. They could have easily voted for someone else. Like he decided, like, this needs to be Tyson.
It's so brutal. Like only Russell would like bring him over to vote himself out. Someone else might have a little bit of kindness to at least just vote out an ally. But like, he's happy to just really just cut Tyson here on his own vote. It's so mean.
Yeah, and even Tyson says, like, this is not rocket science. But the issue for Tyson is that his name is the one. He's the decoy boot. Like, if the split goes wrong, Tyson goes home anyway. So Tyson's like, okay, look, if I can convince Russell to put a couple votes on Parvati, then I might be safe. Like, because I don't want somebody to accidentally vote for me and then I go home with 4 votes. So, I mean, I can see why it would be attractive to Tyson to even start thinking along these lines. I think it's more impressive that Russell decides to make the move, because this reminds me of in Micronesia where they're saying, like, would Eric be dumb enough to fall for this? And like to the point where Natalie Bolton thinks she's being punked. She's like, why are y'all bringing up this stupid ass plan to me? Why y'all want me to look dumb? Like I must be going home. So that's why I think it's so impressive, because it's such a crazy plan. There's like, okay, if it works, you can have all the credit. I'm sorry. I can't take away from you because you executed it to where it worked and it shouldn't have. It wasn't just dumb luck, I
don't think it was just dumb luck. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's part of those conversations. He's reading some stuff there.
Yeah.
Stuff.
But if he does go home, the Parvati mystique goes through the roof so much faster. Because not only have they got like Eric Reichen back to give up his thing, but now Russell has thrown his game away from her and her like feminine wiles and her skippies, like swimsuit. Like, oh my gosh. Like, could you imagine the next season, like Parvati versus Natalie Bolton, like it was just
Natalie Bolton would self-sacrifice for Parvati in that season.
It would be Redemption Island all over again, where everybody's just falling over themselves to go to the end and lose to Parvati. So I don't know. I just thought it was so fascinating because you're right. If Russell does this, it's looked at the dumbest move, but they're going to give Parvati credit for it. Like, oh my gosh, it just charms everyone. Let her win the season at that point, please. They might as well just name the next season Survivor Parvati.
Isn't that what most seasons are? I mean, I feel like for Russell, he's doing it for himself. It's not like, because I've seen people legitimately self-sacrifice recently. I've seen people accidentally try to self-sacrifice because they aren't reading splits or not knowing what's going on. I feel like Russell knows here what's at stake, but it's just like that debate between I'm in the minority. I have this one idol. I have this one play. Like, what am I going to do? Be like so defensive? Play it on myself, definitely tomorrow, and then just like probably lose Parvati and have like nowhere to go. Or am I going to use it really offensively, make a move? Yes, leave myself completely wide open, trust in my read, trust in the hope. If I go home, I like went down swinging in a bad situation that I think I don't know how I would get myself out of that situation. Basically, like it's worth the play to get some room to maneuver, and he gets so much room to maneuver. So like, I do give it a lot of credit. I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else to say here on the Tyson vote?
It's sad to see Tyson go here.
He's going to be a
mean,
Survivor winner.
It's sad, but it's and I had to explain this to Dominic, who was very sad
Aw.
watching this part. I said, "Look,
Sweet.
Tyson's gonna win."
No, don't spoil him.
Yeah,
He
God,
knows.
Rob,
He
jeez.
knows.
Yeah.
But
Spoiler.
yeah.
I took Tyson going out in Winners at War way harder than I took this though. Like I think Tyson the winner, his whole arc of the 3 seasons before that he played before Winners at War. I think that really endears Tyson to me as a fan. Because Winners at War, when he goes out twice, I was about to rage quit. I was done. So I'll take this, even though it's a little bit more embarrassing than Tyson, losing at Winners at War.
Well, like Winners at War, he comes back and he's the dad, and there's like some more meaning to it, and he's won before. Like he's a more legitimate person beyond like the young jokester. And I think him going out in this way, having been the jokester and that being his character type, he's like, ugh, like just voted myself out, but I'm still awesome. And like it's kind of water off a duck's back, and we can laugh with it as Tyson fans because he can laugh at it because that's just the Tyson bravado, and that's fun in that. When he comes back in Winners at War, he's a lot more grown up. There's like more weight to that character, and in the way he goes home, there's like more weight to him fighting, back in and then losing again. So yeah, I mean, he says it himself in the exit confessional. He's like, oh, like, I think he just knows he's smart enough to know what he just did. He voted himself out the game. So,
But he's still awesome, he says. And you can tell Dominic that, Rob, this is the birth of you and Tyson's friendship, because had he won this game,
he never talked to you.
He never
talked. He wouldn't be cool enough at all. Yeah.
Nope.
He'd be way above you. Yeah.
I mean, the next season we're gonna have the first Tyson podcast, and 10 plus years later, here we are, still recorded news day after that.
Yeah, there you go.
I want Dominic's take on all of the split vote mechanisms and all of that as well.
Yeah, we did get out some a pen and a paper for.
Oh my god!
Some of
this makes me want to be a parent. That's the thing.
Yeah. All right. Let's then. We still have the Heroes Tribal.
He went. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
It's so hard to remember that there's another tribe. And it's unfortunate because, like the Sandra Parvati double in Winners at War, which I'm pretty sure was swapped around to make the Sandra boot the second one because it was so epic. They definitely would have wanted to do that here and end on that villains tribal, but because they're eating hot dogs, they have to be like, "Wow, that just happened." And now James, it's just much more of a uninteresting word.
Yeah. It's really a sad part because James is talking about Colby and how he's Superman. James is finding out that Superman was in a big girdle, which okay. And Colby says living it is worse than hearing it.
Oh my god, I can't with this. The shaming of Colby is just next level. So, he lost at a couple of challenges. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. James is going to get voted out, but don't worry, he'll get drunk in 5 minutes.
Yeah. And I think here is a good time to talk about what the turning point of this season really is. And I think it's that the villains got to go first, because they know that Tyson went out as a victim of his own stupidity, and the heroes do not. So the heroes see Tyson as the first male casualty, and then you get to Rob, and then you get to Coach, and they're like, "Wait a minute, is this an all women's alliance?"
If they had seen that tribal council,
exactly, they would have known it was a hot ass mess.
You're right.
And that there were votes everywhere, and there was no way this could be a possibility.
Interesting. Yeah,
you're right. If they had won, if Candace wins that challenge, the entire course of Survivor history is completely different. That is such a good point.
Wow.
They just need some information.
Yeah, Parvati gets 4 votes. Tyson gets 3 votes. Russell gets 2.
This is not an all-girls alliance. Something crazy just happened. They walk in and they're like, "Oh, the second man," and Parvati is there. Did you know that Parvati does all-girls alliances as well? Yeah,
sure. Yeah. I wonder in what world could a man go out before all
a strong man like Tyson? There's no other way. There's nothing else that could have happened.
Powerful feminine wizardry at work here. What? Really? Seriously? But it's this moment that leads them to think that, right?
It's this such a phenomenal point. Yeah.
Yeah. Without this, if they saw that, they'd be like, "There's no way Russell's some victim of this women's alliance.
Like they need all the information they can get. Like they needed that tribal council. Yeah, for sure. Yes.
Yeah, it's a great moment. I love it. And I love pointing out that James does fall down the steps as he's leaving. That shows you the power of a good alliance. If your alliance is willing to vote out like able-bodied people who can like work for you in physical challenges in ways that unable-bodied people would not be able to like erase or something like that in like a Tom Westman, but keep somebody like James who would be a hindrance in these Schmergenbarls and things of that nature, it says something about either your abilities in other areas like puzzles or something like that, or you just got a tight 2, 3, 4 people working with you. And for James, we know it's not his puzzle ability, so it has to be this Amanda, this JT, this Rupert. It's carrying him up until the point where they're like, okay, honestly, you're getting too heavy. And so, he tries to fight the good fight, but he stumbles his way out when he gets voted out unanimously. Even Amanda votes for him.
Okay. All right.
Bad.
Let's head back to the villains tribe because Boston Rob still feels like, something doesn't feel right. I mean, on paper, yeah, they still have 5. They have 3. We lost Tyson, but it's okay.
Well, he's already been like so not scared, but like up against it with Russell. And for Russell to have that first victory against his right-hand man, knowing that it's just an immunity win that kept that from being him, must be really, really terrifying. And yeah, he thinks that there are numbers on the other side, which it doesn't seem like there are at that point, but there are going to be. Like, I guess he's right to be paranoid because he's scared of what Russell can achieve, and that is about to happen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Coach gave, he swore on his honor that he was going to vote for Parvati the previous round. And we know Coach wants Parvati out here. But I think Rob also identifies that Coach and Jerry are in the middle. And so, like, even though they were left out of this amazing, idol play situation, like they still could flip. And so I think Rob is kind of just getting in front of the narrative of like, I think somebody's on the other side, or possibly the two people who are moving freely between both groups are not as trustworthy. So they might not be behind this one, but I don't know if I could trust them moving forward. And it's really getting to Rob. I think you made a good point in that could have been Rob. And so he says this is the first time in Survivor history, Rob, you'd have to correct him on this one. You just watched all the seasons. This is the first time Rob has ever been blindsided. He didn't know what was going to happen. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, I think he knew he was going to go home in Marquesas. So, yeah, I think in his seasons, I would say. I mean, he's only played twice before. So, yeah, I think that'll check out.
Yeah, I think he's scared of what just happened. And he's like, why are the minority so cocky? Like they don't have a majority. It's like, because they're always, have you met Russell? Like, why do you ask him why he's so cocky? That's like asking like, why do ducks swim? But I do think here, like, this is some of the most impressive stuff that I feel, Russell's going to do through this episode to bring the flip over. I mean, we'll talk about the dynamic also with like Coach and Jerry having to deal with it, but it's pretty amazingly done.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we have the Russell, Danielle, Parvati 3. We have Rob and Sandra and Courtney, which is an Unbreakable 3. And then Coach and Jerry are in the middle. And this episode is really going to be a battle for the hearts and minds of Coach and Jerry. And really, it seems like that really Jerry is the person that flips, and then Coach is sort of like a reluctant tag along.
He's honor bound to her, Rob. Honor bound to play this game with Jerry, and he just
sang the song.
Yeah, like they did the summer loving. They did bop, so you can't just turn your back on that. But Jerry at first, she's non-committal. She's like, I don't know about this. I don't really first she hates Parvati. So she's still trying to wrap her mind around like, I have to align with Parvati. She called me a dirty old cougar or something like that. Like, I don't love that. Bitter old cougar, I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so like, she's trying to figure it out, but you have them all working on her. Like Danielle's like, is it a strong alliance to get you to the end? She's like, I came in second place. Look at me. So, eventually Jerry, turns to the dark side of the village tribe, but she's definitely open to the conversation very early on.
Yeah, it was so sudden because Coach is the one who we've seen kind of liaising with Russell a little bit. And even he is uncomfortable with how fast Jerry like flips in front of him without even consulting him. Like they don't flip together. Like Jerry flips and is like, hope you'll come too. And he's like, he's got chills and they're multiplying because he's losing control of this whole dynamic. Like there's nothing. It's just a Grease parody now. Like that's in my head. He just is Danny. That's how I'm seeing it. Yeah, but like he just hasn't like he can't go anywhere. Like she is just so impressed with what Russell did. Parvati's like she's jealous that a man would do that for me, and wouldn't do it for her, which is maybe even true, but like not a great showing of like.
But Parvati's going to do it here later on in the season.
It's true. It's not about gender. Like anyone, it's the fact that this alliance showed right now, like this is what we'll do for our allies, and they deliver on that. Literally, it's going to happen again. So she just, I think, would want to be part of this dynamic, like someone who would give that kind of power and put themselves at such extreme risk for an ally. And she makes the decision without Coach, and Coach is, kind of screwed. I mean, he has to come over to what he ends up calling the Forced Five, which I find hilarious as a name that he's the Forced Five. Do you think he wants to be part of this? Like with a name like that? For sure.
What's his alternative though? Like let's say he doesn't. Is he just like do they end up going to Rocks or something?
Tell Rob and
what's Rob gonna do?
Rob kind of knows. I mean, he's talking to Jerry like you do what you think is best, but it's like I don't know. It didn't feel right. Obviously, he's gonna throw the vote to Courtney. And Rob hates that. Like Rob hugs Jerry. Like Rob gets it, but he won't hug Coach. I don't know. There are less slimy ways to go about it, possibly.
I feel so bad for Coach here. I'm a Coach fan. I said it, but Coach, what did you want him to do? What did you want him to do? Like he goes to Rob and says Jerry flipped, and Rob's gonna say, "Oh, okay." Like that's it. Now we go to Rocks. Like
he is pretty much forced here. Force five.
And he's sitting there saying, listen, friends, why don't we all just come together as a family one more time? Let's just get rid of Courtney. We get rid of Courtney. We don't lose anymore. We don't ever have to vote anybody out. We don't have Rob versus Russell. We don't have Redemption Island. Let's do that. And they're like, nah. Let's just leave Coach in the middle. And so
he's,
if they went with his plan, Courtney would have went home. So justice for Coach here. He didn't do anything wrong. He was just put in a really bad spot. I don't think this makes him a little man at all.
The thing that makes him a little man is voting for Courtney. He should have just voted for Rob. He knew Rob was going home. That's the thing. Flipping is he was for like it's just throwing the vote. Like there isn't much he can do. No one expects him to go to Rocks. It's crazy. Not even like loyal Coach is going to do that. And he's so hurt as well that Jerry has done this. Like he clearly is like personally hurt by this. He she tells us that he is naive. Like that this is what the game requires, but they just at odds. Like they just don't agree on this, and like it is a 2 between the threes. Like they need to make this decision together from a numerical perspective. So I agree. He is forced into flipping, but it's throwing the vote. Like as I said, Rob hugs Jerry. He gets the flip, but I don't think he gets the throwing vote.
He was honor bound. He said, Rob, I give you my word, I'll never vote for you. In his Coach's mind, that makes him a better person. I gave you my word. I did not lie. I said I was voting for Courtney. That's what we're doing here. So I was like, Rob, don't pick on him. He told you he was going to vote for it. Rob, maybe you should grow up and vote for Courtney. Like maybe meet Coach halfway on this one. You get to call all the shots, Rob. Maybe you should go home. I'm just saying, give Coach a little bit more grace, Rob. Jeez.
It was a hard one.
Yeah.
But also it's such a funny, like the way that they're pulling Coach in either direction is hilarious to me because he just wants Courtney, right? He's just desperate for Courtney to go, which no one's really into, although Russell does say to Rob in front of Courtney and Sandra that it should be Courtney and Sandra, which is a hilarious scene where Rob is like, these two? He's like, that's not how we usually do it. But like there's a fun thing. So like Rob is the first one who's like, we're going for Russell, and like Coach doesn't want that, wants to go for Courtney. But then Russell's like, yeah, we'll go for Courtney. But then he's like, but can you imagine if we went for Rob? I won't do it. And Coach is like, you're a big man for not doing it. He's like, yeah. But what if I did? Like, ha ha ha. Like Coach is like, thank you for not doing it. He's like, yeah, but I could. Maybe I should. Like he has like no agency in that. Like the one good thing about flipping to Russell is like at least Russell will go for Courtney. And at least like he can kind of get his way. And Russell's just like, yeah, well, I mean, I'm just trying to keep the tribe strong, but maybe just think about it. Maybe we should. And Coach is like not into it. And then like Russell's like, me and you, like we can carry the tribe physically, which is definitely like how to appeal to Coach. But like they're very awkwardly pressurizing him into this. Like he's not into this plan at all. But he has no choice. It's true.
The Rob and Russell parallels are so big here. You got Rob saying like the best way to appeal to Coach and get him to do what you do, you just talked about Tony and Cagayan and the whole woo of it all, right, Rob? Where you're like, look, Tony says woo. you on your martial arts, you gotta take me. You can't take Cass. You gotta stay honor bound to me. Blah blah, and it works. And everybody's like, Tony, he's so great. Rob's doing the same thing here. Rob is like, yeah, coach, it's on your honor. You're an honorable man. And I know you're gonna do the honorable thing. Coach is like, yes, honorable thing equals voting out Courtney. And Rob's like, no. Honorable thing means voting with me. He's like, no, I think it's voting out Courtney. And so Russell does the same thing. He's like, yeah, coach. I mean, honor aside, you and I are the sharpest irons in the iron box. Like we are sharpening each other, and that is all. So the two of us could overpower any of them. We don't need anybody else. We don't need Rob. You should come with me. And he's appealing to what Coach likes as well. But Coach really wants an emotional connection right now. He's pissed at Jerry because Jerry is like, I trust Russell as much as I trust Coach, and Coach just cannot have that. Like, Jerry, we are honor bound. I've been playing with you since day one, and now you just trust Russell because he's done a couple flashy moves. I think from Jerry's perspective, she has no reason to trust Rob here. She has none. She'd be crazy to do this all over again. Rob, you remember the conversation. I think, Shannon, y'all talked about this together. Lex says, hey, Jerry, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to cut you here. And Jerry goes, why do you think you could trust Rob? So, of course, 12 seasons later, the conversation comes up again, and Jerry's like, nah, I'm good here. Saw how this story ends. Not great. I think I'll go in another direction.
I mean, it's the devil she knew, but then so that's why I think that was that like initial connection of her being in the alliance, and obviously just like the other relationships that she had, and she's so not with Parvati. That's what's even more impressive about the fact that Russell can bring her in completely solely and individually. It's not like a group effort. Like he's talking to the girls about it, but it's been so negative. Like it's very much a Russell thing.
Yeah. Jerry's going to talk to Boston Rob, and, Rob is like kind of like giving her the soft sell, which is not really the ideal approach with Jerry, because I think she walks away from this like, no, Rob said I need to do what's best for me.
Okay, great. Like, yeah, it's done.
Yeah. So,
Jerry, you're a smart girl. I am a smart girl. I know what I'm going to do.
Her, yeah, he should have been like, it'll be you next. That's what works. He's invitation. Yeah. But that's not Rob in this season. Rob's not a villain in this season.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he just knows that he can't come at Jerry like that just based off of their past in general, and so he's really fighting a losing battle here. I don't think he has much ground to stand on here, because if you think about it, he's clearly aligned with Sandra and Courtney. Like the only reason Jerry and Rob even have a relationship in this game is probably because they know of each other from their past, whatever, but also because of Tyson. He was the glue that held Coach with the Rob alliance. And, Jerry's aligned with Coach through honor. And so, yeah, what can Rob really say to be like, okay, I know I haven't really been paying you any mind this entire game, but now I really want you to come with me. And Russell's like, I've been throwing idols at people. Like, what are you talking about? Like, come over here. It's like a fun time over here. We're doing all kinds of flashy stuff. We can go to the end. Is Rob promising you top 3? No, I promise you top 4. Like, what is Rob giving you? So,
I mean, I think like Rob could have shifted the target. Like they're coming for each other, but at first Russell's like, but Courtney brings him in on like, okay, I can live with that. And then it's Rob. Like Rob's just gung ho on Russell. Like possibly if it's like a Parvati thing, maybe Jerry's like, okay, one more time, and then I'll be Russell's number 1. I don't know. I think she's pretty much in it at that point. But like then I think Coach even more so is like, I think he's pretty uncomfortable with Russell. But like Parvati has been public enemy number 1 for a reason, and she and Jerry have had no love. Maybe that's the way to just be like, Jerry, it's not about guilting or whatever. Like when the sun comes up tomorrow, who knows? Like you're a free agent. But tonight you wanted Parvati out, opens up the dynamics a bit. Like let's just work together on this vote. Maybe you make it more of an individual thing, because this felt like you are either with me or against me, to use what was apparently a Boston Rob quote. Like you're either in or you're out. But did it have to be that? Couldn't it have been flip tomorrow? You'll still have numbers. You and Coach can go to Danielle and Russell against the 3 of us. But like right now, and you'll have a smaller group. Right now, save me for a day. And then you might win all the challenges. I might have gone with a more individual route and gone for Parvati.
Kick Courtney out the alliance. Say, Jerry, we'd rather have you.
That's not how Rob is playing this season. He's not a villain.
Come on,
tell Jerry you're
a fan. You know how I play the game.
Yeah, whatever. Tell Jerry, like, look, it could be me, you, and Sandra right here. And Coach, we're the final 4. We don't need Russell. We don't need Parvati. We don't need Danielle. You hate Parvati. She can go next. We got to get Courtney out here. Save yourself. But you're right. Either you're with me or you're against me. The lines
is not such a parallel.
It's all in.
Like it's such a parallel that Russell and Rob like both gun for each other. Like they just, even though it puts a swing vote in such an uncomfortable position to the point where he doesn't even make a decision, and that could lose it for both of them. credit to Russell for getting it over the line and for having Jerry there to really pressure that. But like the fact that neither of them will budge on this being the two battering rams, I think is very much like, oh, you guys are more similar than you may think. So another parallel in that way. Yes.
Mhm. Okay. Anything else on Boston Rob and being voted out here?
I mean, the heroes, I guess, in this episode.
They're there?
Yeah, they were there. They found a JT. Candace found a clue in the reward. JT suggests they find it together and use it against the villains. Does he find the idol yet? I don't know. But they put a lot of notes on the villains in this episode.
Yeah.
But
as you should.
In terms of Boston Rob, I mean, he does not make the jury. We are not yet at the jury, which is fine because this is a over 3-hour podcast already. We're not at the jury yet, but he's such a presence on the season, like to the point where they're going to bring him back immediately for Rob versus Russell. And he like doesn't make it to. This is about probably the halfway point of the season, but it just shows like what a presence he had through the first half.
Little man coach.
Yeah, he's the star.
I use that line all the time. I don't know how or why. It's not necessary.
Well, that's another one of those things that Rob says first, then Coach says like 5 more times throughout the season. I think actually Coach says it first. Coach says, you're a big man, Russell, for not voting out Rob here, despite him been targeting you all week. And it's like, wait, I should vote out Rob here. And Coach is like, no. Rob just voted out. And he's like, you're a little man. And Coach is like, what? And so then when Coach goes out, he's like, I'm a little man. Like, he's just like, somebody's a little man here. And
he could not have been a worse insult. Yeah.
He hit him where it hurts.
Yeah. Like, Coach uses you're a little man to Russell in the final tribal council. I'm like, Coach has really been holding on to that. Like, it's been weeks. He's been holding on to that. Yeah. For sure.
Okay. All right. Shannon, you mentioned this is about the halfway point in the season. This is at least the end of the pre-merge boots.
Pre-jury boots.
Pre-jury boots. Okay.
Yay, we did it.
We are going to take a break. Need to recharge. We still have the whole second half of this season.
Which is good because not a lot happens in the second half as well.
Yeah. How you doing, Chappelle? How you holding up?
I'm chilling. Not enough happens in the second half. You're right. There's no iconic double idol plays that we need to talk about. No
yada a lot of that.
Yada through the final jury vote as well. I'm sure we won't spend that much time, but I'm feeling good, Rob. Yeah, this is good.
It's a great first half. It's a great first half. All right. So we're gonna take a break. When we come back, the second half of Survivor Heroes versus Villains, right after this. No, that's not it.
Can they hear you?
Here, let's try that again. It's only the 40th one of these. We'll get it right eventually. We'll be right back after this. All right, we're back to talk about the second half of Survivor, heroes versus villains. And we have a lot to break down, starting with this, what is this, episode number 8?
Somehow.
Yes.
Yes.
Episode 8, expectations, Rob.
Expectations. Drop your
Drop your
expectations.
expectations. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right. Boston Rob is gone. Sandra and Courtney are trapped with Russell. And
As Jeff will tell you. The previously on, I feel like, was like extremely passive aggressive, motivated by jealousy. Like that was something he said about Russell.
Yeah, it was really rude about Russell.
Trapped in a tribe controlled by Russell, whose ego may have put the tribe in a hole they can't get out of.
Yeah, and it was like, oh, because of Russell's ego, they had to vote out Boston Rob.
It's like, Rob was there too. Rob could have easily voted. We just talked about this. He could have voted out Courtney. So this is not like my ego won't allow it. I need you out. This is more like, hey, we both identify each other as the biggest egos, and one of us we both can't remain much longer. So yeah, they were trying to give us the like, okay, you asked for Russell, you're about to get Russell. But a lot of this previously on and the edit for Rob, it's the reason why he can go on to Redemption Island and do the things that he does, whereas Russell comes in and he's immediately targeted.
Yeah. But I think as well, like it's interesting to think Rob won't sell out his alliance. And later Courtney votes for Jerry when she goes home, but Sandra votes for Courtney. And I feel like that survival instinct is like, okay, well, that's why she's the one that remains. Like it's that killer instinct that maybe the rest of that alliance didn't have as much. Maybe Tyson would have, but it is interesting to think that she lasts longer, and she'll make that killer shot when the others won't.
Okay. Should we check in with the heroes? It's been a minute since we talked about them. JT.
Now he finds the idol, right?
Looking for the idol.
Yes.
And that they show it to everybody this time around.
Well, he's caught by Candace and Amanda, so he has to tell everyone. But they also know that he wouldn't have shown them if he wasn't caught. So that's a good, a good cross read on the idol finding.
Yeah, it's so funny because JT does the thing where he gets caught and he's just like, "Look, you guys, at what I found for all of us." And Rupert's like, "Yay!" And Kobe's like, "Yay!" And Amanda and Candace are like, okay, you see what I see, right? Yeah, aren't you glad you caught him? I see it, so kudos to them for being a little bit more observant there. But this was Candace is the one who found the clue, so JT doesn't even have any right to be going off on his own looking for this thing that they said they were going to look for together. So he was already being like kind of sneaky anyway. So I'm glad they caught him
out here.
He's acting like it, so it's not a great edit for JT, but I mean, he's doing things. He is just being shown to us this time.
We start to get about how all of a sudden villains have no food. They're really doing bad, and so they get a tree mail. They really read into that it's going to be a merge, and they take their entire camp apart, Shannon, to bring all the stuff to the merge.
Yes, a lesson in assumptions is about to happen for the villains. You know what they say? What happens when you assume? They assume it's going to be a merge because it's final 12, which is I guess happened last time. But
I mean, the heroes are going to laugh, ha ha ha! What a bunch of idiots! Can't believe that they would jump to conclusions based on something that like. So this is maybe like a little bit of foreshadowing for what the villains are about to do in a much worse way.
Yeah, and they're talking about this all-girls alliance, which is something they're going to like openly talk about through this pre-merge, which is an interesting thing for me because it's like your read is wrong. And even if it were right, like maybe make faces at Russell, but like, why are you telling everyone that it's what you think? Like, if there really was an all-girls alliance, the best thing you could do is tell them that you know about it so that they can like plan around your information. Like, I don't know why they're being so transparent. Maybe they just feel like so proud of themselves that they've like worked this thing out based on the pattern of all men going. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, assumptions across the board are happening here.
Yeah, drop your expectations.
Or assumptions, but I can't blame the villains for thinking this is a merge because like Shannon said, this is around the same time where you normally could merge, but also they're starving. Like I like when Jerry's telling Coach, like, let's be very clear. We get petty, like snarky Coach the moment Boston Rob walks out the door. Coach is not here for any shenanigans. He's sick of everybody. This is all y'all's fault. Y'all voted out
of the game.
These are my two best friends that anybody has ever had, and y'all voted them out, and I don't like this. And Jerry's like, I'm really hungry, and he's like, no, you're not. She's like, yes, I am. I'm starving. I won't make it. Yes, you will. No, we're gonna starve out here. We haven't eaten. No, you won't. It's like, you can't go this long without eating. Yes, you can. I was like, Coach, calm down.
Mm-hmm.
Get off of Jerry's neck. So I think even just for their sanity, they might be.
I went to Exile Island. Nobody gave me any food, any water.
Yeah, I was fine. I was perfectly fine. I don't know if he's trying to keep the morale up or if he's just being petty coach, but they're definitely ready to merge for a number of different reasons, including the food and probably just because they're tired of each other.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. They also do a major troll job here, Shannon. Like they have like the food laid out also at this challenge. Like
it looks like a feast.
It must be a merge. Look at that feast right there.
And they also have an individual challenge where you might think that it's going to be like it's people bowling, but it's in teams. So they might think that. I mean, they definitely are having fun with the fact that the villains have dismantled their entire camp. And then there's like so much drama around the challenge because Coach wants to sit out Sandra and Courtney, which are their two weakest people. So obviously they'll have to play in the immunity challenge, and then they lose the challenge anyway. And then when they eventually lose the immunity challenge, he goes home. Like he's the one saying like, this tribe won't win another challenge, and he's right, but he's like contributing to it with that poor strategy. Like he's just off it at this point.
Yeah. This is going to close out the 2-season arc for Survivor Bowling.
I love Survivor Bowling. We need
more
of Survivor Bowling.
We do not need any more of this.
You don't like Survivor Bowling? It's so fun.
This is the worst challenge. Like
I want it all. I want Survivor mini golf. I want all the novel sports.
No.
Can you imagine Survivor mini golf and like all of the courses could be Survivor things? Like one course would be like Boston Rob's giant head that they have to putt through,
like a windmill. Yeah.
Yes.
I think that would be more entertaining.
That would be so
Survivor
fun.
Bowling.
Someone should make that.
Survivor Bowling is just like they just throwing the ball down there as hard as they can. Like there's no actual bowling skill. It's not like, oh, I'm a good bowler, so I'll be good at this. Just throw the thing as hard as you can and hope to hit a bunch of pins. Like it's not. There's no technique here. That's why Coach thinks finally something Jerry and Courtney can be good at. Just roll the ball. But you're right. This is what is setting up his ultimate downfall.
Well, they sit out Courtney and Sandra in this one.
Well, he asked them like, "Do y'all want to
feast?"
He does ask them initially, like, "Do y'all think y'all can do this?" And they're like, kind of non-committal, like, "I mean, if y'all want us to." And Coach is like, "No, sit down. I want pizza." And so, like from there, they sit them down, and now they have Sandra and Courtney actually doing a challenge that matters, like one that actually can control whether or not somebody goes home. So yeah, this is definitely where Coach kind of starts to shoot himself in his own foot. But I hate this challenge so much. It's boring to watch. I just hate it.
There's something so novel about seeing bowling lanes like on the island. I don't know. I love it, but I think mini golf, that for me, that would be a great challenge. All the novelty challenges are definitely
bocce
fun
ball.
for me.
Yeah, remember bocce ball? Remember those?
Yeah. So anyway, that I think it's fun, but there's a lot about this because Jerry's just like, again, there's a lot of like just negging Sandra and Courtney within earshot of them. Because then Jerry's like talking about it, like loudly blaming them for the loss that they weren't even participating in earshot of Sandra, who's obviously going to fight back because Sandra. Yeah. And then like she briefly concedes that like it's Coach's fault that he like, told you to sit out. But then as like comes back to the two, like you should have been more gung-ho. Like I as a coach is like, I just want you to like be more like forthcoming with it. Like, come on, they did nothing. Yeah. They did nothing wrong here.
Yeah, they're incredulous. Like, wait. So the reason we lost is because we sat out? Like you're blaming the loss on us?
It was crazy.
Yeah. Sandra does a good job of deflecting because that is not what Jerry was saying. Jerry is saying we lost and we have to go. Like we have wasted y'all on this, like sitting y'all out on this challenge, and y'all suck.
But it wasn't their fault that they sat out. Like the thing that
no, not at all. And I think
she's blaming them for that.
Yeah, that's the argument they should be having is why did you sit out? Sandra would say, Coach told us to sit out. And then it would be blamed on Coach. But because it's Jerry and she likes Coach, she's like kind of leaning more into like, well, Sandra and Courtney, why don't y'all do something? And Sandra and Courtney like, listen, if y'all mad because y'all didn't get y'all pizza and now we got like, this is all y'all's fault. So I don't know why y'all dragging us into it. But, Sandra can get loud too. What the F? So
it's because like they blame them.
Talk over them.
Yeah, like they blame them and they like also voted out Boston Rob when they could have voted out Courtney. Like at every stage, this is like truly your fault. It's your decision. you can say whether it's right or wrong, but like you made that choice in every capacity. So yeah, that was, and also on the heroes speech, I just want to point out that like JT tells us the Girls Alliance must be in control, as the guys wouldn't vote out their best competitor.
Yeah.
Just know that they wouldn't do that. The guys would never do that. He knows that.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
It's no way.
Rupert at the challenge. Oh, see that Girls Alliance.
Questions.
And kudos to the villains for not being like, what?
Yeah.
Like, they're just like, oh, that's fine. Whatever.
Mhm.
If you say so, Rupert, I'll take it, you know?
Yeah.
Because, you know, the Sandra that we know is good to be like, what are you talking about? Like, we ain't even got a machete. You know, so like, there's a non-zero chance that Courtney just doesn't say like, Rupert, you're stupid. So
yeah, it
kudos to
probably
her
is
for
a
holding
missed
his hand.
opportunity that Sandra doesn't just nip that in the bud immediately.
Mhm.
Because like by the time that they get to emerge where she can tell Rupert, like the deed has been done, the idol has been passed. Like I don't think she was obviously anticipating that a move like that would be made. Like she waits to get on the beach, but like, and obviously would blow up her own game so much if she was doing that. Like two extremes, she is going to end up having to like win the race against Courtney, not the literal race that James has, but like a strategic race. So it's if she could just like let Rupert know, just like catch his attention and be like, there is no, no Girls Alliance, not happening. No, yeah.
But he'd have to also believe her, also.
Yeah, he does later though.
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get into some of the Sandra highlights here because we're gonna see her talk to Courtney and say, "Look, we got this. Let's put a bug in Russell's ear that Coach is gunning for him." And Sandra is gonna work her magic. And Chappelle, this is maybe one of the most impressive rounds of play from Sandra in her entire Survivor resume.
Yeah, Sandra's fed up. She says, this is the worst tribe ever put together. It's the villain tribe. First of all, she's wrong, but she says, this is the worst tribe ever put together. I should not be here. I should be with the heroes because I can't stand Jerry. I hate Coach. I hate Danielle. I hate Russell even more. Like, she is giving us everything that we want from Sandra. This is like one of her like star-making moments for sure. She says like, Courtney, listen, it ain't gonna be us. You know, the anybody but me. This is definitely like the aggressive version of that. Like, no, it's not gonna be us. It's gonna be Coach this time. And so she says like, I know Russell well enough at this point. Like based off of these last 2 rounds of play, or even just the way I've seen him interact, he's not going to do well with somebody openly targeting him. So what if we just made it seem like Coach is targeting Russell? Let's see what Russell does. Like see how he reacts to that, because we know he's not going to take that, you know, sitting down. He's also going to just target Coach. And honestly, it's the best move because she knows that Coach looks like he's dejected and disgusted with Russell. He's so fed up. Coach was complicit in this whole thing. Like he was there. He did not participate, but he was not like, oh my gosh, I had plausible deniability. I had no clue. Like, Coach, you knew this was coming. So to sit there and be like, y'all voted out my friend. Oh my God, I hate y'all. Like, why did y'all do this? Master Rob deserves to be here. Yeah, when Russell looks at you and says, yeah, Sandra says you're coming for me. You can't really hide it if you've been walking around pouting all day about Boston Rob going home. So it's a brilliant move. Sandra just executes on it. She moves so quickly as well. And she doesn't push too hard. She doesn't go like, oh my God, Russell, you won't believe it. She just kind of says like, oh, dang, you trust Coach? Couldn't be me. Not the way he's talking about you, but okay, if that's what you want. So, you know, it works. She just plays right into what Russell is looking for when he's looking for a target. And yeah, he goes right after Coach, right? Like Sandra just drew it up perfectly.
Yeah, she called her shot. She'll lie. She doesn't care, but she'll make up a good lie. And that's literally what she does here. And it is manipulation, and it is a blind spot for Russell in looking back at the season. In that, like the edit gives total credit, like in the next episode, like total credit to her. There is some agency in that, like he takes the bait completely, but then he also talks to Parvati about the added benefit that then they'll believe the Girls Alliance even more. So like he's doing some active stuff there, but like for the most part, it does seem like what we're showing is that this is very much Sandra's move. And it's a Sandra thing. That's the whole game. That's like the pro of her game when we look back at like why she won the season. It's those individual, very sneaky plays, and this is probably the top of them.
Okay, we're still going to have an immunity challenge here, and it's really not going to go well for the villains after now Sandra and Courtney have to play, and it's a total blowout for the heroes who go through this mud challenge going away.
Yes. by their own action. They lost the challenge.
Yeah, who sat out the reward challenge? Do y'all remember? Because Sandra and Courtney end up playing, right? No, they sat out.
Yeah.
So they
Yeah,
had to
they
play.
sat out.
reward
So they got to
challenge.
play.
So
And then
who would have sat out ideally for them to do well in this challenge?
Sandra and Courtney.
No, I mean what I'm saying is if Coach was in, like, if they had sat out, could they have won this anyway? Because I don't think they
I
would
don't
have.
think so.
Yeah, probably not.
It
Probably
would've been
not.
closer.
It would have been
Yeah.
a better. It's just because they knew that they were going in with like the worst team, and they made that decision. It's just more like a theoretical thing, even if it wasn't necessarily the difference.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah.
Because
They had Boston Robin Tyson. I'm not sure they win this
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a tough one. That's what I was noticing, because it's like it ends up being like Russell and Sandra, and of course Russell wins, and then like Coach versus Rupert, and Coach wins, and then like it ends up the final round was like JT and Colby versus Sandra and Parvati. Like, okay, what iteration was going to beat JT and Colby here? Like, just tell me, who was it going to be? Like maybe Coach and Russell, but it would have been tough. So I don't know if there was like a better option here. Like, this kind of seemed like they were at this point just fighting to be fighting.
Yeah. All right. Let's go back to the villains camp. And so we're going to see some dissension in the ranks.
Yeah, this is like some of the ugliest that it gets early on when Danielle and Russell are arguing because she wants to keep Coach's strength. And he eventually like reneges on that.
Yeah,
I don't really know.
Courtney.
Yeah, she like really wants Courtney out, and like Sandra and Courtney know that it's up in the air. So I like Russell is very argumentative about this. Like, it gets heated, and I think that shows as a sign of things to come, of like how heated this is going to get through with him and his allies through the next several votes of the season.
Now, Danielle doesn't mind mixing it up with her allies. She came into the Survivor world by way of the Kasaya 6. So this is nothing for Danielle.
That's true. That's true. This is just like a calm day for sure.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, this is like a crack in the Russell armor, right? When he starts losing control, that's when the real Russell starts to peak out. And so, like, when everybody's agreeing with him, it's perfectly fine. Like, him and Natalie White get along great, throughout their whole entire season. Like, Jason and Russell get along great during their whole season because there are no cracks. And then when you start to like disagree with him, that's when he's like, I don't want to talk to you no more. That's stupid. You stupid. Like, I ain't gonna talk to you no more. And Danielle is not the one to do that with. She is definitely like, Russell, what are you talking about, you dummy? So, it's a lot of that going on. But yeah, it's definitely a control issue. He just doesn't like people trying to be in charge when he thinks he should be the one in charge.
Okay. Yeah. We go to our tribal council here. And so this is an interesting split vote that we're gonna have. Russell and Jerry are gonna vote Courtney along with Coach, but then Sandra and Parvati are gonna be votes against Coach. So I guess were they trying to do an idol split? That's Shannon. That's a weird configuration. Like, why doesn't Russell vote for Coach here?
Well, Jerry gets blindsided. I think Russell ends up telling Jerry in the next episode, like, I had a feeling it was him, but I wasn't going to write his name down. Like, I think this was jury management from Russell, which is a strange thing to say about Russell.
Coach was on the jury at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, like, I asked Mike the same thing. I'm messaging him, like, why do you think that Russell did that? That's where I go when I have any questions about anything Survivor. And I feel like we agreed, like, it probably was jury management. He has a jury that starts at 12 last season. So maybe he's just thinking, like, there's a chance. He knows that's something Coach might care about. It's something JT literally does in Token Teens. It's something that Coach did last episode where he didn't vote for Rob. So he probably just thinks he'll throw his vote. And that's something that someone like Coach might appreciate, which he's probably right about. I actually thought this was not terrible from...
I disagree.
You okay? How so?
I don't think he does this with Coach in mind going to the jury, but I do think he does this in the idea that Jerry's going to be here.
Okay.
So I don't want to betray Jerry's number one ally.
That's a good point. Yeah.
So Jerry, because when Jerry comes to him,
if we only hear him saying it to Jerry, in which case
exactly
that's an agenda.
He tells Jerry, like, I couldn't vote for him. It looked like he was going home, but I just couldn't do it. And Jerry's like, okay, cool. I can still be aligned with Russell. But if she's like, you brought us in to get rid of Boston Rob, and now you're backstabbing us, I could be next.
Yeah.
He has to make it look like I wasn't involved in that. What are you talking about? So he's fine voting with Jerry and Coach to vote out Courtney, even knowing that Coach is going home, because he needs to pull Jerry back in. So I don't think it's jury management, because when has Russell ever really cared about that? I think it's definitely, I still need Jerry to work with me, because what if she flips at the merge? Remember, we don't know when the merge is coming. Pray for the merge. Famous words for Coach, right? And so if the merge comes and Jerry's like, okay, bye, then you got the heroes, you got Jerry, and you have Sandra all leaving. So there's no reason to, to completely just disregard Jerry at this vote, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And also that, and I don't know if he's thinking this way, but there's 3 votes on Courtney. And so for the 4 coach votes come in, it's like Danielle and Parvati and Sandra and Courtney have to both turn their key. And if either one of them was going to not be true to their word, like it still would have been Courtney going home there in that spot. So if Courtney and Sandra were going to try to blindside and put their votes on Russell, it's still only 2 votes on Russell. Like both pairs would have to flip against him.
Yeah, Sandra gets a lot of credit for this move, but this is impressive strategically for Russell as far as the way it works out, because now the heroes see this women's alliance. Oh my gosh, like they voted out another one, those damn women, but also he's able to save his relationship with Jerry that he does take very far into the game. And he's able to make sure that Courtney and Sandra vote the way that he wants, because if they flip on him and vote for anybody else, it'll be Courtney. And so I think 10s across the board for Russell Hantz right here.
Yeah, it was really good. I mean, it's a fun tribal council in general. I feel like Jeff is just like openly judgmental of their decision to take out Boston Rob. And Courtney like shines in this tribal council where she's like hilariously sassy. She's like, thank you, Jeffrey, when he's like, oh, you kept Courtney. And she like spars with Coach and calls him dad, like thanks, dad. Like that whole tribal council is great for her.
She's so good.
Jeff is like very upset about the whole thing, and then that he ends up like talking about like and yet you decided to get rid of Rob and Tyson, 2 of your strongest players, and Courtney's like, I didn't vote to get rid of either. I was working with them, and insulting me isn't going to bring them back.
So good.
Yeah. My favorite Courtney line in that moment is when she says, no, the tribe voted him out. Because she could have easily said, they did it. But she said, no, the tribe has spoken, not me. All of us as a consensus came, that is why Rob went home. I personally would have loved Rob to be here, but the tribe said, let's go. And so, I love Courtney standing her ground here, because Jeff is picking on her for no reason at all. Like, well, if you love Boston Rob so much, then why'd you vote him out? Like, well, because I didn't vote him out. Damn, Jeff.
Yeah, it must suck to always be blamed. Like, you're Sandra and Courtney, you're being blamed for the challenges. But, like, the people who are making you lose are the people who voted out your allies who were so strong. Like, Tyson and Rob were carrying the tribe. And now that they're gone against your will, you are, like, now being shamed from a challenge perspective, which is just a really difficult one. Like, I think all the creative around this point is funny. Like the next time on as well has like a montage of bad moves and then shows JT talking about giving the idol to Russell. So like there's just a lot of editorializing happening here from like the editors and Jeff, and I think it's all very enjoyable.
Yeah, so that's what's coming up in the next episode that they talk about, like in the history of Survivor, there's been a lot of bad moves, but there's one next week that might like Shannon, I think that if this happened today, like we would be furious that they did this.
Yes. Yeah, we'd be like okay, so
spoiler alert.
Yeah, this is not, I mean, the thing is like, it's not going to go well, because it's never like Russell being like, oh, this is like a legitimate option for me. Maybe I should, like, they gave me an idol. Maybe I should work against Parvati. Like, we know the dynamics to know how wrong they are. And there's no other way to see it play out other than just like a Greek tragedy where you're just like watching it. So like the fact that they could lay it out like that and be like, literally in the history of Survivor, this is the worst move ever. And it hasn't even happened yet as a move. Yes, it is spoilery, but like, I can't remember my feelings in the moment, but it must have felt pretty obvious that this was not going to go well, like horrendously wrong, to the point where it's historic and it hasn't even happened.
Yeah. Chappelle, what do you think? Like, if this was playing out in the real time, do you feel like that there'd be like people trying to make the case of like, wait, hold on, let's see how this plays out? Whatever, like this is actually a great move.
Yeah, look, I'm sure you can.
People do that still.
Yeah. Like, listen, I'm a complainer, but I do think that I think you could probably hear both sides in a lot of ways. You know, like I don't love that they telegraphed this so like obviously they're like the worst thing that ever happened in Survivor. Like, but I mean, if you want people to turn on the television, that's what you want on your commercial. Because like if I haven't watched Survivor in 2 or 3 seasons and you hear like the worst move, or even when they started to advertise
That
Russell Hanson,
literally that did happen in the season of Australian Survivor. The marketing is different here, but it was literally like the worst mistake ever. And you're like, oh, there's gonna be a mistake? Okay, good to know. Or like
check it out.
there was like a preview that was like for 4 people left, and the 2 least likely people, they're like, which of these 2 will go home? You're like, why are you narrowing the field? So I feel like this is nothing for Australian marketing, but for the US, maybe for the next time on, it was quite a lot to put it in a montage of bad moves.
Yeah.
And this probably marks a moment where Survivor's getting a little fancy in these areas too. Because I mean, in Nicaragua next season, you'll get like this season on Survivor. Have you met Sash? Sash has been having a great time.
Worst day of his life.
Yeah, but now he's having the worst day of his life. His allies are leaving him, and he's all like, they get very kind of cute with this eventually. Yeah. So I think this is where they start to feel themselves a little bit more in their marketing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so that I also wonder, Shannon, is this like a thumb on the scale of they're going to tell us like, you'll see, this is the worst move ever. And then let's have a vote at the end of the season. What the worst move ever was. And then lo and behold.
That like, JT, this is going to be nominated.
Yeah.
Do you think this works out for JT? Do you think that he gets out of this alive? Like, it's funny because it only pays off 2 episodes down the road as well. So it's just like on a binge, it's perfect. You're like watching this whole thing. It's like so tragic to watch, but it must have been interesting week to week being like, wow, just like the countdown to like JT's very bad day is like spending the entire, imagine like if we had you did have podcasts. I wonder that whole week was just like, this is not looking good for JT, right? Like we've got a few days to talk about it, but like, man, something bad is, I guess it could have gone a different way, but certainly that move was not the right move. And we knew that instantly.
If it wasn't for the preview, though, I could imagine a world where the Survivor know-it-alls are like, JT is doing the thing.
Oh, well, let me tell you how the Survivor know-it-alls will go. Yeah, I don't know about this move. And Steve would like, no, this is a great move.
Exactly.
JT is always thinking outside the box.
The conversation would be, it would be there. There would be a conversation. Whereas I think when you market this as, this is one of the worst things you ever seen in your life.
Yeah, they told us.
Yeah, there's like,
nothing to debate.
We could podcast about it, but we know this is going to end bad, so it's kind of like, yeah, if you didn't do that, do you say like, well, what's the merit to this? Yeah. And I'm sure we'll have to talk about it as that vote comes up.
Steven, do you think that this is one of the worst moves? Well, I actually think that ranking is arbitrary and reductive. So
unless he's at the top of the rankings, which is we found out.
Although maybe the next time on should be leaving the analysis to the podcast and not doing their own analysis of like, what's good and what's bad. Like, just tell us what's happening. Like we don't need the opinions, but I also don't want it to be lost. Coach's final words. I'm not a vindictive person, but I hope they get wiped off the face of the map.
Everything he says is a contradiction. Everything he says, like I will use my last breath to protect Randy. He doesn't even vote for Randy. Like I am honor bound to vote with Jerry, and then like he's like, well, Jerry, what are you doing, girl? I gotta like Rob. I will vote with you. I promise. Russell, knight me. I will vote with you. I promise. Like everything Coach says, he will go back on his word very quickly, and then he will tell you that he's never going back on his word. I am the most honorable and the most trustworthy person here, and the most truthful. Like you'll never see anybody like me. I'm once in a generation talent. I am, Coach, and I agree with him, honestly. Yeah, whatever Coach says goes in my book. He's a special player in my heart.
All right, let's go to the 9th episode of Heroes versus Villains, and we get that conversation of Russell talking with Jerry about not wanting to write Coach's name down. He doesn't trust Sandra and Courtney. We're gonna get some tree mail. And Shannon, you referenced this earlier in this podcast about how everybody has to rank the players 1 to 5 because we're going to get basically in honor of Coach JT, the old Tocantins Memorial Foothold Challenge. But this time we're going to be matching players up from 1 to 5.
Yeah, this is a really fun one because it does create some like iconic matchups. The fact that we have like Courtney and Amanda from China, obviously. Party and JT is just iconic based on what's about to happen. Jerry and Colby and Sandra and Rupert, which is fun because he's like, love you. And she like has the eye roll, which is hilarious. So yeah, it's a really fun one because they're trying to like out strategize each other in picking the pairings. We do end up with some very cool matchups.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
And shout out to Amanda for being the first person to get to 100 days.
That is very impressive. She isn't to this day, 100 days in, never voted out. You know, who could say that?
To this point, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
to this point in the season.
Yes. All right. So the reward, Chappelle Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right. And also in honor of Shannon, Australian Steakhouse.
It's a very Australian thing. Yes.
Do they have like Outback in Australia?
On every corner.
I don't know. I don't think we do. Like, I've never seen it. It's kind of like how I don't know, like the Lucky Charms of Ireland. Like I don't know. It seems like it's a little bit of like a bit of us. Like it's not like an authentic thing. I've always been like, are they making fun of us with the Outback Steakhouse thing? Like I feel like it's more of a joking, just like a bit of a.
When you visited America, you didn't go to one, Shannon?
No, I mean I'm a vegetarian, so like a steakhouse for me is. But they look like they have good baked potatoes.
Blooming onion.
Okay,
we can do that next time you come.
Next time, go to Outback. COVID permitting. Yeah.
Do they have a blooming onion here on this reward?
I don't know. I mean, I think Kobe gets very excited about blooming onions, but I didn't see them eat one. I saw
that's where the idol clue should have been, in the middle of the blooming onion.
Oh yeah, that'd have been cool. I see Sandra like
fried idol clue
demolishing. Yeah, she like demolishes like this steak, and mashed potatoes or baked potato or whatever. But I didn't see a blooming onion. That's kind of a missed opportunity there.
Sandra is like dear to my heart with the way that she talks up the sponsor, like talking about like connecting it to her husband's tour of Afghanistan. Like that is some extreme stuff that she's talking about Outback Steakhouse and how much she loves it, and she'll go multiple times for like special occasions. And she also has like the birth comment, like how she had 2 babies, didn't even get an aspirin. Amazing comment. Like it's a very fun challenge, and also just like
curious if did she want an aspirin or they wouldn't get or
she didn't need an aspirin because she's Sandra.
Didn't need it. Yeah,
she didn't need it. Like she's way too strong. And like the running theme, obviously, of the Girls Alliance is hilarious. And like Russell's sitting out and he does like the prayer hands. Like the version of Russell that the heroes think he is hilarious to me because obviously they don't know him. They think he like won a contest to be here. Like they think it's just like because like we've never seen him play. Yeah, they just think like, did you win a radio contest? Like the way he's like, just like he's like in dire straits. He's got nothing to help himself. They're eventually going to tell him how to play an idol and how to play. Like they don't know who he is even remotely. But I love the version of Russell that exists in their mind.
Yeah. Okay. And Jeff starts off Russell's introduction on the very first episode with like one of the most notorious villains who ever played the game.
He's a villain.
And very quickly they're like, oh, that Russell, we gotta save him. And to play into that women's alliance narrative, the women they just demolished the men in this challenge. Like the Russell sits out and the women just like make easy work of the heroes. So like just it just plays right into his hand, like, oh my gosh, look at me just over here getting decimated like y'all are too. They're so vicious. And it just goes to show you that, like, hey, you just because you're voting out the women, it doesn't mean because they're not good at challenges, you guys. It doesn't mean that you can't pick a woman over Boston Rob without it being some type of like nefarious deed. Maybe he's just not the strongest person this time.
Also, not everything's based on strength. Like you guys voted out Tom, like alliances and dynamic, but like also. So what is the narrative in their mind of why Russell is here? Like he is a villain, so he must have done something villainous. Is he like a coach? Is that how a coach is a villain? But like he's not really a villain. Is he just like a larger than life character?
They might be like, well, Candace is a hero. Like she didn't really do anything that heroic.
And Candace is there like, hey, like she's in the conversation.
Like Danielle is a villain. Like she didn't really do anything that villainous.
I think everybody on Kasaya is a villain if Terry is the hero of that story. Except Sari, of course, because she's my hero. But I think on this season, you probably have like 15 people saying, like, I'm on the wrong tribe. And because we know they didn't like all go back and do their research, I'm pretty sure they've all convinced each other, like in one way or another. Like, no, what are you talking about? Like, I'm a good guy. Look at Parvati does not. She like almost never admits it. She's like, what, me? I would never. What are you talking about? So yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if Russell was like, I don't know why I'm on this drive. Like, I won. Why didn't y'all just make me a hero? So.
Well, like JT says, he's like a good old country boy. Like that's not the edit he got. Like he must be somewhat villainous. Like there are so many red flags. We'll talk about it with JT. JT is just. Poor JT, he just got a bouquet of red flags. And
we get our Outback reward for the villains. Parvati is going to find a clue in the napkin. She is going to smuggle it out. Gets Danielle to hide the idol. Hide the idol clue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Double
in her-
D, hide this in your boobs.
Yeah. So she's
That
gonna.
female power.
Yes. Okay.
What the men are scared of. That's what it sounds like. These women alliance, and they have clues, and they hide it in their boobs. Like, it sounds fake. It sounds like something they say, but it's true.
That's what they did, JT.
I promise.
Oh.
You gotta listen.
They found idols in their boobs. It was scary.
Yeah.
And she's like, wow, these people crazy out here. They wouldn't
Yeah.
like this in Talking Shit.
Mhm.
Sierra would never.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Light bulb goes off for JT. I got a plan.
And it's gonna go
Okay.
well. And actually, he won the season, so it's good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I bet my life in this game, and
he does.
he sure will.
That he did.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's give Russell the idol to knock out the girls.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Rob, have you ever seen one of these on Survivor? Let me take you back to the 40th best season as
pencil?
ranked by the listener. Yeah. All of a sudden, a pen and paper just
No,
we have
it's
a pen and paper.
Amanda's like luxury
Yeah.
item. I thought her journal, right?
Mhm.
Here's
Yeah.
the luxury item, the pen and paper, is just conveniently here. And like we see at the bottom of the countdown, like, hey, this is Boston Rob saying, like, hey, Jamal, you know what you can do with this pen and paper? Like, yeah, I could ruin my game.
comes
Like
full
I
circle.
eventually end up doing. Yeah.
Yeah. In fairness,
Wild.
Bob stopped watching this season after he got voted out.
I'm sure he doesn't even know who won still. Yeah, but he's still not. He doesn't perceive this.
I have a quote here that I didn't attribute to anyone, but I think it was Colby. He says, like, you writing your letter to Russell, buddy?
Like, and
Killed me.
JT's kind of like sitting over
Bad
there. and he's kinda
idea.
Like, I'm just coloring. Like,
This is a bad idea.
oh, it's so bad.
So this is the perspective. I feel like Colby feels nothing because Colby, but like Rupert's into it. Rupert really is like buying the all girls thing at first. JT obviously it's his plan. Amanda is like, this is a crazy thing to do, and Candace is like, oh, it does. I don't mind it because like it could work, and even if it doesn't, JT doesn't have an idol, and that is more threatening to her. So like they all find their way around being like, okay, and like Colby is like fully on board. He's gonna end up telling Russell at the challenge about it, like warning him about it. So they are all complicit to different degrees in how terrible this is.
I only think I think that this is not horrible for Candace. I think Candace she hates JT so much, and she hates Rupert. And they hate her. So it's like, listen, if we can get this idol out of JT's hand, I might have a little wiggle room here. Also, if we make it to the merge and there is an all-girl line, it's like, I wouldn't mind seeing what that be like. You know, like, it's like, woo, do that. Give the alliance to the people I'm going to flip on you with. That's fine. So I don't hate this for Candace. I'm looking at Amanda like, Amanda, you're better than this. Please do something. But I think she too hates JT. And she also is like, well.
She does. But again, she also like lived through the Eric Reichenbach thing, that whole debacle. She lived through it. And now she's on the other side of it.
Yeah, I think it's a tough one because it's like it does weaken JT, and maybe they underestimated how much it was going to be hero strong, how much we're coming in with this big theme to be the heroes versus the villains at the merge, and how if he's going to kill himself in this move, it's going to be for the rest of them as well. So maybe they just thought that like he would be hoisted on that petard and that they wouldn't be, but you know, they all are in that collection. So in hindsight, maybe be like, JT, we don't know. Like, let's see how it goes. Let's just see how it goes.
There's no arguing with him. There's just none. He knows what he's going to do, and he's going to do it regardless.
But meanwhile, while JT is working to send an idol to Russell, Parvati and Amanda, they're going to go look for an idol, and they're going to find it and not tell Russell.
Parvati and Danielle, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, what did I say?
You said we both said it wrong. Yeah, they find the idol, and this is what I'm saying is like, this is going to end up being possibly the downfall of Parvati's whole game because she's working with a madman. But like the relationship that she has with Danielle and how transparent she is about that becoming closer than Russell and her weakening Russell in ways and making him feel uncomfortable will get him to lash out. And the biggest way he lashes out is by taking out Danielle. And Danielle and Russell at a final 3 for Parvati is probably a winning game. Like I see that as a losing move. So like not placating this dragon that you talk about being like, you know, taming the dragon. Like, no, but like sometimes you anger him. Like you have this pet dragon and sometimes you like poke him with a stick and then he burns your friend with his fire. So like, I think it's in stuff like this. I understand why she wants individual control and it must be hard to be under Russell's thumb. I totally get that. But as a move, she's like, I want to see him squirm. It's like, no, because he doesn't just squirm. He lashes out and he will hit you. So I do think that it's this like power struggle that will end up dooming them both, and mostly her.
Yeah. It's very interesting.
No,
It's
yeah,
like
I
that.
agree.
Yeah, I do feel like that, if Parvati at some point was able to throw Russell to the wolves, or like, I guess there's like two ways to go about it. What you're talking about is like, okay, pacify him and, get all the way to the end with him.
And
That
Danielle.
could be a potential, winning condition to get there with Danielle. Or I feel like that the other version is just got to get rid of him at some point.
Yeah.
That's what you guys spoke about a lot in the evolution of strategy. I still like remember where I was in my car listening to that like
and
years
I think
ago.
we also that we talked about getting rid of him at a round he had immunity at the final.
Yeah, but like, and it is blocked up in the end game. The thing that's hard is that she's with a lot of people that will be difficult to beat, even with her amazing game. Like a hero there is a worrying thing with like the stacked hero jury, Sandra and even Jerry, like possibly have these relationships she doesn't. Like I really feel she gets just like cut at the knees at the Danielle vote. And I do think that would have been like a winning tribal council for her. So like even just getting rid of him, it's like, but then you are left with other really, like at least you're going to beat him in a jury vote. Like then you're left with other really threatening people to sit beside. So it's a tough one, but I totally get that people didn't like that she was seen as just like complicit in what he was doing. And she needed to like make that break, which at least Sandra tries to do. And that's why she gets a lot of votes. But in a different world, she's probably thinking Russell and Danielle, and that's going to be a good final tribal council. I believe her to be right. She doesn't go the way she wants, not due to herself because Russell blindsides her, but I think that her part in that is that she's trying to make her own very like scary ally uncomfortable, and she will pay for that.
Yeah. If she made it to the end with her final three, she wins the game. Like if it's her, Russell, and Danielle from day one, she wins the game, and there's no question about it. There's nothing anybody. Danielle's not gonna go make the friends that Parvati doesn't make. Russell is Russell. He's never gonna win this game. So so had it gone her way, yeah. But the reason it doesn't go her way is what you're just talking about. She makes him feel so uncomfortable that he starts to act erratically, and you just don't.
That's hard.
You don't put Russell buttons, like as Jerry will say later on. So yeah.
I can't imagine being in that like situation where that just feels like a very ugly alliance to be in. It's a tough one. I get her wanting to get back her sense of control. She's this like powerful woman. She won her season. She's an incredible strategist. She doesn't want to be like part of this, but I think like for her game, unfortunately, like the best thing to do was just to play so nice with Russell, placate him a little bit more, tell him about these things, not make the connection you have with Danielle that much more obvious than what you have with him, because he's going to end up. You got to know what you're dealing with Russell, and you have to absolutely have the lightest of touches with him.
Okay, yeah. Chappelle, how about some highlights from JT's letter?
Okay, so he's like, make sure you act like you're going home. I think you should write. How you play Survivor
contest winner.
Yeah, this will show. Oh, and then Rupert's favorite part, like, oh, make sure you add in the part, like, this will show you're not a villain. Like, Rupert, nobody cares. Nobody cares about whether or not you're labeled a villain. We don't care. Rupert's like, villains. Make sure you add that part in. Like, okay, Rupert, that's fine. Gold. Yeah, and Rupert and Colby are like, yeah, that's it. That's the one. Like, no, this is dumb. This is dumb. I think the problem here, though, is that JT played a very kumbaya game in Token Cheese. Like even with the cross tribal alliance that Steven had, it was like, oh look, like me and Taj and then Sierra and Brendan, like we will go back and make sure we're the only ones going to the exile, and we'll know where the idol is, and blah 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 blah. Very very much like above board. People love JT. They wanted to go to the end with him and lose to him. Iron sharpens iron. Coach was telling people like, we got to keep JT. He's the best warrior. We have to keep him. At no point were people like, let's all just JT is fine, but let's get him out of here. So for him to even like, he can't perceive that this is bad. Like even the worst case scenario, he gives it to Russell and Russell's not that great. He's like, I'm JT. No one's coming.
Yeah, I'm untouchable.
So like, yeah. So I don't think he's ever felt adversity, even to this point in this game. When is JT a target? So it's like,
that's what we're saying is like, he can make these big moves, flip to a minority. No one's coming after him. Like he's a little bit too untouchable. I think he needed a scare, possibly like what Boston Rob got in the scare with Tyson going home. And maybe from then he's like, oh, I should probably just like play it a little safe. But he just like feels that he's just like above it all because he has been in his entire Survivor career.
And in a vacuum, it's not a horrible move.
It's
If this
horrible.
is not, well, if it's not,
so
if this is
bad.
not Russell Hantz, right? The person who is going to take your heart and stab it a billion times, or if this is not Parvati, who's going to then eat it, who then has two idols, who then plays them selflessly. Like, this is a comedy of errors that has to happen. Like, there's a lot of going on here for this to specifically rebound on JT. Because this could have still, if it was Parvati with one idol, this could have still been JT being like, okay, I'm fine, but with two, yeah, this is wild. So, like, it's a bad move, yes. But knowing what he knew, not knowing who Russell was, also seeing these men, like I said, he does not perceive anything outside of his.
But that's such a bad read. It's such like a shallow read.
I'm saying that's JT. Like, I'm not saying, like, I'm saying the rest of us probably could look through that. And I'm not, I told you I'd be bad at this game. But from the outside looking in, it's very easy to make that decision. It's kind of like looking at the Eric Reichenbach decision in Micronesia. It's such a dumb move. He gave his idol away. It's like 6 women yelling at him for 5 days, telling him, you got to give your idol away. You got to give your idol away. You got to give your idol away. So he finally gives it away. And we were like, oh, it's the dumbest move of all time. Like, yeah, his head was spinning. He was tired. He was hungry. He screwed up. Like, so JT's reality, he does not see this as a possibility. And then it just comes crashing down so violently. And it's so satisfying, honestly, because if you're going to do something like this, you want it to blow up, because then that makes good TV and we can talk about it 20 years later. So there you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it was a lot of assumptions being made. I don't feel it was necessary. I feel like going to the 5 and like hoping that you could bring people over then. I mean, it would be like,
and you have an idol.
Yeah, and you have an idol, and like you have connections. Like Amanda's played with a Courtney who he thinks will be there. Like, and there would have been fractures there. That's the sad thing. Is like definitely yes. Like Sandra and I mean in this world, Courtney would have flipped over. But like like they would have had Sandra possibly flipping over. But it's just like they give themselves no chance by giving the 2 idols and by just not listening at all to what is happening. And he's a villain. Like that's the thing is you know nothing about him. Like in the world where he's not Russell Hantz, for me, if I knew nothing about someone other than they're on the villains tribe, I'd be assuming the worst. Because like that's the only thing that you have to go on. Mm-hmm. So just assuming he's the kind of villain who wants to prove he's not a villain, there was just a lot of red flags. It wasn't necessary. I think that you could have waited a bit. It wasn't like, well, we're doomed anyway. Like let's be honest, we're so down in the numbers that you're not. You're coming in 5-5. And you're winning challenges, so it might even get better than that. And you have an idol. Like, there are options here that you don't need to go to, like, the nuclear level.
I will say that, not that I think that this was a good move, but if JT is so far down the rabbit hole that they have a women's alliance and the only chance to stop it is this, and we go to the merge, Candace or Amanda, they're going to join the women's alliance. So, this is the
work on those relationships then. Like,
yeah, but this is JT.
I don't think it was a good move. I'm just trying to say, this might explain why the 3 guys might have been a little bit more like gung ho of like.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. I think from their point of view, they're like, oh my gosh, they're picking off all of them.
We've
Russell's
already lost
next.
the game.
Yeah, Russell's
But
next.
if that's the case, then you won't have the numbers at the merge anyway. Like, even if Russell comes and you lose the girls, like...
But they need him there. They could probably find an idol. Maybe they can win immunity. Maybe they can flip somebody.
They have an idol. They just gave it away. They had one.
That is true. That is true. They just need to get their guy one more vote. Like, let's say this wasn't Russell, right? Let's say Russell goes home instead of Coach, and Coach is there. Then this makes total sense to JT because he even knows Coach, right? Coach is a villain.
He doesn't know Russell.
Yeah, he does not know Russell. That's his biggest mistake here. Is just like, what, you came up with this idea on your own and you looked at Rupert for backup. Okay, fine. But like, if this is Coach, you very much want to give Coach the idol. Coach stays himself. Coach meets up with you in the merge. He probably has a final 2 deal with Coach at that point, and then he's fine.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So
that is what it is. It's like Tyson and Coach are like Tyson and Coach are villains, and he played with them, and they were just snarky or ridiculous. Respectively.
They weren't evil.
Yeah, it's like this guy might just be a normal person who just has biting confessionals, like Courtney or Tyson. Like he worked with them to extremes. Like Coach, like they like wanted to lay down their life for him. Like he blindsided the 2 villains that were villains. So that I think that perception probably does change it a bit for him. But yeah, it was not at the point I think where they needed the nuclear button. I think they could have seen how it was going at the merge. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, this is obviously iconic where they pass the idol.
Yes, we get our challenge, and it's what Colby and Russell are like. Like everything like just worked out so perfectly for this to happen because they have this challenge where Colby and Russell are just like out like by themselves, able to like have a conversation. And as the challenge is going on, like the camera like lingers on them, and Colby is able to tell Russell like, "Hey, make sure you talk to JT after the challenge. He's got something for you."
Yeah.
Russell's like, "Help me. I'm not safe."
He says, "I wish I could shake your hand right
I
now."
wish I could shake your hand. I can't. I love what Russell thinks an honorable man is. And I love that it works for someone like Colby.
Exactly. He thinks that Colby thinks that that's all I need. Like,
Yeah.
what is it? I've never, what is it? A 4-fingered handshake or something, Rob? What's the
That's
quote?
Jeff Kent. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, I think he's like, oh, look, I know Colby would like a handshake here, and this is what I need to give him. But yeah, this is insane. It's insane that this happens. And it's iconic television. Yes. I mean, even the fact that it doesn't pay off immediately, it makes it even better because now you have to just sit with it and know that like the slow train wreck is about to happen and there's nothing we can do to avoid it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird after this challenge also, Shannon, there's something that I've never seen before, that the two tribes are like hugging each other like it's the power of veto ceremony just ended. It's weird. Like, have you ever seen the two tribes like embracing after a challenge before?
Well, I think they don't show it because it's like not on camera stuff. It's not stuff that is usually relevant because people aren't usually pausing their entire game to Russell in that time. But I think obviously there are people who've had relationships. There are people who know each other from the community. Like after every challenge, they're probably like, yeah, hey, what's up? So this became important because that was the time to pass the idol.
Matt Elrod got voted out for doing this in Redemption Island.
Yeah, well, Boston Rob wasn't here for this.
Yeah.
He missed that part.
Yeah. Anyway, Russell Hantz has the idol. He tells us, "You don't hand the enemy the idol, especially when his name is Russell Hantz. That's a big no-no."
Of course, and they're like, "Who is Russell Hantz? We haven't met him yet."
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the second most iconic note in reality TV history. The first, of course, being the note from the Jersey Shore. The first night at bed when you left Ron made out with two girls and put his head between a cocktail wasted breasts. Like, this is right up there with that. Okay. Yeah, I think the note says basically like Russell is a huge turning point. This is not fake. Parvati reads this back with Russell and they are just giddy. Like she's adding her own flair to certain moments, like, oh, that you're a victim of the all devouring female alliance, and like love you, XOXO,
yeah. Really a product of the time when like Gossip Girl was like really in its heyday. But also they would not have ever expected this. Like they're doing this because then Russell can be a double agent at the merge, which was enough of a gift given by this assumption from the heroes to be past an idol. They must have just been incredulous. I mean, like all of us, but my gosh, like it's just a wild thing.
Yeah.
Parvati reading the note is just peak Parvati to me.
Yeah.
So good.
He's going to take your heart and he's going to stab it and then he's going to pass it to me and I'm going to eat it. Yeah.
She's good.
She's a villain.
Yeah. She does come out with some of that like dark imagery sometimes. I feel like even in Winners at War, she had a few confessionals.
Burning your house to the ground. Yeah.
She's a good narrator. She's also very incredulous that JT even won the game. She's like, what the hell? She's like Shannon in this moment, like, this is bad.
She's like, I'm a winner. Like, I thought that was something that like validated me as a person, but I'm like, anyone can win. So
exactly.
Now I'm like, now this is maybe not that impressive an achievement for me if JT can win.
Well, I think that's just a mark of the season as well, though, right? We see people who we know to do well, like Tom Westman go out pre-merge, Boston Rob goes out pre-merge, but then we see people like Russell who can get to the end twice and never like win. So it's like, it shows that there's a lot more nuance than like, are you strategic? Did you win challenges? Did you make friends? Like, it's a lot more than that. And so this is part of that as well. Like a lot of things outside of the game went into JT deciding that this was going to be, the vote, like you have to know prior to the season, they were talking about getting Parvati out. Like everybody unanimously always wants her out. The fact that she makes it this far, knowing that they've just all been seething, watching her, like, how is she surviving? And then all their good friends go. Tyson goes, JT probably hates that. Boston Rob goes, Coach goes, JT probably hates that. He's like, this Parvati woman has to be stopped. So he's ready to just throw everything at the wall to make sure that they don't have to deal with that. Because I'd be damned if I lose to a bunch of women. Yeah, right, JT. Grow up. You're going to lose to a bunch of women, and they deserve to beat you because they're better players than you.
Let's then go to back to camp. It's Courtney or Sandra.
Rice and beans.
Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Rice and beans.
Well, apparently Parvati and Courtney have been close, which you haven't really seen.
Yeah.
So Parvati wants us to protect Courtney without sticking out too much.
I feel like that, Courtney fits like the demo of like the people that like would like Parvati would be able to recruit into her, be another number for her. Yeah.
The women's alliance, as we know.
Well, it's like the snarky women.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
it is a match that you understand.
Yeah, like know that Courtney and Parvati are the two kids across the classroom that like they're the peanut gallery. Like they're sitting there like laughing and like making jokes at everybody who walks in. They're like, get a load of this guy. And so and then she's probably venting to Courtney too about Russell. Like this Russell sucks. And Courtney's like, I've been trying to tell you that. So I'm not shocked by this, but I think the goal here is that like Courtney wants to link up with Parvati, and then they can go into the merge, and then maybe they can bring in Amanda because Parvati's there. But I'm like, it's funny that Courtney knows that she would have to be the bridge to Amanda. Like she knows, like, okay, like if I bring Parvati, maybe we can link up with Amanda. Like that's why I'm valuable to keep around. Parvati played with Amanda more recently than you, Courtney. What are you telling us happened? Is there a breakup here that we haven't talked about?
I mean, there definitely was.
And it's apparent moving forward. And I just think it's very funny that throughout the season, people are saying, we got to get rid of Parvati. She has friends on the other side. Who? James, who she blindsided, Sari, who she, beat, and Amanda, who she obviously is not friends with. So it's kind of like, well, who are all of these imaginary people that Parvati just has lined up who are willing to go to the end with her this time? Because I don't see them.
Yeah, it was the Micronesia effect. I mean, I think Russell is worried about that common Amanda connection. Like, I think what Courtney's offering to bring, Russell's scared of. I think that's one of the main reasons. Like, he's really pushing for Courtney and saying she'll flip. Like, I think he's worried not just about her flipping, but like giving any power to his ally in Parvati because of this toxic relationship. And it is interesting that there's a lot of like, who's going to flip more? Parvati's obviously saying Sandra will flip more. And it's really Danielle who's like, they'll both flip. Who's more threatening? And she's like, Sandra's harder to beat at the end. And I was like, oh, foreshadowing. So there you go. Yeah.
Okay. We get to Tribal and we talk through the Sandra versus Courtney of it all. And I mean, this is such a huge vote here because it completely alters the path of the second half of the game. Ultimately, they pick Courtney. What happens if Sandra goes out here?
Courtney wins the season. No, I'm kidding. I don't know that.
I think there's a non-zero chance that
I think a hero wins, and I think it's because Rupert is told by Sandra that's the connection, and they don't believe it or they're not willing to do enough. I think if Courtney comes and tells Amanda, who like maybe there's more to be done there. Like maybe there's in a player like Amanda's hands and maybe more people are listening to her. I mean, I still think JT is like pretty hard-headed about it, not a chance in the world that this is going to go poorly. But I think for Courtney to come in and give the same information that Sandra did, but to a different target, maybe this works out in a different way. Maybe they can, because Amanda is so largely the reason it doesn't work next week because of like what she's trying to pull with Parvati. Maybe they could have had like a plan on a plan. I guess that's like a little bit of fan fiction, but I do think it might have been a better one for the heroes, not because Courtney's better than Sandra, but maybe because Amanda could do more than Rupert, and maybe because she was more integral in what happens next week than Rupert was.
I don't think Rupert wins this season in any world. I think that maybe Colby might steal it, but I definitely think there's Amanda, but or maybe
Amanda in her third final tribal council. Could she seal the deal this time?
Well, it would be like a meme at that point, and people would be like, "We have to give it to her. Like, we can't make her lose 3 in a row." Yeah, like 3.
Memes were invented yet?
Well, it would be whatever the 2010 meme. What was memes in 2010?
Vine? I don't know. Like, what was back in the day? I don't know.
We had internet then.
Yeah.
What did people do before memes? This was pre-memes.
I don't know.
Print media. So what I'm thinking though is that maybe Courtney, I mean, there's really no world where Courtney would need to go home. Like even when Sandra plays her idol, eventually she wasn't going to go home that week. I think the thing would be, does she make those personal relationships that Sandra ends up making as being the opposition to Russell? Does Courtney come in so vocally against Russell like Sandra will always be? Or is Courtney more like just fodder, just in the background, like making comments about Russell sucking? Like Sandra comes in with an agenda. Russell gotta go I just can't live here. Like I will target him until my dying breath. Whereas Courtney might come in and be like, look, Russell tried to get me, didn't get me. I'm willing to work with whoever. And that might not, it might be a situation where Courtney makes it to the end with Parvati and Russell, and Parvati goes ahead and gets those votes, from her challenge prowess. Or maybe Courtney ends up on that reward with Danielle and Amanda, and she's able to be the tiebreaker in the who gets the immunity idol, argument there. So I could see this going in a million different directions if it's Courtney. But I don't know if the winner is so cut and dry, but she probably has around the same skill set that Sandra does for just surviving and making it through to the end of the game.
And Shannon, then would Sandra be in the Dragons?
Can you imagine? Yeah, this is the ultimate what if. This really is. I know a lot of people wanted us to do like what if Survivor, and yeah, like this is a huge Fulcrum vote in this Fulcrum season that Sandra's gonna survive, and it's a Sandra way, right? As long as it ain't me, and she gets through that, and whether that's on her own merit or whether some other stuff is happening with Courtney, like that's as far as she needs to take it, and that is absolutely like in the way that she plays the season, and it's absolutely enough to get her across the line. So yeah, it's a huge vote, definitely.
Okay,
it's
all
fun.
Right.
It's fun.
Let's go to episode 10. We're finally going to merge. Day 25.
Wow. How long are we into this podcast?
Shannon, is this the latest merge?
It feels late. I mean, the final 10 they often do, but like 10 at 20, it feels so late. And in the episodes of watching it, it feels like there's only like this and then like 4 more episodes. Like once I got to the episode, I basically just finished it that night because I was like, you're running downhill. It feels like so much has happened in the pre-merge.
Okay. All right. So we're 4+ hours into this recap. All right.
4+ hours. Yeah, that's good because most of it happens in the pre-merge. Yeah.
All right.
We're going to do the post-merge in like 20 minutes, right?
Okay, we'll see. We're going to merge. I don't think that we need to like go through everything about the key, the lock.
No. Yeah, whatever. I want to talk about the red flags. I want to talk about the story that Russell comes in with. Yeah. Because they're talking about it, the villains. They're like, okay, like, how are we going to explain that Parvati's still here? Because based on the letter, Parvati's meant to be gone. So I was like, why don't you just say it was an idol train? That is so believable that, like, Russell played an idol, and then Parvati stood up, played an idol. It's a 0-0 vote, 11 seasons early, and then you re-voted, and Courtney went home. And I was like, that's so plausible, but idol trains didn't exist then. So
they invented it.
Yeah. Well, she said they don't even call it an idol train. She's like, I played an idol because the girls were revolting. It's like, no, just say that it's because Russell's playing it. And then even like when Russell's telling the story, it's like we stood up at the same time and looked at each other. It's like that doesn't even make sense.
Jinx.
But also before like JC even sees them, he's like, Parvati must have played an idol. I'm like, oh, that was easy.
Exactly.
Like it should have been this easy. But like
JT and Rupert did this work for them. They didn't have to come up with a story. JT and Rupert were going to tell them exactly how it happened.
Yeah, and then Russell's whole story is like annoyingly flawed. So he's like, they stood up at the same time instead of the idol train, which would have made way more sense. I guess maybe they don't know how idol trains work. Maybe they just think there's like one time you can play an idol. Anyway, it was before its time. Again, like one of the most interesting tribal councils of all time was this fake villains tribal council where Courtney went home because it was a 0-0 vote. And then Russell says that once they both played their idol, they both couldn't vote on the revote because they both played an idol.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make I'm like watching it. I was like, JT, just think about it for 1 second. 1 second, JT. It doesn't make any sense that she's still here. The story doesn't make sense. You're thinking of a rock draw, Russell, and JT, he won the game. You should know the game well enough to be like, wait, you would definitely vote again if you just played an idol. Why would that take your vote away from you? And then, like, yeah. I don't know what to do about the red flags here.
Yeah, I think Russell has seen 0 seasons of Survivor.
Clearly.
Yeah. Well, look here. You gave JT a lot of credit, Shannon, and I'm watching you take it back because I was telling you like, you said like in Tokyo, like he was smart and this that other. I'm like, well, yeah, but this undoes a lot. This undoes a lot of that. You know what I'm saying? Like this is like,
not
how many red flags do you need, JT?
Yeah.
Like how
he's
many?
A good old country boy, and like the not a chance in the world confessional, ill-fated confessionals is unfortunate for him. Like
multiples,
because Rupert is the one. He has a good read here. Like, firstly, he's like, I don't like how quick he would be to swear on his kid's life, which is funny because again, that's what Russell thinks is honorable. But he should know an honorable person wouldn't be quick to jump at that. Also, he's directly told by Sandra. So it's those two parts of his read. And he believes it. And I'd believe it too if I gave you one instruction to vote out Parvati and then you came back with an incredibly flawed story about how Parvati is still here. It just screams danger, JT. Like I was watching it at 1 a.m. and I was like, JT, look around you. He just wanted it to be true so badly. That's the saying. When you're wearing rose-colored glasses, red flags just look like flags. That's what this was to JT. He wanted it to be true so badly, but it wasn't true. And I just can't with this episode with JT.
Yeah.
So good.
See, I found myself a little more frustrated with Rupert in all of this because
Rupert's so good.
Rupert that Sandra comes and tells like Rupert everything,
and he
Rupert's
believes her.
like,
no, we have believed.
I don't know if we can trust Russell. I think he might be lying about something.
That's better than trusting him.
Well, look, if we're ranking them, JT is the worst for completely trusting him. And then Russell is next. I mean, Rupert's next.
Rupert is the best.
Rupert like, guys, abort the mission.
Rupert is the
should
best.
Be saying, Sandra has told me these things. We should all be listening to Sandra and doing what Sandra said. And what they end up doing is a half measure. They end up saying, well, what if we test Russell? Because we really want to believe what JT is selling us. Let's still tell Russell a plan, but then also do a different play. Like, no. What y'all should all be doing is saying, like, look, we are not trusting Russell. We will do something completely out. Like, we are going to just target Danielle here, and that's going to be the end of it. We don't listen to Russell about this all girls alliance. It doesn't exist. None of it exists. It's all made up. Sandra has no reason to lie.
Sandra, who do you want to vote out from the villain?
Yes.
Right. And she's like, Russell. And he's like, thank you. And they're like, okay, but what if we vote out Parvati here? Like, no.
They should just vote out Russell because at that point it's just a safe bet. Then they go into a 5-4. Like, even if he was with you, like, it's the Matt Elrod thing, right? Like, he could possibly be between you. Like, he's a safe bet. He has some implicit immunity, you would think, by being a double agent or being slightly with you. Either way.
Either way. Idol. He's immune as well.
Yeah, well, that's true. Like, but like he would never. Like, they think he played it, but B, like, he would never play that. Like, he thinks he's with both sides. Like, you go for the middle vote and you come out on a 5-4. Like, that is the Matt Elrod move. It just seems obvious, but they don't want to possibly lose a connection with Russell. Like, why? He should be fodder at best and against you at worst. So, I mean, I disagree about Rupert. I think Rupert is the best of the heroes here. He literally says he's on the villain's tribe for a reason. And I'm like, yes,
but he doesn't care. He does just have measure. He should be saying, let's vote out Russell. Why doesn't he do that? He has
no power. Like, they're acting like he's overly paranoid. They're acting like, oh, Rupert doesn't trust the plan. Like, he's trying his best. There's no power in this. He even votes being like, I can't wait till they expose Russell. He does not believe Russell. He can't get it over the line at that point.
Look, I think they is JT because I think Candace is like, I don't care. You know, like,
well, that's not her. She should care.
She should. I don't think she should. She's at the bottom of a 5-person alliance regardless. I don't think she should care. You know,
okay. In the interest of progressing the heroes, I think Rupert is the best. I really like he is trying, and he does have that connection with Sandra, but he's trying, and he's just broken down. Obviously, JT the worst. Amanda, iconically terrible from Amanda.
Amanda and Parvati part of this.
Okay. Yes,
because. Here comes Amanda, and she's telling her about how, hey, everybody's a little freaked out that you're over here.
Yeah, this is interesting because if you didn't know there was a fallout, this is how you find out, right? Like, you never see. We already saw Parvati pouting at the merge, like, nobody wants to talk to me, and now Amanda, her best friend from everybody's perception, is like, hey, like, let's talk, and she's like, where have you been? And we haven't spoken. And we had a whole merge. I was sitting there pouting. Nobody wanted to talk to me. And you're one of the people who didn't want to talk to me. And now I'm supposed to believe you. And so this is very interesting because it does seem like Amanda does some good work here because Parvati does reveal that she has the idol. But now you kind of have to question, like, because of the results, did Parvati do this on purpose? Did she like purposely like, okay, I'm telling Amanda this to see if she'll kind of let me know, I'm letting Amanda know my big secret to see if she'll let me know on more information. Or, what kind of happens here? Because eventually we see Parvati just read her, and just like, oh, no, she's lying to me. She's trying to get over on me. But at first, I mean, it does seem like Amanda has the upper hand. Parvati does tell her that she has the idol.
It is wild. Yeah, that she tells Amanda she has an idol because Russell doesn't even know she has an idol.
Right. Only her lady in waiting, Danielle, does.
Yes.
But I see this as, I don't know if it was intentional, but it does give her implicit immunity, and that is what becomes so vital because that's how she makes the whole tribe immune. Danielle ends up winning the challenge. She steps down and has the backing of the implicit immunity, the threat of the idol that she's given by making it a public idol. She saves herself. Then she plays the two other idols for Jerry and Sandra, and Russell is somehow immune by being the double agent, knowing that they'd never vote for him when they should vote for him. Like, he's wide open. So I don't know if it was intentional, but it does end up being a really good move because she does give herself that implicit immunity. Also, the awkwardness of this interaction is something I want to talk about. Like when she tells her about the idol and Amanda's like, loving that. Just like
love that. That is
and then
so
like,
for you, girl.
Them just like trading, I trust you. I trust you. I trust you. I was like, you clearly don't trust each other. Like it was just very awkward.
But I feel like that this is the less awkward of the two conversations.
They're both awful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The next one, when Amanda's like, I don't know, my head hurts. You're like, oh, Amanda, this was such a bad episode for you.
Amanda, you played for over 100 days, and you're like, I just don't know what to do. Like, Amanda, we got Eric Reichenbach together to give us his immunity. Now you fresh out of ideas.
Blindside James with two idols.
Amanda, you have done some heavy lifting here in your Survivor career, and now all of a sudden, the two of us who have played more days than any other humans in the world, and like we're like, man, what are we gonna do? I don't understand how can we move forward in this game if we're on two different alliances? Girl, you're supposed to be saying, Parvati, who do you want to go home? I'm voting with you. We will work this out together because now we are aligned. You're like, Parvati's like, oh yeah, just vote for me, and then we'll work out the details later. And Amanda's like, cool, that works. What? No, that's never how anything works. What are you doing, Amanda? Getting outplayed.
It's not good.
Not good.
Not good.
All right, let's go to immunity. Our immunity challenge. It's the old hang up on the pole. Colby is out the same time as Sandra.
It's the Parvati challenge. You
know. What gives? Like, not my challenge.
Yeah. This is a fair loss for Colby as far as I'm concerned. Like, you want him to put those big old feet in that the footholes or whatever, but he just did this challenge and lost to Sandra. So it's like, Colby like, we just did this. We already did this one. Can we do something I'm good at? Can we I don't know what Colby's good at this point in his Survivor career, but like pick something else. This isn't it. Standing on stuff, standing still, running.
In fairness, we have seen other like big guys do well in this challenge. Tyson's won it, Ozzy's won it, Jeremy's won it.
Hold on. Tyson and Ozzy are the same archetype, the surfer guy.
What about Jeremy?
Did Jeremy win this challenge? That's cool. I didn't know that.
Jeremy beat Nick.
Who?
Oh yeah, and War.
When is there war? Woo.
Yeah,
y'all saw that one. Y'all tell me.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's a lot tougher for someone like that. Yul says elephant climbing a tree. So I try to give Colby a little bit of grace with this one.
Okay.
But this is such an epic moment for Parvati. Like, it's just
she's
so cool. Though I mean, the thing is, she has to be obvious about it because she wants them to think that she's immune. Like when JT is concerned that she stepped down and it was transparent, that's the point. Because now you're not voting for her. She just gave herself implicit immunity. It's so excellent. Although she's just like, I'm out, and the shrug and the smile, and she steps down, and to make herself the only one who is truly vulnerable on the whole villains tribe so that she can make everyone immune. This is the first immunity she's going to give up today, and it will not be the last. It'll be one of 3. And that's how she gets the whole tribe over. It's just such an individual effort at every single stage. A lot through reading Amanda, but also just like making herself vulnerable in this way. She's so ballsy. It's amazing.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So she is that Danielle is going to be immune. Okay. There's some talk about what are they going to do? That the heroes are going to test Russell. Tell him to
because he's passed all the other tests, so he's got into this test. He's passed the test where Parvati went home, right? Okay. Well, he failed that test. That should have been the test. That's it. The plan didn't work. That's it.
They're going to tell Russell to write down Parvati's name. Meanwhile, they're going to vote either Sandra or Jerry.
They're so sneaky. It's like, no, vote Russell and then worry about them later on. This is a very simple solution here. Especially if you believe that Russell does not have the idol, as you have every reason to believe. Sandra could easily just come over and be like, hey, He definitely has it still. And then you just vote for somebody else. And like just don't include, you don't have to try to like the test Russell. You just get rid of Russell.
But Sandra doesn't even know that this has happened.
Yeah,
like,
Sandra,
I don't think Sandra doesn't know about the idol being passed and stuff. Like, I want to see that conversation where Sandra is told about this whole idol thing, because she even says later, I didn't know about any of your idols until they came out. Like, I don't think she's weird because she has a conversation with Jerry where she seems to know part of the plan, but it feels like maybe that was just the all women's kind of Russell as a double agent thing, and not like they gave him an idol part of that. I'm not sure that she knows that, but I think as well, like Parvati reading Amanda, it just like, it's funny how she like puts Amanda out of her misery, because Amanda's like, I don't know, just play your idol. Parvati's like, so play your idol for yourself. Parvati's like, Reed, don't play my idol for myself. We could work and then Parvati like is just like, all right, I'll do that, and then we'll try and like, you know, come to it tomorrow. Like, just like giving her an out, because she's like, there's no point having this conversation. Like, I already know what to do. And yeah, I don't even like, it's just such an outplay from Parvati to Amanda, which is important because they go to the final 2 together in Micronesia. It's a close vote. Like, they're the duo, and right here, like, one has taken supremacy.
You know how you know Rupert didn't trust Sandra's information? He doesn't tell her about the idol. He doesn't tell her. Why not tell Sandra?
Why tell her?
Sandra? Because Sandra just came in. What could it hurt? She just told you everything.
She ends up voting with the villains anyway. Like,
yeah, but maybe if he goes and says, Sandra, we gave Russell an idol, like what? She's like, okay, we need a plan.
I want to see Sandra's reaction to that. You did what?
Like slap him. She might punch him in the face.
Stupid ass.
Yeah, exactly. You're a stupid ass. Yeah. I think that's a prime example of Russell.
He did believe her.
Sandra,
he says in his voting confessional.
He would have told her.
He says in his voting confessional. No, I don't think he wants to give up information, but I truly believe he like strongly believes that Russell is bad.
Yeah.
Sworn of children.
Russell's going to give his idol to Parvati. He needs to save Parvati.
Yeah, such a bad misread from Russell as well.
Yeah, and what is this about? What happened to Russell standing up at the tribal council saying like, not like this, you know, not today, not on my watch? Why is he like hours before tribal? Like, here you go, Parvati, I got you.
Well, because he's a double agent, he might want to carry that. I mean, he will be voting with the villains, but maybe he doesn't want to trigger another idol because idol trains haven't been invented yet, except in the world in which they should have been on the last fake tribal council. Like, maybe he just thinks like, let me play my part until we get back to camp and this is just done, so nothing else can come out of the woodwork because I'm meant to be with the heroes.
Yeah, I think that's probably it. Because then you know, he'll be like, I had no idea Parvati got that idol.
But he does. But he votes with.
You vote with me.
But still, you give a little bit more
leeway. That he was like, I don't even know what I voted with you all. Must have been JT that.
I think maybe not to trigger another idol, possibly. But they would never think that they would have had 2 idols.
Must have voted
right.
For
they gave him the idol. They're like,
yeah, no one. Yeah, and it's not like season, you know, in the 30s where they all have 100 idols. Like, it was 1 in each camp. But maybe still,
the merge idol is still at large, right? And so maybe he's like, I don't.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I don't
know.
Know. I just think this is a lot. You know, this is a lot. Just giving it to Parvati, and she's like, "Oh, thank you, such a gentleman." You know, so
yeah. All right. So let's go to tribal council. Anything else to discuss before we get to this?
No, I mean, I think it's the iconic moments of her taking the idols, the reads of Amanda, and stepping down from the challenge, and then we're going to get to a pretty iconic tribal council.
Yeah, and it's important to point out too that Sandra realizes that this is a losing battle. She's like, the heroes. I have not talked to Shannon. I have not talked to Rupert in days
because he's abandoning that and he's doing this thing where they're tricking Russell.
You should be trusting Sandra because what else?
I'm not saying that Rupert is like the best strategist of all time. I'm saying that in this situation, he was the best of a terrible bunch of heroes, and he did. I do believe that he didn't believe Russell. I just think that he, like, a more innovative strategist would have made it happen more with Sandra. Would have brought her in. Would have who do you want out? But he's just like, all right, I'm going to do this 5-4-1 split. We're going to test him. And if he fails, it'll be a tie. So, like, I don't know what. But anyway, again, not the most innovative, but I believe he was at front of the pack.
Give us the bare minimum, Rupert. Yes, sis.
Yes.
So, the opening act of this historic tribal council, a lot of banana talk, Chappelle.
Right?
Yeah, yada, yada, yada. Bananas, ripe bananas.
Ripe banana. Like, why is that Danielle and Parvati's fault?
Well, they are just greedy and they're eating up all the stuff. Well, again, I said this was Colby and Rupert's thing when it was with James, and here it is again. It's just like, oh my gosh, look at them eating our bananas. Like, we have tons of coconuts. There's coconuts everywhere. Can't throw a coconut without hitting a coconut. Y'all want to eat the damn bananas. And so Rupert's
They do have
fed
a
up here.
plethora
amount of plantains and bananas here. I don't understand why we can't just eat a few. Like, bring back James. Maybe we should hear him out.
Okay. All right. Should we get to Parvati feels like a leper?
Yeah.
And then Jeff is like, well, that's just because you're used to getting attention all the time.
Ugh.
She plays it off well, though.
She always does.
Yes, comma, but not this
26
time. I would
year-old
like people to
woman.
play with me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a fun moment, but it's also like, Jeff, come on, stop.
But then I love that Colby's like, and so it's like, so Parvati, you think that you're in trouble because that people aren't talking to you, and Colby's like, or perhaps that she's going to be around and we're going to just waiting because we're going to have the opportunity to talk to her tomorrow. So there's that.
You told us, Colby. Look at you. You got
But
her.
I actually think like this is the first hero who's like, maybe we're not gunning for you, Parvati. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like everyone's just like telling Parvati, like it's the double thing. Like, everyone's telling her to Parvati to play the idol on herself so much that it's obvious that she shouldn't. But like Colby throwing that in, whether it's intentional or not, it's the first thing I'd be like, all right, well now he's being obviously that it's not me, so maybe it is me, so maybe I should play it on myself. Like, it was the first bit of difference, but it's probably not the 340 chess that I'm thinking, right?
No, definitely not from Colby.
We can't like Colby's thinking we can't make it that obvious it's on her because then she'll play it on someone else.
Your mistake is that Colby is thinking
right.
Like one step ahead here.
In the sentence, yeah.
All right. So, all right, everybody's gonna vote.
Yeah. The heroes vote for Jerry because they think that she would be the least likely person that they would use the idol on. But Parvati says, "Hold up, Jeff," or whatever.
No.
And she just kind of she just reaches into her things, kind of fumbles around. Bloop, 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 bloop. Look, what is this? What is that? Oh, look, I have an idol here. And they're like, sucker, she's giving it to Sandra. Like, what a dummy. And they're like, oh, wait.
Yeah, the look on their faces.
Right. She's like, but wait, there's more. And she pulls out the other idol and she's like, I just want to increase our odds. And it's the face crack of a century. Everybody looks disgusted. I mean, except the villains, they look pleased. Well, all except for Russell. Russell looks like he's ready to die. This is like the worst case scenario for him. Worse than Parvati going home is Parvati doing something that he had no clue was going to happen. He looks like he's ready to just get up and walk out of tribal council. It's very funny.
Also, it has to be said, I would hate to sit here, and watch green bananas turn yellow without my debaucherous little villains. Why are bananas such a big plot point in the scene? Even like the most iconic move, it's like the context is lost from this. Like, it makes it less tight all the time.
Think they had to include the banana stuff because of what she said.
Yeah.
People were like,
well, now it's going to be a long-term storyline.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I feel it is the most incredible move ever. Obviously, she makes sure every single person is covered. And Russell says you have some explaining to do. But as I said before, like, I think he's right to be upset about this because that's not how you treat an ally, by like leaving them out of a plan with their own idol. It's like, maybe she could have explained it to him. Again, like, that softer touch is probably something that maybe keeps Danielle around later. But that's not the relationship that they have. So it's probably impossible to talk about because that's just not them.
Yeah. And JT goes home here. So, goodbye to JT. He made a very, very bad move. But I think, based on what he knew, he was just trying anything that would work. And there's a world where it could have worked.
No.
It's just not this world.
No, it's not this stratosphere. No, it's in a different dimension.
But listen,
different people are doing different things.
Yeah, but had Russell really been at the mercy of some all-devouring women's alliance and they gave them this, they would very much have Russell's loyalty here. It's kind of like the Tyson thing. Like, yeah, it was a lot. It wasn't the best thing you could have done, and it did come back to bite you. And so maybe, keep it simple. Keep it simple.
It's an exceptional move if Russell is coach. Well, and that what he's thinking is actually happening. And he knows coach very, very well as a person.
Shannon, in all of your international Survivor viewing, like, has there ever been a scenario where somebody has like sent an idol across tribal lines and it's worked?
I mean, I don't I do actually remember idols being sent across tribal lines, but that idol was stolen. There were weird rules in that season where idols going to be stolen. It's a bit of a thing.
Stolen.
But again, that's like was for a swap tribe of an old ally who got swapped. Like this isn't. They had never met him. They'd never watched this season. Like that to me is, and all the red flags. But as he says he's very gracious on the way out. But in the final words, he says, "Don't ever trust women." And was that the lesson to take, JT? There was 100 other lessons to take. There was 1,000 other lessons, but that was not.
What woman did he trust?
No, he says, don't trust the villain. But worse than that, don't trust women. Like worse than a villain. So like you have some evil people in this world.
Russell betrayed you.
You know what I would be saying? Don't trust my own instincts, JT. Let's look inwards. Let's look inwards about what we did.
Did he trust Parvati at some point? Who's the woman that betrayed him?
It was
Sandra?
just that damn women's alliance.
Women were trying to help him at every turn.
They blame Parvati. Even they just blame Parvati for all of their problems throughout this entire season. And the fact that she made it to the merge is baffling. And she should get a lot more credit for just that, because every single player on this game, except for Russell and Danielle, wanted her out at one time or another.
Okay.
JT,
Bye, JT.
They remain.
All right, let's talk about episode 11. Parvati and Russell are going to talk, and Russell is not happy. You lied to me.
We were going to surprise you. What are you talking about?
That's why JT told me not to trust women.
No, it was a surprise.
They're working villains.
It was a surprise.
You're being so annoying about this.
I feel like this and the coach vote and his perception of the jury are like the three biggest strategic missteps for Russell for me. Like he's so left out of this. He's so unaware of the dynamics. He believes it is just going to be Parvati, which is very simplistic, that it would just be Parvati after everything that they've been gunning for her. And I guess he just trusts his own manipulation that they would just fully buy it. And that's Russell's ego. So it makes sense, but it's a big miss. And I do think, like Parvati, she's the kind of player who like wants to play big. She's going to do the villainous thing. She's going to do the fun Parvati thing where it's like, this was my little secret, but that's not how allies want to play with you. And in the grand scheme of things, as we've talked about, not the right way to handle Russell.
He also does not have the right read in the Samoa merge vote and has to get bailed out by Natalie White. So merge votes are not his thing.
Yeah, we'll never know because he never made it to another merge, but maybe that is like the toxic point.
Well, it's funny because if you look at the makeup of the tribes, the people that are left, Russell's drawing dead here. Like at this point, he can probably beat Candace, but it's a final 3. So whoever the third person is, if they
maybe Danielle and Candace.
Who? Danielle? No, I don't think so. I think
you think Danielle would beat him?
The lady in waiting?
I don't think Russell is able to play nice, and I think that's why his social game gets gradually worse as the game goes on.
Chappelle, like Russell's drawing dead when he steps on the island. It's not about the merge. Like it's day one. That's who he is.
At this point, like there's no wiggle room.
It's not this point. It's day. Like he doesn't have the endearing quality of someone like a Tony, where you want to vote beyond the game. Like he's just not endearing. Like that's.
I think if he sits next to Randy and Sugar, he might win.
Randy and Sugar, all right. So the second Sugar's voted out.
Randy and Sugar, he might win. I'm just saying, and this right here is very much like, what are you about to do? Like, what are you about to do here? Because, like you said, he has the wrong read on the jury, but there's really no right read for him. Whose vote does he think he has? I just want to know that. Like, why do you think you have votes?
Get all of them.
Why? What did you do to make people want to vote for you?
Chappelle, that's
the greatest game of all time.
He's had a good pre-merge game, but like, that's what I have in my notes. It's like about his jury read. It's like you'll lose regardless, but at least know that, like just know that you're gonna lose, be aware of the fact
like, I might be able to beat such and such. What world is coach voting for you? It ain't happening. And Courtney's not voting for you. Like these people are just not voting for you. What are you talking about? He's so dumb.
And it's gonna get worse, so that's fun.
All right. Russell's gonna bring in Candace.
Yes.
Okay.
And I thought this was good.
Yeah,
this is a good move. Like it's a move. Like it's just pure intimidation. Like firstly, of course, it's not Amanda, because I think again he's scared of that Parvati Amanda connection. But of course, it's the other woman who's not Amanda. And the way that he like uses Candace and Sandra against each other to be like, well, like we have 6 anyway, so like
even matter who flips.
Yeah, and I think that like it's just the fear and intimidation that he can put into that situation, and he's good at what he does. It's not a winning move, but in terms of like maintaining control, and as we say, like the second he loses control, he wants more of it. So that's why he like really puts it on so that he doesn't lose it again. It's not the way you should play the social game of Survivor, but like he gets what he wants, which is that they maintain control through the vote.
Okay.
And to be fair, it's Candace. She's a mutineer. You know, he's never seen Cook Islands, but he definitely like found the right person. Like, who would flip? Candace, come on to the dark side. Candace like, we can talk about it. So I like this move as well.
All right. It's the final 9. We're gonna have teams of 3, play shuffleboard, and we get a famous reward win. It is gonna be Danielle, Amanda, and Colby getting to go visit Robert Louis Stevenson's house.
Yay.
What a treat.
I still feel like Amanda was so dismissive of this museum tour. Just like looking for the clue, like picking things up. Like it is a museum. Like you can't just be picking things up.
She is the perfect hero to go on this reward because she's the only one who would act like that inside that building. She's the only one who would be like, I have to find an idol. Because we see that Colby wants to watch Treasure Island for some weird reason. He just does not care. He's like, I just finally have a moment in a bed with popcorn. I don't care about the game. And Amanda's like,
I just want to watch Treasure Island.
Right. And she's like, I cannot stop caring about the game. It's $1 million, Colby. Come on. But nope. Danielle finds the clue to the idol in the popcorn, which is fortuitous for her because she just happened to be holding it. But this next sequence of events is wild. So she tries to hide it under the bed. Amanda sees her because Amanda doesn't miss anything. She comes over, she sits on the floor next to it. She doesn't pick it up initially, but like kind of like snatches it almost as Danielle's realizing what's going to happen. They kind of like pull and kind of like a tug of war situation over it. Colby does nothing. He does nothing to help at all. This is wild.
Guys, come on, knock it off. I'm trying to watch the movie.
Colby does nothing. He never gives up except when Treasure Island's on.
But like also, like, why does it matter what Colby says? It's like, can you just tell her to give me the idol? It's like, and he does, you know, make her give it, which is obviously terrible for the alliance. But like, ask production. Like, it's obviously Danielle's idol. It was in her possession. Amanda is stealing it, which is not allowed in this version. So why does it matter? Like first, why does Colby do that? But also, why are they even asking Colby to mediate this? Like, he's not important. His opinion is irrelevant to this. Like, production, ask production whose clue it is.
Colby should be trying to pull that, like, Colby, this is your chance. If you see production is not like putting their foot down and being like, Amanda, give it back, then this is your chance to be like, hey,
tackle Danielle.
All open it together. No, let's just all open it together. Let's all look at it. You know, Shannon, that kind of thing.
I'm interested on your take on that. The idol clue is in the possession of Danielle, and that Amanda needs to lay off because just in last week's entry into the countdown, we watched Wu steal Spencer's idol clue, and that was allowed.
That's true. But you know what it is? It's probably that it's not an idol.
Yeah,
it's a clue. So idols are like, clues are shareable because they're not one person's possession. So shouldn't the thing just be like that? I guess Amanda, if she opens it and reads it, like she's seen it.
Yeah, let's just open it. Let's read it all here, and then when we get back to the camp, now have like the mad treasure hunt.
Yeah.
But
yeah, like I think that's what it is.
Going to, production's not stepping in. Like you see Amanda and Danielle both looking at Colby going, Colby, what the F? And Colby's like, just give it back to her, Danielle. Damn. I mean, like, Amanda, damn. And it's like, well, Colby, this is your moment to be like, you know what? To be fair, let's just all open it. You know, give yourself a fighting chance. It's $1 million, Colby. What are you doing? Amanda's on an island. She's by herself. Right.
I think ownership of a clue is very different to an idol because multiple people can own and possess and read a clue. So yeah, like Colby should be definitely, you know, helping Amanda out. But that's true anyway. But like, can I just say, never trust a woman because they get into these all girls alliances and they pull idols out of their boobs and they have pillow fights for clues. Like this stuff sounds made up, but it all happened. It's true. It's true of the all girls alliance, but it doesn't sound like it should be true.
Micronesia 2.0.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like weirdly different.
We go back to the camp, and Danielle, she has the clue, and she goes off with Russell, but Russell ends up finding the idol himself.
And she's like looking in the rain. So sad to her. She's like, they just show her that she's like still like going across the lake and he has it.
Yeah, I love Danielle here because she's like, okay, so boom, there I was in it's Treasure Island playing in the background. It's me, it's Amanda and Kobe, and then Amanda's like, boom, she comes over, she rips it from me, and I tackle her, and I'm like, bow, 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 bing, 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 mink, 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 and then like, oh, I'm the captain of the sport, I don't play that. So then I snatch it away from her hand, and I'm like, yeah, I'm Danielle Di Lorenzo, and she still doesn't end up with the idol. So it's very funny that she goes through all of that.
Danielle gets a lot of tough luck here in these next couple episodes.
Yeah, this is the fall of Danielle. You know, she had a good run, but this is, the beginning of the end for her.
Yeah.
All right. Russell has the idol, shows it to Candace. Look at my idol.
It's his move.
Mutiny to me, Candace.
Yeah, it's a good move because it's like, it's both things. It's like, it might bring her in because, again, we're the alliance that plays idols for each other. Don't you want to be a part of that? But also it makes her scared to vote against him because even if they have the numbers and vote against him, like, they have an idol and they could play it on anyone, which is unpredictable and scary. So it's the intimidation and the loyalty and everything Russell's doing here in playing them against each other. So his conversation with Sandra, where he like tells her someone has flipped to hold her hostage because there's nothing she can do because they don't have the numbers, even though he has these like two tenuous numbers and he just tells each one that it's this definite thing. And then like after holding her hostage, it's like, anyway, I trust you. After this, like, intimidating. And also, he like, when he comes to her with the number, she's like, no, you're doing math wrong, which I thought was really funny. He's like, no, I flipped a hero. But I just thought it was a funny line. And then Sandra comes to, like, how she's going to flip on Russell and says it's for Tyson and Rob. But this is even for Coach, who I don't care about.
It's for him also, yes.
Yeah, this is Russell actively losing votes while Sandra is picking them up. So Russell's playing control. Yeah, so Russell is playing them against each other in a very violent way, right? Like this person said this about you, and Candace and Sandra's like, what? And so she's like, okay, well, let's talk about it. And Candace is right there like, no, that's not what happened. And so like, of course, this makes Candace look really bad, and we know that they don't love Candace this season. They're not like falling over each other to play with her. She ended up going out very quickly after this, and so it's like, this is why Candace is not going to vote for you, the way you're handling her in this moment. You know what Sandra's doing in this moment? She's at Colby going, Colby, you got to listen. Let me tell you about the entire game. Let me tell you, day one, it was me and Boston Rob. She's giving them the rundown. She's making those bonds. So this is when Russell is just throwing votes into the wind and saying, you know what? Don't vote for me. I just want to make it to the end. Where Sandra is like, no. The connection, this joint hate we have for Russell is the reason why we're bonding and why you'll vote for me later on.
Yeah. Like he makes it very scary for both of them, but like in his need to maintain control, it is well done. And that's why like Candace is really scared about the idol. He uses that intimidation extremely well. And I also think the fact that like Sandra and Candace don't have a lot of connective tissue is a big one as well. Like if it was maybe a clearer pair, had it been like Rupert or Sandra or something, maybe they could have like come to something. But between the two of them, I feel like Sandra obviously wants to make it happen. Candace is too scared. And then Russell's going to end up playing his idol, which is an interesting one. It should be, you would think, like technically wrong because he hears from Candace that it's his name, and at the time it's true. So either she's with you and it's true, so you have the numbers, or she's not with you. Yeah, or she's against you, but then it's a lie, so you should play it on someone else because they're not voting for you. But obviously everything changes in this moment. So possibly it's like too wishy-washy to know the target and he just wants to be safe. But I will say that when you're going to Candace and saying, I'm like I could play the idol and using it to intimidate, actually playing it, even when it's wasted, is actually, I think, a pretty good move because then you can go to her in the future and continue to intimidate her and others on idols that get played. Once you bluff once, that intimidation is weakened in the future. So to maintain that intimidation, I don't know if that was his intention, but to waste an idol and play an idol when you've been using it the whole round, like, doesn't matter what you do because I have this idol and we have the numbers and intimidate in that way. I do think that she like that's a good move for him. It's something that he could use in the future. Like how Vetus says he has to, not vote for Tyson. Is that what it was? Yeah. Like, and he's like, because if I ever play in the future, if I've bluffed in that way, no one would ever believe that threat. He has to make the threat legitimate for all of his future intimidation. So I actually quite like that, even though, as Parvati will say, you wasted one.
Yeah, it wasn't intended that way. It just happened that way.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, as a move, it ends up working. Like, that's for me. It's like there's intention, like not intention, but there's credit there.
Yeah. Jerry wins the immunity here. She wins the House of Cards challenge.
Swimming in yay. That's what she says. I'm swimming in yay, whatever that means. Yeah. And then this is when Russell is like, Amanda's the biggest threat. She's Boston Rob in a girl's body, and I don't like that. So she has to go. Candace is
Fucking
ready to
ambulance.
vote out Amanda. You know, like they're like, let's vote out Amanda, and that's when Sandra is like reporting back to the heroes, like, hey. I'm trying. I'm trying to. I didn't put the team on my back, but damn, what can I do when your girl Candace is out here like backstabbing y'all left and right? And they are fed up. Everybody hates Candace at this point. Like she's done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's
He
getting
ruined everything. It's
super,
not.
Did.
Yeah.
super
She's
pissed at
scared.
Candace. Yeah.
Yeah. Scared of a lot of different things. Mostly the
But
idol.
yeah. Sandra pissed at Candace. Why did you tell Russell everything?
Candace is a bad liar. She's like, what are you talking about? I didn't tell anybody. Candace like, Sandra like, girl, yes, you did. She's like, no, I swear I did it. Yes, you did. Stop playing in my face, Candace. You know, it's very funny to watch. It's a good episode as well.
I can see why Russell is like concerned and playing the idol when people are like openly having conversations about flipping in front of him and then like shooing him away. Like,
This
is my business. Can I get some privacy around here?
Yeah, like this is one of the dicey rounds for him. Like, even though he gets it done through, I think, his own antisocial tactics, like I would be a little concerned for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. She's like, Russell, go away. I'm trying to do something here. Every time I'm trying to do something, y'all in my business. And I felt Sandra in my heart right there. Okay. Like, dang, I can't even make no moves. Why y'all all up in my mouth? So yeah, I get it. I get it.
And it's so sad for the heroes who are just trying so desperately to make Sandra comfortable and to come with them. And she wants to, but she can't because of Candace. They're like, Candace is fine. She'll be fine. Like, it'll be like, this is their lifeline. And just like from Candace, it doesn't work out. And it's probably pretty painful for the heroes.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go to tribal here. And Jeff has like a rude line about Danielle here in this tribal council. That's Russell about why he likes working with Danielle. And he says, oh, do you like working with Danielle because the more she plays, the less of a chance she has to win?
That's
why do you say that?
Ridiculous.
Yeah, you can't trust these women apparently. No, I think they're like Danielle. Danielle plays aggressively. Russell likes that. He doesn't really care what Jeff is talking about. He's like, everybody in our alliance has a role. You got Danielle who plays aggressively. I'm Russell. I play aggressively. Jerry is the calm one. Parvati is the charming one. And that's it. That's all the villains. There's nobody missing at all. It's just the four of us. Oh yeah, Sandra. Yeah, she's there too. She exists.
Hasn't anyone ever told Russell that you catch more flies with honey than with vinegar?
Yeah, Boston Rob did, and he voted him out.
That another Boston Robinson? That's true. That's in the book.
Yeah, it's in the book for sure.
Yeah.
It's like, Russell, baby, don't tell the people you want to vote out that you're going to vote them out right in front of them. But yeah, Russell still hasn't picked up.
Amazed. It works so good.
Yeah, and people have the nerve.
Strategy.
People have the nerve to call this a bitter jury. What world would living with Russell Hand say, like, I want to give him $1 million? Give me one example why you would want to give this man $1 million. He don't even bathe in the ocean. Like, get in the ocean to wash your ass. It's things people are saying when they're voting him out. Like, come on,
they
don't
like him.
They
don't really like Pav either. Like, it's
they don't like her either.
It's just a social thing. Like, it's not a bit like before he's bested them, or like they just like at least while they're still in the game, like they don't like them.
They don't like them. You're gonna give $1 million to a person you hate if there is another viable option on the board. I think Russell's big mistake a lot of times is keeping other viable options on the board to get votes from him. I think,
or not having two more likable people than him in an entire season of the show.
Right, but I mean, like
unlikable people. Yeah,
I mean, in Samoa, like, why are you voting out Shambo to put her on the jury? You might want to sit by Shambo. You know,
you need every goat you can get.
Yeah, and you might want to sit by Shambo, and then here it's kind of like, I really don't know what he could have done here, but stop being a jerk. How about stop sucking so bad? And people might want to vote for you.
All right. Russell wasted his idol. Parvati calls him out. You wasted one. He doesn't like that.
Roll.
Okay.
I like it coming down to Amanda and Pav. It's just like that fun little duality again. As a fan. Yeah.
Okay. Amanda, the tribe has spoken after 100 some odd days.
First time voted out. Yeah.
All right.
An icon.
All right. We ready for another double eviction, baby?
Big
Okay.
episode.
Yes. All right. A little bit of a sleepier first half than the second half of this one.
I love the Rock Idol. I'm into whatever Rupert's doing this season. It's fun for me. He says he could be worse than Johnny Fairplay. He is. I love that confessional.
Weird that
Like,
they
has that
didn't
realization.
invite Johnny Fairplay to be in a heroes versus villains season
Because he's a quitter.
but they cite Johnny Fairplay as being the worst example of a villain.
Yeah.
Well, that's Rupert.
Mhm.
Like, it's
They
not like
should've-
production was like, where's Johnny Fairplay? Like, Rupert's like, I have only seen my season, like in Micronesia. So he's only seen Johnny Fairplay's seasons of Survivor.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
It's a fun one, though.
One of my
Yeah.
favorite Rupert moments is Rupert just randomly being like, you know what might work here? What if I just go fight with Russell very publicly and just show everybody that he sucks? And so Rupert
This will
goes
make
over-
everyone realize they don't want to be a part of that, right?
Yeah, like
They
why would y'all
have
wanna
the
be-
chance to show that they're not such a bad villain. That's
You're
what he
not
keeps
a
trying to-
villain.
No one wants this. Yeah.
Right. And he goes over to Russell. He just sits across from him and is like, hey, Russell, I hate you. You suck. Like, you're a disgusting human being. And Russell's like, the hell, Rupert? Like, what are you doing? Like, and they start arguing out of nowhere. And he's like, Rupert, you're such a dumbass. And that is another line that I say way too much. And I don't know anybody named Rupert. I just say it at the grocery store. When I used to go to the grocery store, prior to COVID, I used to be like, you're just such a dumbass. Whenever I do something stupid, Chappelle, you're such a dumbass.
Well, you
'Cause
shouldn't say that
it
to
works.
yourself. It's not.
I do. But you have to say it in the Russell voice because it's funny.
But he also says, like, this fight is so much the heroes versus villains personification, probably of everything they wanted it to be. The good guy, literally, the good guy, the second coming of Christ, versus the worst villain. Like, these two warring things completely in the theme, having this fight. I also love, I'm a villain, Rupert.
Wake up, I'm a villain.
It's such an entertaining fight from, like, two of the biggest characters ever. It is honestly one of the more enjoyable fights for me in Survivor history.
Throwing jury votes into the wind. Like,
People
Russell,
like being called dumbasses. And
like, you're such a dumbass. Then at the end, like, I don't know what I could do different to win the game. Like, don't call people dumbasses to their face. Yeah, America would vote for me. Yeah, they would, because America, we are horrible people here, apparently.
Yeah, let's not talk about what America would vote for.
Yeah, we just vote for whatever sometimes.
Okay.
Throw that into the wind too.
All right. Immunity challenge. It's the old when it rains, it pours. And we see people getting different temptations. And Parvati is going to win. She outlasts Rupert to win this challenge. And this is Parvati's challenge.
Yeah.
I
thought the fact that everyone stepped down to leave that to only be for her. I mean, I guess they thought if Rupert wins, they could always split between Colby and Candace. But even Candace stepping down at that, like, she should really, really want Rupert not to win. So to leave that all to Parvati, I felt was like, okay, just she's carrying them on her back at this point.
I like that Sandra and Russell had to share cookies at this. Like they had to sit there and eat the same plate of cookies.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay.
And look, when they offer them the donuts and the iced coffee, Jeff is like, look, if y'all don't take it, I'm just gonna give it to Russell and Sandra. And Kobe's like, that's fine. I'm out. Please. Like, I refuse to watch them just eat all day. I have to eat here. But it's underreported that not only should Candace really, really, really not want Rupert to win immunity, she should really try harder and not come down for peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, because Candace, what are you doing? You're at the bottom of both.
It's a tenuous point, isn't it? Yes, we're barely in this alliance. Like,
peanut butter and jelly. Really, Candace? She's over it.
Peanut butter.
Make you do crazy things.
Okay, well, can I defend the rock play? Like, I'm just Team Rupert.
We haven't even got to the rock.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't mind
jumping ahead.
Yeah, jumping ahead a little bit here.
So,
blah blah blah,
hours.
burning bush,
Yeah.
blah blah blah, rock. Okay, seriously,
let's
go.
They get an idle clue. Jeff's gonna read.
Yeah, Jeff
idle
reads
clue.
it. That's a crazy thing, isn't
yeah.
it? That
Mad
Jeff is
treasure hunt for the
Yeah.
idol.
He wants to see them fight again, like the last.
There's
couple
no
of-
reward. That's the thing, is that they've all been in rewards. One got played last night, and now it has to be at the challenge because it can't be in a reward because they didn't win a reward, and there's no other mechanism in this season to hide clues. But anyway, it's like it's really good between Rupert and Colby in this vote. Like even like Colby is like talking through the plan, and for Rupert, like I think a lot of people do the fake idol thing wrong. Like they'll come and be like, "I have a fake idol," and it's like, well, that's not how you'd act if you like not that. I have an idol, and that's not how you'd act if you had an idol. You'd act like you found it, but you don't want anyone to know. So to be like so obvious, but then so but like trying to act like you're coy, like that strikes a balance that I think Rupert does very well. Obviously, Russell's completely buys it. I know what idols look like.
Of the season.
Yes. This is like Rupert's best moment in his strategic moment in his Survivor career. It's great and it's innovative. And I referenced it on a recent season when someone again was doing the I have an idol. It's like, no, pretend you don't. Pretend you're pretending not to have one. Anyway, and I just think it's really good, and it's another lapse in Russell's control. The fact that Candace is going to get split on here when it should really be like Rupert and Colby, but I guess I just think Colby is so docile. They pile the votes on Candace. He loses control. He is snowed here by Rupert, and you'll see him come back hard in the next vote because that's what Russell does when he loses control.
And Rupert invents this strategy. I cannot remember a time before this where someone is like, I have an idol in my pocket, or I have an idol, please don't vote for me. And they don't really have one. Like to this point, we've seen people make fake idols and hide them for other people to find, but like to just be like, I went out and found it, and just kind of walk around like hope somebody doesn't vote for me. This is a Rupert invention. We see, and it's done poorly every time after this. Honestly, this is the best time I think it shows up, and he does it well. So kudos to him.
This is like a time where it was like a good time to invent strategy. It was like again at that fulcrum point where like it was a very innovative time, but it was early on enough where like you could really create new strategies. So this is Rupert's move, and it always will be in Survivor history.
Yeah. And Russell's like, I can see the outline that is definitely an idol with the paper around it in his pocket.
Yes, of course.
Okay. And Sandra finds the real one.
Yes.
Yeah. In the burning bush. I love this. Like Sandra's out here. She's a mover and a shaker. She's playing with a bunch of people who just can't seem to get their stuff together. But Sandra is firing at all cylinders, and I love to see it.
Okay. We go to our tribal council, and now because there's some concern about Rupert with the idol, it ends up being 5 votes on Candace, 3 votes on Rupert.
Yeah, it's a fun one.
But Colby is such I was gonna say a not nice word. He's such an a-hole to Candace for that. He's so indignant, Shannon.
I loved it. Like the moralizing to me is so fun. Like these big themes are why it works, and the fact that like Candace is the worst person alive because she like sold the heroes down the river, which like she did do that. It is unfortunate. Like it is her fault as much as she's saying that it's not. But I just find it so fun. Like this is what heroes do, and they've like really bought into it, and the narrative continues.
I can honestly say I'm proud of the way I played this game. Can you?
and to be fair, Candace was at the bottom of your alliance.
And can you say you're proud? Really?
Right. No, I was more incredulous watching this because there were 2 moments, right? Like Russell says Colby or Rupert wouldn't give up so easily, so one of them has the idol. Sir, who wouldn't give up? Because the Colby I've been watching has been giving up left and right. Then it's like when Colby's like, oh, I'm proud of the game I played. Really? Because every confessional, you're like, man, I really not having a great time out here. Not loving this. Not very proud of my challenge performance. What are you so dang proud of, Colby, that you have to like pile on Candace here? It
never
doesn't make
flipped
sense
on
to
the
me.
heroes.
Yeah, well, Candace flipped in a time where the hero was going home anyway. It's not like y'all had the numbers. You were still going. It's not like Candace flipping was going to make it. Like you were going. It was the Sandra. You were lucky to have Sandra involved in this, but Candace is not the reason why y'all haven't, progressed.
Well, no, I mean, she cut their lifeline. Like they were hanging on by a thread. It's true. They got themselves into a position where they were like hanging onto the rope, and she did come in and cut the rope. Like
it was just that little thread, and they're like, "Oh my God, Candace, we had it." No, maybe y'all shouldn't have given your idol away.
Yeah, okay, yeah, maybe some lessons learned.
All right, so we're at the final 7.
We've done well.
Russell,
it's the middle of the night for Rob.
Yeah.
Ooh. Before that, one last thing. Candace's final words, where she's basically, well, not final words, but when she votes for Rupert, she says, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. fast forward to just several seasons in front of this one where we see like, oh, look, Candace and Rupert back to play again, trapped on an island together because they're both at, what is it, Redemption Island or Exile Island or whatever it is. And we see how much they get along there. It's just like that little seed of like, I wonder what would happen if they ever linked up again. Well, look no further than, Blood versus Water to see the culmination of the Candace versus Rupert game. But I like to look at that too.
Okay. Russell set off. What really has got Russell worked up, Shannon?
I think he was relying on Candace, and I think that was a good thing for him. Like, she is someone I think he would have had maybe votes against at the end, which is rare. She was an ally, particularly for him. I think he's probably mad at himself that he fell for this fake rock idol. The girls are like, Rupert, must not have the idol because he didn't play it. Like, I feel like he feels a lack of control. I don't think he wanted Candace to be on the split, but the girls were much more insistent that Candace should be on the split. And then she is the one who ends up going home. And I just think he just feels like he didn't want to lose that ally. So yeah, we'll see him lash out here and try to take control.
Yeah. And he's also not happy, Chappelle, that I've got equal control with Parvati. I don't want to be equal.
Yeah. Like respect, allies, lack of enemies, all those things equal to votes. Control does not necessarily equal jury votes. And Russell can't separate the two. He's more, like Shannon said, his win condition is, did I control the game? For him, that's enough. Like, that is enough. I need to be in charge of what's happening here. And just in this moment, he just feels like, no, people are making decisions that I'm not completely okay with. Like, okay, he did vote Candace out, but he didn't feel great about it. And he doesn't like that. And he's not able to just sit back and say, this wasn't my particular round. Next round, I'll do what I want to do. He has to harp on the, like, I need control. I need power. And it's all getting away from him. At this point, I just don't know what he's going to do or what he even perceives his end game to be. But he's going to suffer a little bit for the duration of the game, honestly.
Okay. So Russell has a plan. Needs to break up Parvati and Danielle. So he's going to go to Danielle and say, hey, Parvati wants to get rid of you.
And I don't think this is a bad idea either. Because I think, well, the thing is, I think Russell sees himself as the bottom of a 3-person alliance that could very well go to the final 3 together. But if Parvati and Danielle decide, why not Sandra? Then Russell's gone and there's nothing he can do. And so I think he's trying to make sure that, like, I don't need Parvati to have any other, like, for control issues, yes. But also strategically, I think he's saying, like, I don't need Parvati to be able to make me expendable. Whereas it looks like Danielle and her are so tight that if it comes down to a moment where I'm vulnerable, why wouldn't they vote me out? I'm the biggest threat. I'm Russell Hantz. So, I wonder if that's probably what he's getting at. Of course, this is very sloppy. It's very, like, combative, and like, Parvati is too good of a player. She sees right through this. But the move in and of itself, I think, is for Russell is like a move of self-preservation. And I think he sees the walls caving in and saying, like, if I don't control them, they might think for themselves and actually, vote me out, a concept. And so I think that's why he pushes for this play here to get rid of Danielle.
But then it's like, how much of it is him trying to read what would be a final 3? And, it's his misread of the jury. Like, they'd always want to take him to the end. You're a goat at this point. But, is he worried about that threat, or is it like a personal, very emotional thing where he's like, we're meant to be the couple, you're not meant to be the couple. And it's, again, just like cutting off those other relationships. I also think it's just like, in action, whatever he's trying to do to try and get further in through alliances and not be left out of any group that he might be with Danielle and Parvati, like, in action, it's just such a bad misread of their relationship that they wouldn't go back to each other. He's like lashing out when he like talks to Parvati. She's like, I'll just, talk to Danielle. He's like lashes out again. Yeah.
That'll ruin everything.
Like, he just is misreading that he can, turn them against each other without them ever talking and intimidate them into that. Then he goes to Jerry to try and bring Jerry over to get the numbers because now he has the heroes. And again, it's that he's losing control so rapidly that this is just like peak aggressive intimidation where he's like, you have to vote for Danielle. You'll be like, oh, you'll be next. But I can't tell you why, but you'll be next. And she's like, don't threaten me. Like, the fact that he would go and threaten Jerry, who's done nothing, is just like,
save you.
That's the fight or flight for Russell, to be like, I'm spiraling a little bit and I'm just going straight to threaten someone. Like that's his MO.
He's never seen the show. So he doesn't know what works. He's never even watched his season.
But it's a human nature as well. Like that's the thing.
Yeah.
It's like that's how he tries to control
you
that.
can mitigate those parts of you if you know what works and what doesn't work, right? If you see these flaws happening. Yeah, I don't think he can either.
Yeah.
But to this point, he has no source material to go back to and be like, remember in that one season where that guy tried this and it didn't work? That guy being Russell, like he's like, he's just doing what he thinks got him to the end last time. And so for him, this is all he knows. It's like, oh, this person's coming for you and you're next. Oh, but don't talk to him. Please don't go check. Parvati's like, no, I've played and seen other seasons of Survivor. I think I'm going to check with my ally here.
But if his end game was, hey, I need to get Parvati out here, my final 3 is going to be Sandra and Danielle. Like I say, okay, but like, he wants to get out Danielle.
I know he needs Danielle.
Parvati. So I don't know that this is an asinine plan anyway.
It's all just based on how badly he misreads himself and misreads the jury, that he feels like he could beat anyone, when really he should be thinking like, again, some recent examples where he's like, this is a really slim margin for me. I need like every goat I can get. The reason Candace leaving is such a poor thing for me. It's for that reason. And to go, have them go out back to back, I'm now like more than ever drawing like 100% dead when it was before pretty close to that anyway. He just doesn't know. He doesn't read it well.
But they're too close.
Yeah. Like he thinks he's playing with house money. Like I've won already. I'm about to win again. All I have to do is get to the end. But you know what? Because I have so much control, let me just make sure that Parvati knows that I don't like the shenanigans she's been pulling. So I'm going to punish her by getting rid of the lady in waiting. Also, like I said, it is a good move if he wants to make it to the final 3 to make sure that her and Parvati doesn't have a lot of exit strategies there. But, ultimately, I just think he doesn't know the perception that the jury has on him. Like he thinks that people are going to vote for him next to Parvati, and he is absolutely wrong.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the tribal council. And this is probably the most dramatic tribal council, at least the questioning with Jeff from this whole season, because we're going to get like Danielle just in a full breakdown here over, who's running the show, Russell trying to test the loyalty. And Danielle's starting to cry, and Jeff wants to know why. What's going on?
You try living with Russell, Jeff. You try it. You'd be crying too. It's hard.
Yeah. And people say he was robbed. Like people are crying. They're so stressed out by this man. And it's him. Like she's like, I'm tired. I'm hungry. And Russell is tripping. Like Russell has no reason to be doing this. There's probably a more subtle way you could go about voting out Danielle to where you don't get this kind of backlash. And Russell just can't
threaten all of your allies.
Yeah, he does not care. So it's like, let me go start a fight with somebody. They're gonna love that. They can't. I guess they can't wait to vote for me at that point. Especially if I'm sitting next to their number 1 ally. I'm sure I'll be able to get Danielle's vote here. It's just
a stresses people out.
It's a flawed plan from top to bottom.
The plan was flawed, Chappelle.
America should have a vote. Maybe they would have chose a different path for him.
I feel like this is also interesting because it's such a legitimate live tribal. Like that feels ahead of its time. Where Danielle says, "I'm closer to Parvati than you think," and he's like, "Oh, really?"
Oh,
and then tells Jerry to vote for Danielle, and she says in the voting booth, "I have no idea what just happened." And it does seem like it was like a legitimate live tribal based on the fact that Danielle just got so emotional that she made it even clearer, as if it couldn't have been that clear how close she and Parvati are. And it just like, if he was set on the plan before, it just made it that it had to happen.
And we haven't talked a lot about Jerry, but I definitely think this is the right move for Jerry. Like Jerry knows, like I'm in a 4-person alliance and there's a final 3. A 5-person alliance really, and there's a final 3. Like it doesn't kill me to get rid of Danielle here, because I know Russell wants to go with me. Me and Russell can be the tight 2 here. I know he likes to keep Parvati around. That's fine. So getting Danielle out here for Jerry, like I don't love the move. When I watched the season, this is probably my least favorite part because you can tell Danielle's really distraught and Russell's kind of being mean about this.
Yeah, this is the ugliest it gets probably.
Yeah, this is like where I'm like, ooh, don't love this. But at the same time, I'm always like, Jerry, what are you doing? But like Jerry's not wrong. Like if this is a chance to get rid of Danielle, maybe I need to be the lady in waiting. Maybe if I get to the end with Russell and Parvati, they'll be mad at them and I'll be the most heroic villain and get all the votes that Sandra ends up getting. So yeah.
Yeah, there's a pathway. Like, my question is, how much agency does she have in that? Like, is she realizing that? And she does come back and say, like, Russell threatened me. He used a scare tactic, like, makes him the bad guy. She's not going to get any fallout. Is that her agency? Or does she feel legitimately threatened and intimidated? Like, I don't know how much control she has of this. Or if she just, like, at this point is Russell's second somehow and is going along with that out of just, like, pure fear. I don't know that she's like, oh, well, yeah, Russell, you're coming at me, threatening me, but like in my own logic, it actually makes sense. Like I think for her, it's not like necessarily based on her logic as much as there might be logic there. I think there's a lot of fear happening. Because you'll be next. It's like the line. Always.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Okay, why? I can't tell you why. You just will be.
It might be a little bit of both, but I definitely give her more agency, more credit for her agency right there, just because the move does make sense for her. Because if it was just like let me just burn my ally for no reason, like, was she really that tightly aligned with Danielle? Like, really? So I was like,
I don't think I think that she's gonna go with Russell. Like, that's her alliance, and it has been for so long. We'll see that kind of split because she's now been threatened. But I think in that moment, like, he uses the chaos as well. Like, it's a live tribal, and when you're coming and saying things like you'll be next, and like that's what's in your head, like, I think it's quite clouded in the fear. So maybe I don't give her as much credit as I should, but yeah, I think there's definitely a viable pathway for Jerry in the way that it ends up going. I just feel like it's a lot of Russell intimidating her.
Yeah.
Just for me. Yeah.
All right.
Penultimate episode. We did
the next episode. Down to the final 6.
Yes, we're almost there.
This is an endurance challenge.
Yes.
This is my endurance challenge.
Okay. Parvati got blindsided. Russell is trying to still spin that Danielle was lying to you.
Nobody believes him. Nobody believes him. Everybody knows that, like, this is Russell being evil. Yeah. And I mean, this is it. This is when Parvati's like, he's the biggest villain. Like, I thought I was a villain. I'm not. Like, that's a villain. I don't know villains. He's a different monster. It's not normal what this guy's doing out here.
He's a villain.
He's such a villain. All right. We are going to get our loved ones visit.
Yes, on Sprint phone.
How
which
about
is
that?
So fun and exciting.
Palm pre.
Yeah.
So on our loved ones visit, that we get our Sprint phone, everybody's gonna come out. It's Rupert's anniversary.
Laura B sighting,
Laura B
future
sighting,
Survivor player.
We're gonna get Reed, famously. Colby's not gonna be happy with Reed's performance.
Hilarious.
Reed is like, you should try living it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reed, he's been like this the whole time. That's what Jeff said.
And Jerry ends up winning the family visit, and then, all right, you get to pick somebody. And Russell's like, Russell's telling his wife, Melanie hand sighting, that, oh wait, she'll watch this, she'll pick me. She's like, Parvati. And then it's like, all right, give me one, you get one more. Like, okay, wow, this will be me now. Like, Sandra. She made a big mistake.
She's in trouble now.
Yeah.
Like, if you're Russell's wife, are you like, so have you just spent this whole game intimidating these young women? Like, is that like, that's what's going on, right? Like, she's in trouble now. Who are you? Are you her dad? Are you the teacher again? She's in trouble now. You're all like adults. Like, I don't know. It's just, he's like spiraling through the lack of control now. Like, this is why it gets so ugly towards the end.
And Jerry's so funny because she asked Jeff, like, can I bring one more person? Jeff's like, sure, go ahead. And she's like, Sandra, come on down. And Russell's like, what? You're like, oh, it's so good. It's so good.
She made a big mistake.
Another one. Like, she didn't even say, what about one more, Jeff? She was like, all right, that's it. My entire alliance is fine. Yeah, I don't care.
This is why I think the move was made in fear, because like even on the reward they're like promising to like protect Jerry from Russell's wrath. Like, it feels like she needed a bit of distance emotionally, which I'm sure she would anyway, but that's why I just feel like she was just like really trapped in that fear. Whereas I feel like if she's making logical moves, maybe she is taking someone like a Russell.
I don't think so. I think you could still get away with not taking him here. Like, he's still unpleasant at the end of the day. And so maybe she could just be like, no, he's fine. I mean, where can he go? The alternative is to go to the heroes.
And he does.
Like, well, and the thing is, going to the heroes gets him nowhere because you cannot go to the end with either one of them. They will win.
Yeah. Well,
but he
he's gonna
doesn't
try
know
it.
or think that, like, and he's still so vindictive that he would make a move against his own game. Like, yes, that's a terrible move, but I
Yeah.
think, like, there are worlds in which he makes those moves just, again, for that sense of control or just to, like, get one over when he's mad. Like, I would be scared of that, even if it makes no logical sense for him. And he does say that
I
he
agree.
dragged Jerry and Pav's asses through the game, and they are unappreciative little bitches. So that's where that's the point that we're at now with this.
Shannon, what's Russell planning here? That they're going to vote out Parvati? He'll bring Jerry over and Jerry will vote
Yes.
with him and Colby and Rupert.
Yeah, and it seems genuine because he, like, tells us in confessional that Pav is the one to go. She's going to end up saving herself. But, like, this is the fear about leaving him there because he is so vindictive that I think he would, again, it wouldn't be a good move. But at this point, what is a good move for Russell? He is completely drawing dead. But, like, yeah, you don't want to go with the heroes. But I don't think his win condition now is just doing whatever he wants to get whatever satisfaction of the way that these dynamics are going. And that is a scary thing for everyone around him because who knows what he'll do next. You just have to set him off.
Yeah.
And to be fair, this is still Russell lashing out at Parvati. Parvati is the target, not Jerry. So it's like Jerry says, "Come with me on this challenge. Let's leave Russell behind." He's like, "You know what? I need Parvati's ass out of here." Like, oh, okay. Again, still not horrible for Jerry. Still not horrible for Jerry.
I think he feels that Jerry is more malleable. Like, he needs to bring a fourth over, and I don't think he thinks he can drag Pav. I think he thinks that he can use Jerry more. But I don't think it's a good position for Jerry to be like a ploy in Russell's bad moves that are in some ways a slight against her as well, you know?
Yeah, moving the heroes closer to the end of the game. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So we're going to get a funny moment, Chappelle, where Rupert is just making like so much noise at camp, just pissing off Jerry.
Yeah, he's throwing a fit here. Like, this is a tantrum. This is Rupert, like, I'm just upset. You know, they come back from their reward challenge and they're tired. It's been a long ass day. And he's just like breaking logs, sawing stuff, jumping up and down. Jerry's about to flip out. Like, she's like, look, I don't know what we got to do, but we have to get Rupert out of here because this makes no sense at all. What is he doing?
I don't know.
Yeah, she's really mad about that.
Sloga. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, this is
the thing. We're losing that thread of the, like, Jerry Rupert connection and how this is not the first time she's felt that way. Like, I feel like if this were Winners at War, that we, like, get a more distinct reference to it, but we just have to, like, fill in the blanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Immunity challenge. Immunity back is up for grabs, and it's going to come down to the rivalry of that. It's going to be Parvati versus Rupert again.
Yeah. And that pretty much seals his fate when he loses.
Yeah, Parvati ends up winning. Of course, Rupert is like, Russell's like, now I can't vote out Parvati. Rupert's like, okay, cool. Well, that means it has to be Sandra. I'm like,
and Russell's like, yeah, I don't know.
No,
Yeah.
Rupert, what? No, okay, fine. But this is an easy decision. Rupert's next.
Yeah, but probably the signature moment that we get in the episode is when Russell needs to talk to Parvati and Sandra, and he asks Sandra, are you with me or against me?
Yeah,
which
I'm against you, Russell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, what? Wait.
Yeah. Who? You what now? You know, it's funny because this comes as a result of Sandra still trying to help the hero. She's still like, Rupert, listen to me. Now we can get out Russell. Like, it's me, it's you, it's Colby. Like, let's start trying to get out Russell. And Rupert's like, you know what I did with that information? I went right to Russell. Like, what the hell, Rupert? Yeah. And so
loose lips sink ships.
But like, what vote there we're getting out Russell?
I think they just need one more, right? So they just really just
so
need
Sandra, Colby, and Rupert would like Pav do that. I don't. She's like, she wants to take out heroes. I don't see Jerry turning against Russell. Like, I don't know. I mean, I think at that point, like, Rupert is pretty much done either way. Like, Russell's not taking out Sandra. His plan had been Pav. That's done now. He's flipped back in this episode, and I just think that he's too big a threat to some of the other numbers like a Pav that she's not going to flip.
Yeah, there's really nothing he can do here, but throwing Sandra under the bus was so funny because Sandra's the person who you don't do that to. She's going to call you out.
Yeah. And when Parvati and Sandra are mocking Russell and like laughing at him, he's like getting incensed. He's like, y'all need to stop being dumb. Are you drinking?
You're drunk, ain't you? Stupid heads.
And then they compare him to Boston Rob, which is like the ultimate insult.
Well, that's the thing. I've said this before, but they are so similar as players. Like Russell does this thing that Rob already did. When Rob gets blindsided by the Tyson vote, he's sitting over there like, oh, look at them. Why are they so cocky? They're laughing and stuff because they just pulled off a big stupid move with their stupid heads and their stupid faces, stupid players. And like now, fast forward 8 episodes, and Russell's like, what, y'all so dumb with your dumb asses? Like, we already saw this. He even is using the "Are you with me or are you against me?" This is Boston Rob's playlist. This is in the Rob handbook. It's just Russell and him play from the same book this season. It's wild.
It's a good episode for Sandra, I feel like, with that line, which is so iconic. We got some stuff in the family visit about what it means to have her uncle there and how her husband's in Afghanistan and how her mom passed away. So I think, like, from a character perspective, like, a lot of good Sandra stuff through the episode. Yeah.
And we get a really good retelling of the when Russell asks Sandra, are you with me or against me?
Jeff goes like, so like what happened? And he's like, Russell, and again, Russell knows how to turn it on at tribal council. He's like, well, Jeff, I went over to, I heard Sandra was saying some things. I talked to Rupert and he said this. He said, Sandra said that they want to vote for you. So I went over to Sandra and I was like, Sandra, is this true? I would like to know if this is true or false. And Sandra's like, no, you said like, are you with me or are you against me? And Jeff's like, well, Russell, did you say that? He's like, yeah, I mean, yes, in a way. He's like, so you said like, Sandra, I heard this thing. He's like, yeah, I said like, no, you said if you're against me, you could go home too, like Danielle. He's like, okay, maybe I did come a little hard, but I just had questions. It's very funny. And that's when they get to Parvati and her like, she said, I'm against you, Russell.
Yeah. It's interesting because as I said, we never really saw the progression of this like Sandra Parvati relationship and Parvati Jerry. I have to think a lot of it might be from like playing an idol on them, which was like such a big deal at the time, as we're saying, but it's going to be so key and they end up burning the hat together. Like they're a duo, but we never saw it really progress to that point.
But I think a lot of it is just this shared trauma.
Yeah, they just hate
Russell for this entire
that
day.
makes sense. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I mean,
solved it.
It's the easiest thing to bond over is literally complaining about somebody else. Like just find somebody and be like, get a load of this guy.
Yeah, it's like they have like this horrible boss that they're just like in the break room, like, oh my god, can you believe him today again?
Yeah, that is it.
It's like I wouldn't even come to work if it wasn't for you. You have that one coworker. You're like, thank God you're here, because you're like, oh my gosh, work is so horrible, and you're like, and then that person leaves, and you're like, what the hell am I gonna do now?
That is literally it. Yeah,
they've latched onto each other just for dear life.
Okay, Sandra has a great vote for Rupert here. Shannon, she's gonna call her shot.
I vote for you, and when I'm at the end, you still give me $1 million.
Yeah.
I can't do a good Sandra accent. Sorry.
Yeah.
Not an impression.
Yeah.
Yeah. If and she's not wrong. And it's kind of like, oh yeah, think about it. Who else would he vote for? Like maybe if she's sitting next to Colby, but Sandra doesn't perceive herself sitting next to Colby. So, she's like, whatever. If I make it to the final 3 with any of these villains, I got Rupert at least. Rupert and Courtney, put them in the bank. I got those 2 locked up.
Also, I was paraphrasing. I don't think that's the exact words, but like I love the love you eye roll relationship that Rupert and Sandra have through the season. It is very like, he's like, seems very tied to their relationship and she's more like rebuffing it, but he like doesn't like strategically she is trying to work with him, but just in terms of like just pure like personal love, it's more eye rolly from her when he's like really like giving her that love.
It is amazing to come from where they are in Pearl Islands from only 2 weeks ago on the countdown to where they are now, because they seem
a long time
close in Pearl Islands to the point where, it's not quite Amanda and Parvati, but it's like not far off.
And he's going to end up advocating for her. Like, I think that exists very much for him still. That's why I feel he believes that Russell is bad at the merge. But like, yeah, he's going to end up advocating for her. I feel like she's much more above it. But he, I think, chose that the whole time. I think she reads that and she knows that, hence the vote.
For me, it just looks like a personal relationship in Russell's mind, and Sandra's trying to use it as a strategic relationship in Rupert's mind, and Sandra's like looking at it strategically. She comes to Rupert with all the information, like, look, here's all I know, and Rupert's like, oh, okay, thank you for that. Now, me and the heroes are going to talk, and we'll let you know if we decide to include you and stuff. And she's like, no, fool. Like, you and I should be getting together and trying to work this out because Russell is still here. And so, yeah, I think once she realizes, even in this episode, Rupert throws her under the bus. She's like, so whatever personal relationship you think we have, that's fine, but you're trying to get me voted out, and I'm here to make money. Like, I'm here to get paid. And so she doesn't have time to think about those personal things when it comes to Rupert, because ultimately there's games left to be played, and she's trying to win.
Okay. Are you ready to talk about the finale?
Almost 6 hours into this podcast. Do you think we're breaking the record? Let's talk about it. What's the record?
I don't know if Sam Moore is still awake. He could let us know, but I think it's like 6 and change.
Yeah, that'll help us break the record for sure. Yeah, and also Sandra plays her idol, which is underreported because she wasn't going to go home anyway, but she played it
the last time. Yeah,
it was the last time she. Yeah, it was the last time she could play it. She did receive votes, and so I like this move. It makes her. It's even flashier for Sandra, who had such
Russell
a good.
Said it was a terrible play, Chappelle.
Anything he doesn't know about is a terrible play. Yeah, but he's like, I did. It's a terrible play.
Wrong. It's fine.
Well, they said that. Sandra goes, and she lines him up very quickly. Russell, why do I have to tell you about my idols? Because you lied. He's like, okay, but why do I have to tell you? He's like, because I said so. She's like, did you ever tell me about any of the idols you were playing and passing around and getting from other people on other tribes and all this stuff? And he's like, okay, but I'm still mad at Parvati. Parvati is your ass. And he's like, he very quickly just pivots away from Sandra.
Yeah, like he's mad at Parvati for Sandra's idol, and Parvati didn't even know about the idol. Like, spiral continues in terms of this.
And he doesn't get any votes, and people are shocked. I just don't get it.
Okay. All right. Got a tree mail coming in for our challenge, and comes down to which challenge is this here on day 37?
So they do the Thailand the dishes challenge from is it China? I think Parvati says it's from Thailand. I was like, is it? But this is the Amanda challenge. And it's funny too, because looking at what the makeup of this season is, a lot of people talk about bitter juries and all this other stuff. Y'all do realize at this point we're two victories away from a Colby Survivor Heroes versus Villains win, right? Like, people are like talk about like who should have won this. This is proof that anything can happen in Survivor, because Colby is 2. He is a Brett closer away from winning this. Like, if he just wins the
that feels like a lot of challenges for Colby. Like, he is going to be second here, but that feels like the reason that they've kept him so far is because they feel that he was the one who wouldn't do that, and like that was a good read because he can't pull it off.
He would have won.
Official. So how many heroes are on the jury?
So
it's
you got
5, but it would be 4 if he's sitting.
Yeah. He gets 4 votes automatically.
Did somebody else sweep against him?
No, I don't think so. Because I think if Colby wins 2 challenges, that takes away from the mystique of Parvati being this like super athletic person that she is. So like Colby ends up getting.
I guess he has to win 2 at that point. But does he get Candace after?
I mean, he probably won't get Candace, but he'll get Amanda. He'll get JT. He'll get Rupert if he's not sitting next to Sandra. He still might get Rupert regardless, honestly. If he even if he is sitting next to Sandra because she voted him out, he might even get
Jerry in the right circumstances if she's in the jury. Yeah,
and he won 2 challenges. He'll get Coach. Colby's 2 challenges away from winning this.
It would be the last hero standing. It would be a pretty easy pitch, I feel.
And it's the number 1 hero of all time. Like, this is the hero. When you talk about Survivor heroes, he's the reason why you can come up with a concept like this. The same way Russell is the villain that you needed. You need a Colby. Like, the first season of Survivor had Rudy, but he wasn't so much a hero because there wasn't really a villain. Like, Richard is the villain, kind of anti-hero. But Colby is the first, and he has a villainess in Jerry. So this is very much the Colby win condition, is just make it to the end.
And he is probably going to give a piss poor speech, but I do think that Jeff might browbeat the jury into come on.
Yeah, what a great story.
He balled out.
Yeah. Not the Jeremy. Yeah. Like, he's gonna do.
Like the players seem to think he would win. Like, that's why Parvati like, she doesn't want any of the heroes there. Russell wants to sit at the end with Sandra and Jerry because they didn't play the game at all, is what he says. And I think that it becomes like that Parvati and Russell are both so scared of having these heroes at the end. But I think that there's like a misread like the blind spot of the fact that Sandra's really only been a villain in name, but has tried to work with the heroes so much. And obviously that does get her across the line, but they're so scared of heroes that they would say did less in the game. But then are happy to go with Sandra, who they're saying because she's done less in the game. But like, the people who've done less in the game strategically can still be threats through these other relationships. You have a blind spot of the relationships that Sandra could have within a similar framework.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess I'd be interested to see if Sandra can beat Kobe, right? Because like, if let's say you have a hero, you have Russell, and then you have Sandra. We know Russell's not going to get any votes, but is Sandra able to get Jerry's vote over Kobe? Is she able to get Rupert's vote still? Is she able to get, Parvati? Is she able to get Danielle? She might be the only person who could beat Kobe, honestly. She's going to get Courtney regardless. She's probably not going to get Coach, but I think it's a conversation to be had at that point. But again, if Kobe makes it to the final three, he's probably sitting there next to some, Russell and Parvati or Russell and Jerry. And I think he has a clear path to victory if somehow he manages to make it there. I think it very much is a conversation to be had.
All right. Well, he's not going to make it.
No.
He's gonna get voted out. This is like such a weird edit, Shannon.
It's an iconic confessional.
It's so bizarre where that he's like, well, day 37, I didn't win. I guess I'm gonna have to go home. So I gave my speech to everybody, and then the shot like lingers on him for like 15 seconds. He's like, but still gonna try one more thing.
Yeah,
I would never give up.
I feel like it's just like they're trying to show the Colby story, all 3 seasons of it, where it's like, yes, it's been underwhelming maybe this time, and yes, like this is the second time that he's mostly given up, but he like still has some fight in him, and that's been the season. He tried to give up at the James vote, and here he is in the final 5. So I feel like it just kind of represents where he's been in the season.
Yeah, and we don't get a lot of the Colby and Jerry like relationship, and I wonder if there is even any type of relationship there still, because since All Stars, like it's not like they've never seen each other again. They played again together, but like you would barely know that they had a previous like 2 games that they played together based on this edit, and I just don't know. I just don't know if they like even care to show anything of them. Do they ever interact on screen together where there's not like 7 other people around? I don't think it ever happens.
I think they had there was like a secret scene or 2 of them together, but nothing too exciting.
It's a mess from an editing perspective. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Tribal Council again. Russell's trying to tell us that there might be a good strategic decision to keep Colby.
Yeah. The pitch had been that like you need him to try and take out Parvati at a challenge, but it's like, you haven't been good in the challenges. That's the whole point. And even then we'd be left having to take out Parvati and sitting with you, and we want to take out the heroes. That's the whole point. So yeah, there's not a lot. At least he tried.
At least he tried. That's all.
Colby will be voted out.
Yeah. He did it. We got to the final 4.
Okay. Final 4.
Into this podcast.
Final 4. All right. And we get our final 4. We get Fallen Comrades. Right to Passage.
Yep.
So
don't
old
miss
school.
that. I don't miss that.
You don't? I miss it.
No.
We don't have time for it now, but I do like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked it this season because it's like, the greatest hits here with some of the players, most memorable players. But in like a normal season, I do not care.
Yeah. We do rites of passage of the 40 seasons on the countdown and talk about something from every single podcast?
In this podcast?
Yeah. Should I do that?
No.
We stop down to do that now?
Yeah, okay, cool.
Season 40, Island
We'll
of
go
the
to
Idols.
Sunrise.
Boy.
Yeah.
How are you gonna talk about a season I was talking about with you on a season that we're talking about together? Like, that's too meta. Like, we don't have to do that here.
Okay. All right. Maybe another time.
Yeah. And
maybe
not really much.
Show.
Yeah, not much interesting comes from Fallen Comrades for me. Just more like these little quips about, different things about people. You can already tell that Russell doesn't actually have any friends because he doesn't have anything positive to say about anybody. It's like, JT, he gave me an idol. Okay, Coach, I got rid of him. Like,
yeah, what he says about JT is you never would have known a hero would help a villain make the biggest move of the game, giving him an idol. Like, does he think Parvati's move is his? Because that was the biggest move of the game. Because, like, again, I don't know, Russell sees himself differently to how other people do. Yeah.
All right. Let's go to our final immunity challenge. This is the final challenge from Survivor the Amazon. We brought it back.
There you go. What a traumatic time we're having for you.
I know. Yeah. All of the challenges from episodes where I go home made it for Survivor Heroes versus Villains.
Yeah.
Was it that great that they wanted to make it the final 4 challenge in Survivor Heroes versus Villains?
It is entertaining how close it is. Like, I'm just like looking at that camera work. Like, that was inches away from Jerry and then Parvati getting it. Like, that was, yeah, a close finish.
Yeah. So we're blindfolded in the maze. A lot of blindfold challenges here in Heroes vs. Villains. We had one episode where we had a blindfold challenge for the reward and immunity in the same episode.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
You know,
It's a lot.
yeah. But we do see Russell win this, and it is impressive because it does be very, very close.
Finish.
Yeah. And so this is interesting to me because for the last few episodes, people have been talking about how Parvati should be going home next. And then magic happens and Jerry goes home here. And I always find this vote very fascinating whenever I watch this season because it's like, yeah, Russell, you should have probably stuck to your guns on this one and got rid of Parvati when you had the chance. I'm not to say that you could have beat Jerry, but like this idea that like I'm a vote for Jerry, put her on the jury, you know, the Tony Trish move, or I guess it's the Russell move technically. Yeah, like he invented it when he voted out Shambo. But you know, like in that moment, like I think he's doing a lot for no reason because Jerry, who has been with him in lockstep, knows that this is a bad strategic move. Like you're gonna lose her vote because she says, Russell, normally I can understand your line of thinking, but this time I don't even get it. Like, why me here and not the person who just won three immunities in one season, who's played 2 idols on people, who was a target from the beginning? Why are you getting rid of me here? And so
what is he thinking?
It's just sloppy gameplay.
And it's also like that he tells Parv that he wants to put her as a jury vote, which he then uses against him at the final tribal council. So he like tries to make it seem like a more complimentary thing to Jerry, and then Parv can like out his actual reasoning. And Parvati wants Sandra out, and I feel like obviously she wins, so maybe it's results oriented, but I feel like that is the move. Obviously he like can't win anyway, and possibly Parvati can't either. But like Jerry at least is like connected to Russell, which the jury hated, and Sandra is much more on her own, and she can like say that she worked much more with the heroes. And again, I feel like it's that blind spot where she's like only a villain in name.
So that should Russell have gotten rid of Parvati or Sandra?
I think Sandra. I mean, it's like nothing for like he can't beat anyone. Yeah. It's just like an impossible conversation to have.
If he votes out Sandra, does Jerry win the game?
I think it's a conversation.
It's a conversation between Parvati and Jerry. Probably,
And then if he votes out Parvati, does Jerry win the game or does Sandra win against Jerry?
I think Sandra win because I think she's getting at least 4 of the 5 heroes.
Yeah, she's still going to get like
and Courtney.
She's going to still get Courtney. She's still going to get probably
and she'd get Parvati, which Parvati says.
Yeah, I mean Parvati says I would vote right now. The level of sincerity here is what I would. Yeah, the level of sincerity here is what I question for Parvati because she's saying exactly what ends up happening. Sandra will make it to the end and she will win. But I don't know if she's just saying that because she's like, we should vote out Sandra, or if she really feels that way. Because even after the vote, Russell's like, so when you said Sandra was going to win, like, were you really going to vote for Sandra if I voted you out? And she's like, yes, absolutely. And I don't know if she's just screwing with them or if she really means like, no. This is an uphill battle for me at this point. I don't know why I'm sitting next to Sandra at the end, and I shouldn't be sitting next to Sandra at the end.
Yeah, I think Sandra wins against Jerry and Russell. I think that Parvati might have votes. There's probably a conversation that's been had many times, but like Parvati probably has votes against Jerry. I mean, I don't know like what Jerry's relationships were with the heroes, so I guess that's a huge block that's really hard to identify. Yeah,
that's what it would come down to.
Yeah,
like even when I said they never show Jerry and Colby having a conversation one-on-one for the most part. So it's like, can we even say that Jerry would have the Colby vote, or if Jerry is the ultimate like the winner of the season, would we have seen more of that? And it's hard to tell, but it's definitely Parvati's definitely right that Sandra is at this point the one that for her needs to go.
Yeah.
All right, Russell has immunity. He's gonna pull Sandra aside. Sandra tells us Russell won immunity, so essentially I have to do whatever Russell says because he won the idol. I'm feeling wonderful because regardless, Russell's keeping me around because I'm not getting a single vote. But I don't know about
But
that.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Another classic Sandra line. She's so good.
That's like that's top-ish iconic
Yeah.
quote ever in Survivor. Like that's up there. I think
Yeah.
it's like one of the most iconic quotes in the history of the show.
It's
But I
so
do know
real.
about that.
Yeah, and it's so real because it's like Sandra is doing the thing that everyone should be doing, which is questioning what Russell is even looking at the jury. I think because he's never received the votes, right? Sandra has won before. Parvati has won before. So they know what it looks like to have jury members who will vote for you. Russell does not know that he lost. So he's thinking, it don't matter. I made it to the end. They're going to yell at me a little bit, but they'll get over it. They're going to vote for me. So he can't see the things that they've already seen because he's going up against two people who have won the game. It's so funny that's the advantage that they have over here right now is that he does not even know. He can't see the forest for the trees. He's too deep in it. He does not know that he's not going to get any votes here.
Yeah. Boy.
He really thinks he's going to win.
Yeah.
And he thinks they're going to get shut out. He's saying Parvati is fighting on purpose for second place, and Sandra wouldn't even get a vote. He says Parvati, she wouldn't even beat Sandra at this point. She's pathetic. What are you talking about? Why do you think you would beat Sandra or Parvati? Who are the people on the jury whose vote you think you should have and why? Just give me some example of why you think you should have any of these votes.
And I feel like Russell's usually right about everything.
Maneuvering through the game is his strong suit. But it's just that he just never got an understanding for the jury format because no one ever explained it to him because he never actually sat through a vote read. He doesn't know what it looks like when they pull your name and say you won Survivor because it happened in his mind and that's it. It never comes to fruition. He doesn't know what it looks like to lose on that big stage.
All right.
The crazy thing is that at Tribal Council, she says to him that she wants him, like he should keep her as his loyal ally to redeem himself as a villain, which is like, why do people keep trying to get Russell to do this? Like, this is not something you want. He doesn't want to be redeemed. I know it's on the buff, but he doesn't want it. No. And she's like, and I've been protecting him. And he's like, he does not like that. It's actually kind of incredible that she survives that little Tribal Council issue right there. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. He's like, we've been protecting each other. No, you haven't been protecting me. Yes, I have. No, I haven't. No, yes, you have. No, I haven't. No, yes, like, just Parvati, please, right here. I don't know if she can even relinquish control here because honestly, you're in front of the jury. You have to make sure the jury knows, like, no, we did that. I was not riding your coattails. You kind of have to plant your flag here.
Yeah, but we also do know that he makes like at tribal decisions on a whim based on sentences that annoy him, even small sentences. So, and he does have the power and he is immune. So, but yeah, she survives that. She's kind of incredible.
Okay, so Chappelle, what if we had the final four fire making here? So Russell wins immunity. Did he take Sandra to the end?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, because he's like, Sandra's like, I'm picking Sandra because you're never going to get any votes. She's
and
like, I don't know
Parvati
about that.
and Jerry going to make fire.
And Parvati would probably... Didn't Parvati make fire? I think Jerry probably would win there, right? I would have to assume Jerry's played more times.
Jerry seems like she's a little bit more like outdoorsy camping.
She played in the Australian Outback, which when you and I talked about it was rough. So I think she might have picked up a thing or two there.
Like I've never seen Parvati with the flint in her many seasons, but
not once. And it's also pretty funny too because we talked about whether Jerry wins, but I mean, if you win the fire making challenge and you're sitting at the end, like that does kind of hoist you up a little bit, So maybe that is the thing that puts her over Sandra if it comes down to her, Sandra, and Russell at the final three.
All right, it's the final three: Russell, Sandra, Parvati. Anything to say from day 39 before we go to our final trial?
Yes, he burns his hat.
Oh yeah.
It's a full circle moment, and of course it's like, should she be burning personal property? But it's like so full circle in that he started the Survivor Renaissance 2 seasons ago by burning Jason's socks. So it's like the ideal thing that happened, and like at this point, Parvati and Sandra are just like fully like all the relationship that was gone. Like Parvati and Russell were tight; they were like reading the letter together, like they had a relationship, and now I feel like it's just so gone. It's just so destructive, like there's just destruction around it. Like they're just laughing about like how he doesn't know what's going to hit him tonight. It's just a negative relationship where they're talking about how she wouldn't have voted for him. He's like, I would have voted for you, and she's probably thinking, I hate you. Like I hate you at this point,
Yeah, and she's saying it so matter of fact. Like, are you sure you wouldn't have voted for me? Yeah, I'm sure. Like,
Yeah.
Okay,
She just
well,
is done.
he's like, well, I could probably still win. She's like, no, you can't. He's like, what do you mean? He's like, well, Courtney will vote for me. She's like, no, she won't. Oh, well, coach, no. Somebody would vote for me, Parvati. You don't know what you're talking about. She's like, okay, whatever. Good luck.
Mhm.
So when Sandra wants to burn the hat, Party's like, I don't care. Do it. Burn
Yeah.
it twice.
Yeah.
I don't care.
I
Mhm.
do like that Russell, at least at the reunion, said that that was a good move, burning the hat.
It's just something he would do.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
That's all he identified something he would do. A better move is taking a goat all the way to the end and winning, and that's what Sandra did instead.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Ready for final tribal council of Survivor heroes versus villains?
No, I feel like we have more to say.
Yeah.
Yes?
No, I think we probably exhausted
I'm
everything. At
here.
least there's still a lot of funny quotes that we just skim past. Of course, I love when Parvati's just like, "Oh, that's nice." When Russell's like, "I would have voted for you." So yeah, oh, thanks.
The
I
only
laugh at that
funny
every
quote
time.
I have, like that I didn't say in this podcast, in the slide puzzle challenge, Jeff says, a slide puzzle. That means you can't pick up the pieces. You have to slide them around. I feel like that was like, that's the one part of my notes we haven't covered in these 6 hours. I am ready to go now.
Jeffrey. Yeah.
Yes. All right. What about highlights from the final tribal council?
So Sandra's whole thing is that like she tells us my win condition is making sure Russell doesn't win. And so when she goes into the tribal council, that's kind of her like platform is like I come here to win Survivor, but also I've been trying to tell y'all about this Russell thing for weeks and y'all wouldn't fight this fight with me. And y'all are on the jury because y'all didn't want to play ball with Sandra, who was trying to give you the key
What a
to
guilt
the
tripping.
universe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of her platform. And I think that it gets like almost bastardized. And when people talk about this game, is that like say, oh, why did she win? Her strategy was to get Russell out and she didn't even get it. It's like, yeah, because people still have to vote for yeah. But people echo that all the time. Like her strategy was to get out Russell. She says that, but I think that's what you tell that jury. But I think coming back from it, you really have to look and say, or people liked her more than Parvati and Russell. And I don't think that makes you a bitter jury. I think a bitter jury is somebody who's like, you're sitting there and you pick somebody who did absolutely nothing, who did not work with you just to spite someone. So if they actually like Sandra, no one ever has a negative thing to say about Sandra throughout 2 seasons for the most part, except maybe Johnny Fairplay and Russell. And that's not bad. So it's kind of like, if those are your ops, then you might be doing something right here. And so I think she could lean more into that. Like, hey, I'm friends with all of y'all, but she doesn't really have to do much because Russell's just gonna he's a non-factor here. And Parvati, this is Parvati's game. She has to earn these votes. They're not just like the people on the jury aren't willing to just hand it to her because she made it to the end.
Yeah, they're mostly wanting to vote for Sandra, obviously, in the fact that she is like this basically a hero for them and that she tried to work with them and that Rupert vocalizes it as well. And so does she. Like, she's like, yeah, I should have maybe had better strategy to take out Russell, but it's like all of your faults. I tried my best. And it's like, they can only be blaming themselves that this happened. And I think for Parvati, like she has a hard sell. Like she's saying like, I didn't, I kept the dragon as a pet, rather than slaying the dragon. Like shout out to Coach. But I just think that I get what she was trying to do. Like, he's a goat. I understand that. But there was a lot of the times where he was kind of boxing her in. And I think they were just way too complicit. There's probably other social stuff around that the heroes were working with. And it just doesn't come out as a good enough argument where I don't know how you can change their minds on that. Like, they just see you as together. And when you're saying I had the control in that situation, it's like, yeah, but you're still in that situation. And it's, compared to other like toxic marriages and some other things as well, where they just feel like, you were way too connected, and Sandra is so other from that she was trying so hard to work from us. So if we don't want to validate Russell, then we can't validate you, and we have this third option that we don't have to talk about what Russell did at all. And I think that's just like a way better option for them.
Yeah, and there's some built-in votes here for Sandra. Like, Courtney is going to vote for Sandra, largely based on the connection they had in the pre-merge. Amanda is never going to vote for Parvati, and it's very clear throughout the entire game that she doesn't want anything to do with her. So she's got 2 votes sewed up. Rupert, why would Rupert vote for Parvati and not Sandra? They were very closely aligned. She tried to help Rupert at every turn. This 3 votes. Parvati has to win those votes over in order to win this game. So she does a good job of securing Jerry. she's going to get Danielle regardless. And Coach is going to vote for her because she ends up winning a bunch of challenges. But also it's Coach, and he's been charmed by her. And he never liked Sandra anyway. But it's Colby that's up for grabs, and maybe Candace. And
Rupert's impressed with Pav being strong, but it's just like he's too much with Sandra, so that becomes a hard one. Yeah.
And Candace, who's played with Parvati, wants nothing to do with her. So it's like Parvati, the jury was already stacked against her. It was her job to go and win those votes, and she did not. And that's why I don't call this jury bitter, because you knew these people weren't going to vote for you. You knew Candace and Amanda didn't like you when you came into the game. So why would they be giving you $1 million? You have to go and actively secure those votes, and just winning a bunch of challenges is not enough. And even Parvati says that. She says, my game was a lot physical because that's what I felt like I just had to do. I just had to win because I couldn't get anybody to play with me. And I think that's a flaw in Parvati's game. You know, like it's largely not her fault that everybody had this mystique around her being some unbeatable player that had to go, but she could try harder.
You know, so in my mind, I was just gonna say that in my mind, that this vote is 5-4, but it's actually 6-3.
Yeah. Well, like now that I'm looking at it, if they vote out Sandra, I think Parvati does win because I think she takes Courtney from Sandra. She has Coach, she has Danielle. I think she gets Sandra instead of Jerry, and I think Rupert does seem really impressed with her. It's just that he's obviously going to vote for Sandra because of that connection, but he's like, you were great in challenges and you deserve to be there. I think she has the 5, so it's a tough one that I just feel like she does what she can to survive through that final 4, but she doesn't have any control over it. So if she had managed to get it her way, then possibly she could have sent Sandra home, or she's just trying to survive in that way. She could have worked with Jerry to even send Sandra to fire in some way, but it's just that everyone's just going to Russell at that point, and she's just lucky Russell doesn't vote her out. But I think with Russell, like, he does give a blanket apology in his opening pitch, which not everyone apologizes. It seemed hollow, but he does give the apology. It's just that when Danielle asked him, firstly, Danielle also starts with a weird British accent. I don't know what's going on with that. But she also asked him. Yeah, exactly. She also asked him about his regrets, and he says he has no regrets. So it's like, how can you apologize and say you have no regrets? Like, if you're going to apologize, then the regret will be, yes, I regret obviously that I have something to apologize for, that I hurt you along the way in any of my approach. Obviously, there's an extreme to that. But to say I apologize when they say I have no regrets, it's like, well, then you're not sorry. Why did you just apologize? Because you thought you had to? Like, you have to be able to speak to the moves. I don't regret. They got me to where I am. But I said this recently, but the approach obviously hurt you guys. And I regret that. And that's what I'm apologizing for. So yeah, I mean, he doesn't do himself any favors, does he?
No. Yeah. Drawing dead from a very long time ago.
Yeah.
But it's fun. You know, you do get the coach, you're a little man quote, which is fun. You get a bunch of layups for Sandra. Like, Amanda's like, tell us, Sandra, why you're so great. Courtney's like, yeah, by the way, Sandra, tell us why you're so great. Candace is even like, yeah, Parvati, you're not great. So Sandra, maybe people should be looking at you more. There's a lot of that going on. But again, these were people who were never going to vote for Parvati anyway. So I don't think this makes them bitter. I just think that they went with the person that they liked more. And that happens. And I think that's a fair way to place your vote. Who do I feel good about giving $1 million to?
All right. Anything else from the final tribal council?
I think we need to move on to my favorite part of the season.
Yes, let's talk about this wild reunion.
This reunion is
Heroes versus Villains.
Some of the best television that exists in this world. It is just highlight after highlight. I was saying to Sam yesterday, like, this is better than any sitcom. This is like such a funny half an hour of television for me.
Yeah. Drunk Russell is everything.
So drunk.
Like, drunk Russell is everything. I've said this before. I love when the people get drunk on Survivor because it's so funny. But seeing them drunk at a reunion special and just inconsolable and just sloppy is so great. I love Russell Hantz as a character in general, but I love him so much more in this moment where he's just like, I don't care what y'all are talking about. I'm drunk, so I'm going to say what I got to say. I deserve to win. Matter of fact, I don't deserve to win. Parvati deserves to win. Just as long as it ain't Sandra. Anybody but Sandra.
As long as it ain't me.
Right. America needs a vote. Jeff, don't talk to me. Like, he's so toe up. I love it. It's so relatable. But like, this is good content from Russell Hantz.
We get the counting of the votes. So Sandra is the winner of the season. She went 6-3.
Well done, Sandra.
And so Jeff wants to go right in with the question on everybody's mind. Is Sandra the best player ever? Starts with Sandra. Yes. She's the
says,
queen. She's wearing
"I'm
the
queen."
tiara.
This is annoying because it gives Russell like the forum just to put Sandra down and take away from her in that moment, which is just like you can pump yourself up and be like, I think I'm better and I play in this way, like which Russell will obviously do. But like the fact that he takes that moment to bring her down when she's just won, I don't think most people would do that. Like that's a Russell thing.
Yeah.
Oh, he sucks, but it's good TV.
It's such good TV. He says there's a flaw in the game if she can win the game twice.
Yes.
Yeah. He even like tries to break down her like strategically. No, the social game. She's lippy and she knows it. No, like it's like, wait a minute, you criticizing somebody's social game?
Mm-hmm.
You played twice and got 2 votes.
3.
Yes.
Was it 3?
Was it 2 or 3?
I give him 2.
Oh, you know it's 2. I think it's 2. You know,
I think it's 2 as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, sir, how dare you?
Yeah.
How dare you?
And he says that her and then her strategic game, her game from day one, get rid of Russell. And you know what? It never panned out for her. So let's award her.
Oh my God.
It's an oversimplification. That was not her game from day one.
And so he says
her game is knowing when to pull back. That's the point. Like her game is having incredible awareness and an amazing read to know when to push and when to pull. The nuance, the variation. Anyway.
Yeah.
Russell says the problem is the game. I think that there's a flaw in the game of Survivor. And Jeff's like, there's a flaw in the game. Yes. Yes, because if she can win the game twice, there's a flaw in the game.
Yeah.
And then, what's the flaw? And the crowd is booing. He says, let me tell you what needs to happen. Let me tell you what needs to happen. And then Jeff like shuts him down.
Yeah, like Russell, please. Because you know Jeff's phone has been blowing up. Russell Hantz has been complaining about this all day. Once he saw the episode, he's like, I am about to lose handedly. He's probably been like ranting and raving. He's so drunk. People are probably coming up to like, Jeff, hey, Russell's still at the bar. Like, on stage. Like the people, like the PAs are like, oh, can we get Russell? Could you come to the stage, please? He's like, I don't want to come. America needs to have a vote. And I think Russell, it's funny because he says this after getting booed, saying there's a flaw in the game if Sandra could win twice. But when he says America had the votes, America's like, yes, Russell, yes.
America loves himself.
They love and they voted for him to win America's favorite player again. Like he beat Rupert, and I'm not a huge Rupert fan, but if it comes down to like the greatest good and the greatest evil, like these are your avatars for the season, fine. But why does Russell Hantz win this? What did he do?
You had Poverty. That's what it is. And Sandra.
There were other people you could have voted for. Why did you vote for him?
Well, okay, the biggest applause that when he says America needs a percentage of the votes, the biggest applause is from Rupert, which made me laugh so hard because obviously America already voted him to win $1 million. And then you have Sandra saying you still wouldn't win if they had a percentage of the votes. And he's like, I would have won last season, which just was hilarious to me because it's like we're talking about last season now. Like they're so intertwined for him and it's such similar experiences for him, obviously. That one was hilarious to me.
One time for a very long time.
One time. Like what? They're like, what are you even talking about?
They're so like
the common folk at home don't know that Russell played back-to-back 3 seconds between each game. So I'm like, what is he talking? Why didn't he just, like what is he talking about? We saw him play twice. I watched both the seasons. He lost twice. This is embarrassing. Stop it. You're drunk.
So many things. Like, so Jeff makes Russell take a deep breath with him. Another iconic moment.
Yeah,
Jeff's like,
but it's foreshadowing for what he'll do
Brandon
when Russell's nephew plays in 6 seasons.
Jeff's like, hold my beer. I know how to handle this one. Baby, I'm the Hantz whisperer. I got it.
I thought Jeff was great at this tribal council. Like, he puts him in his place where he's like, that's a different game. That's called America decides who wins. Like, maybe take that to Mark Burnett and maybe like it'll be a good game, but like that's not this game. And then later he's like, but that's a different game. That's called Russell decides who wins. You know, like every single time he's very sure about like the concept of the show, which is great. Because I feel like later when Jeff doesn't get winners that he wants, he does change the game. And he's like indignant that Russell would even say, you should change the game because I didn't get the winner that I want, which is me. And later Jeff will do not dissimilar things. So yeah, when he's like, I think Pav should have won, he's like, but that's a different thing. Also, it must be said, he laminated the letter. It was like holding up. Was it laminated like professionally? It was amazing.
He had a laminating machine. I haven't seen one of those in a while. Here's the thing, though. He takes that letter and he's like holding it up, like, look at what I did. This is my trophy to show I made a winner act like this. It's like, no, you didn't. You did not make JT send you that. JT had no reason to send that to you, but it wasn't like Russell. Oh my God, look at Russell. He's over
That was
there.
an unforced error.
It was unforced. Like him and Rupert.
He
put their
did
heads
manipulate
together.
him well, but they were ripe to be manipulated. That's what it is.
They were begging for it. They said, "Oh my God, it must be an all-girls alliance." And Russell's like, "What? Oh yeah, sure." And next thing you know, they're sending him the letter. It's not like Russell had a meeting with JT and was like, "JT, I'm on my last leg here." It's like, "Oh, I got you. I'm cooking up something for you." That is not what happened. You did not manipulate them. JT chose that path. He chose violence and he got it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Boston Rob, quick question. If you two teamed up, what would have happened?
Yeah, we probably would have won. We probably would have gone far, blah, blah. Our egos are too big, blah, blah, blah. But you know what, Russell? I'd kick your ass across this island. Everybody cheers. And then, we go into...
This could be a future season.
It could be a future season.
Oh, I just thought of this.
Yeah. It's almost like, I don't know, Jeff changed the game so that his person could win. Like, imagine that. A concept of like, what if we just put Boston Rob on a tribe with a bunch of Boston Rob fans to see that Boston Rob is the rightful winner of this season, actually. So let's just do that.
Another season plugged as well for much in the future when they have the cursed prototype of a Survivor winner.
Yeah.
And then that winner's at war, except they're at war within one person's own face. That's what it is.
I guess also that we have like a little bit like Ghost Island foreshadowing also.
Yeah,
like,
dumbest
moves.
Yeah. And then JT's like, do we win money? And he's like, no, the winner has to give some money back.
Which is very funny. Which is very funny. Because JT got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Steph's pizza plug.
Yes, Gigi's pizza. She's like, what else do I have, Jeff? Pizza. I have nothing.
The look on Jeff's face was worth it. It was worth getting to 6.5 hours into this podcast to talk about.
John Cody deciding.
Yeah.
Yes, John Cody. It's so good. Candace is now married to her husband, who we will see later on. That's why this season matters so much. It's so good.
We've already seen him.
Yeah, we see future Survivor players left and right. We get like a couple of things that will like lead us into the new age of Survivor with the Survivor Boston Rob versus Russell type situations. We see that some of these players go on to play a couple times and to have better showings than they had previous to this. So yeah, I think this season just wraps it all up and also leaves you with a lot more to get from the show as a whole.
Okay. That's Survivor Heroes versus Villains. Can you believe it?
In loving memory of
morning time for you? Is the sun coming up?
Not yet. We're
not far off.
Not far off.
Yeah. Rob, you did it. Like, can we just have a second to celebrate you, Rob?
Yes. Let's as we're done talking about, we still have to talk about at least our survey.
Yeah.
Too much feedback right now.
Yeah, no, we don't need any feedback. Yeah,
this is officially the longest podcast in the history of Rob as a podcast.
Wow. Yes,
I don't know how I feel about that.
You both. We will never break this record.
Really? I'm actually happy. And do we win money with that?
No, you lose money.
You have to give money back.
You have to give money back.
We have to pay the listeners to listen.
Yes.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm so happy. I feel like the Make-A-Wish kid is back. I can't believe this. I'm a part of this. This is cool.
Chevelle, is it also the middle of the night for you?
Yeah, but I don't
Central time. He's not as 1 hour. 1 hour.
Yeah. Is it 4:30?
But this is Chappelle o'clock. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. My tweets are lacking right now, but I'm having a good time regardless.
I mean, I've been podcasting all day. This is a lot. We started in the morning time, and it is 4:30 in the afternoon. Yeah.
We love this.
Right.
It's crazy.
We will get into the questions
now.
with Touchdown Tommy and Kelly White. But
yes.
Here, how about this, Shannon? Give me a number between 1 and 109.
Ooh,
81.
81. Okay.
Ooh.
How would you like this question about Russell? From Willis Barber. How do you think this season would be different if the players had seen Russell play in Samoa?
just undoubtedly different in every way because
I bet they wouldn't have given him the idol.
Yeah, the whole Girls Alliance thing would have been.
Mhm.
I think Russell's probably first boot before Randy. If he's coming off like they just watched it before he even gets a chance to find an idol, possibly maybe they're throwing a challenge to get rid of him. He is out.
Yeah.
He's done.
Tyson wouldn't have switched his vote.
There's a lot of things.
Mm.
First or second boot for sure on the villains tribe. I just don't see it for him. Just once stuff, and especially if he tries to play the same way, because that was a thing that he had. He had like ambiguity going for him, and at least anonymity, at least at the very least. No one knew who he was, so they didn't know when the machete walks off. It didn't just grow legs; it was him. And so the moment something comes up missing, they're like, "All right, Russell, it's time to go."
Okay. All right, Chappelle. Number from 1 to 109.
Man, I don't want to step on touchdown Tommy and Kelly White's toes, but let's do number 1.
Number 1. Question about Amanda from Tommy Guam. What are the rules when finding an idol clue? Is it like an idol since Daniel found it, or Danielle found it first? Did Amanda have any rights to it?
Yeah, I think we talked about that.
Well, Tommy didn't know that we were going to talk about that.
Yeah, look,
well, we did.
knows we cool.
Different to an idol.
Yeah, different than an idol.
In
we
the
also
course of this journey.
Yeah, and we saw Spencer run off with Woo's pants, I think. So, I think everything's fair play as long as it's not an idol. Unless you're in an international season where apparently that happened, and I want to talk
define that now.
One last question. Carolina says, Rob, did they invite you for heroes versus villains? Would you be a hero or a villain? The short answer is no.
You're a villain.
And would I be a hero or a villain? After this 40 season countdown? Hero, baby.
Yeah,
you deserved a spot on that season. You could have fit in. You could have taken the spot of I think some of those villain men for sure.
Randy?
Pretty
I don't think so. Yeah, it's a stacked tribe.
You said the name.
No, I don't think so. I don't think you.
The smartest player to never win doesn't get a spot. The old school.
I never cast from heroes versus villains. That's it.
And aren't you so happy about that right now in the middle of the night? 6.5 hours into the podcast.
Yeah. This would have, if they would have, instead of doing the big anniversary, they said, hey, it's our 20th season, but it's just our 20th season. No, there'd be no Rob as a podcast.
And then we'd all be doing something else right now.
Sleeping.
That might be better. Yeah. Sleeping in the middle of the night. Yeah.
Productive. Okay.
Sliding doors. Yeah.
All right. So let's get into one last survey from the tabulator Kurt Clark. And give it up for the tabulator Kurt Clark, because without him, we would not have done the all-time top 40 season rankings. We're going to have links to a bunch of other stats stuff in the show notes here. Okay. Who is the season's MVP?
The queen. The queen stays queen. I actually, for me, I love Sandra, but Coach is like a big part of the pre-merge. But for me, you got to give Sandra her flowers here. Right. I'm sure I'm in the minority on that one.
Let me ask Shannon Gus. MVP.
Poverty made me write to Jeff Probst on MySpace.
53% for Poverty, 27% for Sandra. Russell comes in with 15%.
That feels right.
Let America vote again.
Right.
His vote was rigged. Yeah. Okay. Which player would you most like to see come back and play in a future season? Everybody is up for grabs.
Suri.
Yeah, I could.
There's no obviously Suri. I want Suri in my life.
Suri and
a surprising answer for number 1.
Suri and Tom Westman as 1 and 2.
So Suri is number 2.
Okay,
but Suri at 20.3%. Number 1, Courtney Yates, 21.7%.
That's good call. Good call.
Jerry Manthe, 12.37. Okay,
also good.
Which name on this list made you pause and think to yourself, "Oh, they were on this season"? Not who's there. Who is that?
Sugar Kuiper.
Yeah, probably Sugar. But then it's like you remember that she was the first boot. Maybe Randy. I don't know.
Okay, you've got two out of the top 3, but number 1 was Steph LaGrossa, 32.4%.
It's that second boot.
22.66. Jessica Sugar Kuiper, the great Sugar Kuiper, 16.96. Most underrated player of the season. Who you got, Chappelle?
Sandra. She's the queen, and she should have been the MVP of the season. So y'all are underrating her just off of that. But I do think Coach just puts this season on his back in a way that people don't when in the pre-merge. He's so good. So yeah, whatever. Either one.
I don't feel like we underrate Sandra anymore. Like I feel like now we get it, especially seeing like her subsequent outings. Like we know she can do anything. She has the capacity to do anything. She chooses in this season to play in this like very individual way because she's adaptable. So I feel like we know that now. I don't know who would be underrated. Rupert for me, maybe based on what Chappelle is saying.
Amanda then.
Yeah. All right. Most underrated player of the season is Jerry Manthe.
Okay.
39.7%.
That's fair. She was close. She could have won.
Sandra gets 18.7. Parvati gets 9.5. Parvati's underrated on this season.
Stop it.
Agreed.
Stop it.
Can't rate her enough. She was epic. Yeah.
She was the Natalie Cole Award for the best pre-merge boot.
Give me Coach. I have to keep. No, I'm not giving Rob this. Give me Coach.
Shannon. Shannon, who you got?
I got Boston Rob.
Suri.
Oh yeah! Oh my god! I forgot to read Suri.
I think we thought she won the season. My bad. I apologize.
Oh
my god! 6.5 hours.
Rob was 23.5. Courtney has 21.45. All right.
Okay.
No,
go in the podcast.
Suri, we need a
Sorry. On a scale of 1 to 40, where did Sandra 2.0 rank in the winners ranking? 1 is the best, and 40 is the worst.
23.
23.
Like I would rank her high. Like, but I think that I don't think she'll necessarily be ranked the highest. I mean,
what the audience said.
Yeah, and like against Parvati, who I think some people think definitely should have won. Has like such a great game. Like it's an interesting final 3 where they all have pros and cons. They all lack. They all make up for each other in ways. Play idols on each other. Parvati does. Russell plays for her. Like it's a give and take, and I don't think that's as dominant as some higher up numbers would be. I'm saying 23.
Yeah. I guess 16.
Chappelle's closer. 13.59.
Oh, well, okay. Good job.
That puts her actually at number 12 overall. Interestingly, her first game was at 17 overall. So let me give you just like the real quick number 1 of all. So now that we have all 40 winners ranked from 1 to 40, let me give you real quick. Number 1, Tony 2.0, no problem there. Followed by Kim Spradlin, followed by Tony 1.0. I think that's too high.
That's high. I love that top 3. That'd probably be my top 3. So good.
Yeah, so you have Tony 1.0 as the 3rd best winner of all time, Shannon?
I haven't done my winner rankings in ages, but I might put him 2nd. I might put,
like,
Tony Kim.
I feel like there's a lot of
I don't like
and
that.
sloppy.
Before Winners of War, I had Kagayan Tony first. So,
okay. Wow.
No, I can't. What Boston Rob and Kim do is so immaculate in their seasons. It's just I can't put Tony above that.
Parvati's win is number 4. I think that's too high.
Yeah.
Jeremy Collins is 5. No issue
right.
there. Todd Herzog is 6. Yule is 7. Rob in Redemption Island is 8. Tom Westman is 9. Natalie Anderson is 10. Tyson is 11. Sandra 2.0 is here at 12. Then 13 is Hatch. 14 is Earl. 15 is Sarah. 16 is JT. You could drop him down a couple spots after that.
Give some money back.
17 is Sandra 1.0. 18 is Denise. 19 is Cochran. 20 is Brian Heidick. 21 is Wendell. 22 is Chris Daughtry. 23 is Sophie Clark. 24 is Ethan. 25 is Adam Klein. 26 is Tina Wesson. 27 is Michelle. 28 is Nick Wilson. 29 is Vesepia. 30 is Aris. 21 is Tommy Sheehan. 32 is Mike Holloway. 33 is Danny. 34 is Amber. 35 is Jenna Maraska. 36 is Ben Drebergen. 37 is Natalie White. 38 is Fabio. 39 is Bob Crowley. And number 40 is Chris Underwood.
Rob, I've got such a good idea. You should do a 40-week series where you go through every game in that order ranked 40 to 1, and you watch their whole season and you discuss their explicit winning game.
Yeah.
Rob's on into that joke at 3 in the morning.
Bring in a different podcaster every week. Bring in Chappelle 6 times. Yeah, I think you have something to work with here, Shannon. I think this is a good idea.
Yeah. All right. Next pandemic, we'll do that.
No, don't even joke. I'm still in this pandemic.
Right. This one hasn't ended yet.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you feel like this season was too low, too high, or just right?
Too low for the laws.
Just right.
They didn't give too low as an option.
Okay,
It's
good.
only just right or too high.
Yeah.
No, it's
Good phone calculator.
this is about right. This is right. I don't care
Yeah.
what nobody says. This is right.
Yep. 78% said just right. Yeah, I'm gonna agree. I think it's number one. Let me open up my rewatchability rankings. This has been very fast and sloppy on my on the rewatchability rankings, but yeah, I just think everything feels important here for Survivor Heroes versus Villains. I do think that the last third it does not have the gravitas that I feel like through the JT vote out, even the Amanda vote feels big. I feel like then it gets a little bit like not as iconic that last home stretch.
What about
There is
Rupert
no
and the
perfect
Rock,
season.
Rob? Please.
What?
Rupert and the Rock. How dare you?
It's fine. Nothing is bad. Nothing is bad.
You
It's
got,
just like,
I don't know about that. Like you've got
it's
burning the hat,
there is
Lemon
still
Reed.
good stuff. It's just like
Yeah.
I think it comes like
It goes from transcendent to just really great.
Very
Just
good.
a really
Yeah.
good season. Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
It's actually cool that so many people would say that this is just right, because it's obviously been such a controversial rankings, and the fact that this is first and so many people agree with that, it's like, okay, well, we fought all the way here, but we landed on an objective, and like mostly that seems good and fine, and we can just like move forward with the fact that like we, the journey, whatever, but the destination, like we got here,
Mhm.
Yeah. And the friends we made along the way.
The friends we made along the way. God bless Scott St. Pierre that he has some plugs for us to talk about here. Okay.
God bless both of you being.
All right. Sandra is going to be on Talking with T-Bird. That is going to be in about less than 11 hours, talking with Sandra and with T-Bird. All right. Coming up. And then why Sandra won Pearl Islands. Okay. David Bloomberg and Jessica Lewis will be back to talk about that for the final part of the YX1 series over the course of this year. Just in case anybody has finished this podcast before Wednesday night's Big Brother, we'll be live after the episode on Wednesday to catch up on Wednesday night's Big Brother, talk about the BB comics as well. We'll have another Circle Roundtable this weekend. Actually, this is the one from we had a week 1 Circle Roundtable, and we'll do it again this weekend. If you're watching this many years in the future, The Circle was a show that was on Netflix where people lived in a house and talked to each other. Of course, there's so much going on in our patron podcast feed, including our patron feedback show coming up on Thursday. In addition, we'll have all season 41 of Survivor, the patron Q&A about Survivor. We'll be taking your questions every week during the Survivor season, just like we're doing during the Big Brother season as well. That's all at robhasawebsite.com/patron. So many patron perks for Survivor, including access to our community and much more. robhasawebsite.com/patron. Check out offers from our sponsors at robhasawebsite.com/offers. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on social media. You know where to find us. All right. Thank you so much, Scott. All right. Shannon, I know you have so much going on. Where can people hear more from you?
Oh my God, doing this so far into the podcast. No, you can follow me at Shannon Gates. So much Survivor going on. If you want more Survivor, I mean, we're going to be going from the countdown to just US Survivor, 1 episode a week. That's not very much Survivor. So if you want to go back and binge Survivor South Africa, ending in 2 days, Australian Survivor ended 2 days ago.
All the links are on Patreon.
Yes, become a patron. About 16 hours I did an over 3-hour podcast on the finale of Australian Survivor, which felt long. So it's been 10 hours of podcasting. It's been a lot. So check that out. Exit interviews, deep dives for both of those franchises. And then I'll be doing Survivor Global on my regular feed, International Survivor RHAP feed for season 41 with international guests. So check it all out.
Incredible job, Shannon.
No, incredible. Thank you. Thank you for having me on.
I could not imagine doing this one without you.
Oh, that means a lot. I mean, we broke the record. You're up in the middle of the night. We now have this is like literally a sleepover at this point for you guys.
It is
Like,
a sleepover. Yeah.
this is a lot.
Somebody call Akiva and see if he can tie his shoes.
But I am honored to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yes. And Chappelle, how many hours until you have to go to work tomorrow?
A few.
A few.
You know, yeah,
few.
I'll be up shortly, but normally I'm up at this time anyway, just randomly. It's kind of like watching TV and stuff, so it's not that bad.
Chappelle, you
Mhm.
logged the most hours here on this countdown with me. It was such a treat to have you so many times over the course of this countdown. I can't believe that we're here.
Honestly, I just feel so blessed to be, just included in some of these conversations. Again, Shannon is an icon and just doing all the things that need to be done in the international Survivor world. And then Rob, you also might have played Survivor once or twice. And so like to even just be in the conversation with y'all is so yeah, closer to once for sure. One and some change. But just to be in a conversation with y'all is so cool. Like this is the coolest thing ever. So thank you so much for allowing me to join you for this. It's been a blast. Next time you decide to cover a 40 season, show that runs, I don't know what it would be, Grey's Anatomy or something, give me a call.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm down for
7
6.
hours on it.
If I ever was going to cover Grey's Anatomy, you'd be the first person I would call.
Oh my God. Thank you. But no, that means a lot. But seriously, people can follow me at Chappelle's_show on Twitter. Honestly, there's probably gonna be a lot of feedback about this particular podcast, and I just keep it, you guys. It'll be fine. Like I don't have to hear about it. Don't at me. It's fine. I know y'all disagree, but it was just fun to talk it out. If you want to catch any other content, like if you're not just yelling at your podcast feed because I've just been ranting this whole time, then yeah, you can definitely find me on post-show recaps talking about The Walking Dead, the ultimate, the last season of The Walking Dead proper. Season 11 is going on right now, and I'm covering it with Josh Wigler, Jessica Leese, and AJ Mass on post-show recaps, so that's fun. And Sasha Joseph and I are covering Never Have I Ever on Netflix on the Silent Podcast platform, wherever you get your your podcast, I guess. And recently Rob canceled the RHAP Rewind, so I might have just got fired, you guys, but hopefully we have something else in store. Since maybe if I put up a good showing tonight,
another door. One closes, God opens a window.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that, but yeah, well, that's where I can be found, and hopefully talking about some more Big Brother here on Rob Has a Podcast. But again, thank you, Rob and Shannon. Y'all are great, and I'm just very happy to be included.
Shannon, what's the hashtag?
I don't even remember anything we spoke about. Come on, there's got to be something around Greece.
Rock bulge. Yeah, I don't know.
What do we have? Let's just think
damn
about
it. Damn it, Reed, Rock Bulge. What else did we talk about a lot? Nope, I got nothing.
I think let's do Grease villains. That at least was an in-joke from this podcast.
Yeah.
The villain speech was Grease. And that
Grease, okay, Grease, not like the country, like the musical.
Yeah,
Grease,
like Grease Lightning, but Grease villains.
Grease villains. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. What a way as we fly the car off into the sunset here at the end of this countdown.
Congrats, Rob. Like I want to say, like you devote so much time that you were like, hey, I'm going to do this thing for the entertainment. Clearly, like a lot of people were like really into it. People are so sad that it's ending, even though we're getting actual US Survivor. But your devotion to the listeners, the fact that it is literally the middle of the night and how much time you put into this, I don't know how you've done it. You are a giant.
Well, I can't believe all of the people that watched along with us over the course of the season. Even if the people that like sort of like cherry picked, I'm going to rewatch this season. So I never imagined that there would be that many people that would be coming along for the ride, especially this far into it. So thanks everybody who's listening week in and week out. If you missed any of the all-time rankings, of course, you could listen to all of them at robhasawebsite.com/rankings. We'll keep that link up and you can listen to any of the 40 seasons in any order you choose there at robhasawebsite.com/rankings. Thank you so much, Chappelle, Shannon. Thank you both for being here to break the record, which will never be broken.
I don't think
ever.
So. I think this is it.
This is it.
I think so.
Thank you all for listening. Take care, everybody. Have a good one.